I love seeing actual actors and actresses try to stream. They can't do it.
I really miss my guinea pig.
And the Oscar goes to...
They're not fast enough to, like, keep up on the grind. They have no script. No.
No, money doesn't make us feel better at all. It's the medication that comes from money.
Doesn't even make me feel better.
No, it doesn't, but it
doesn't take it away.
No, it doesn't take anything away, but it can certainly calm you down a bit.
They need a script, and me, it's like, I've been living off scripts my whole YouTube, I guess, career, you could say.
Absolutely.
Thank you, L.A. Neor. I said it wrong. Noir. Sarah Quill is a mean Hanover. British is more like this, dear.
Oh.
Would you like to be a Ferengi?
Yes. I'd be an amazing Ferengi. Why do you clothe your women?
You know they're gonna cut that, and they're gonna be like, see, look it, he's on these awful freaking drugs.
He's playing games, but he sucks ass. Wishing he could relive the past. He'd rather eat his wife's asshole than going out and getting a job. He's the whiniest gamer ever. He's the despondent Red News game nerd.
We're gonna play some Mario.
Mario.
That's a death. I felt that in my brain before it even happened. You know what I mean? Like, that's not very informative to me. Oh my god, see? No, see, this is what happens when you fuck a stranger in the ass.
He's the despondent Red News game nerd.
Hey folks, we switched this man's regular tobacco blend with you Revs decaf rollies. Let's see if he notices.
This is what pushes the mania away. We had fun. Holy shit. Whoa. Give me a break.
Resi calf rollies.
Remain neutral on her family issues and not talk about her family.
God damn it. Forgot I was watching this earlier. Gonna go back to the beginning. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of the CHC channel. I'm here. We're gonna do a little bit different. I am going to be going over 2 streams today that I have lined up, and if Rev's still alive by the time we get done, we'll go watch him do his weird drag shit and play that stupid video or clip of his fucking e-girlfriend that doesn't exist. We're gonna go over the Repsion interview with Jason, because I don't blame how Repsion handled things, because much like a lot of people who document Shanny and Jason, he's probably not aware of a lot of the more heinous shit that's going on. Plus, you know, he's doing a Shanny documentary. He's been working on it for a while now. It's been kind of sitting on the back burner for a while. And when do you get a chance to talk to the cow's ex? Like, right after they got out with the cow. Not often. So I don't blame Repzion for how he handled it. There are some people who had some issues, especially with them questioning Shanny's past SA claims. And to me, honestly, yeah, how long they stayed on it was a little iffy, but it was brought up in the video because they reacted to Shanny's mother's video, Betty's video, and Betty brought it up. So I don't really blame the subject being brought up and it being questioned at the same time, but how long they lasted on it was kind of, yeah, they should have just been like, hey, do you think she might have been fibbing or stretching the truth about this or not? And then moved on. That should have been it. But yeah, he still did a better job than Carrie. That Christian guy, Mario. Let's turn back on my music. But I'm going to be going over it because I want to. And then also I'm going to be going over the video that the stream that Shanny did the night that she ran upstairs. This will not be from Jules' stream because I have a clip of that already on my channel. You guys can go watch it whenever you want to. That's fine. But I just want to see from Shanny's perspective, and also, you know, to kind of poke fun at her because she's not there anymore. Because if you guys don't know, Shanny's gone. She's disappeared. She's gone away. The couch is empty now. As you can see from the thumbnail. The couch is empty now. Hello. Let's see who's all here and who's chatting. Hello, Stumble, Repent, Repeats. Hello, Tennessee Tooth Fairy. How you doing? Hey, Jay Gamer. Hello, Pariah. How you doing, Sweet Pea? Surly. How you doing? And Queen Cat Lady so far. Maybe we'll get a few more chatters in here. I don't know. Don't really care. I know 21 stream sniping Jason right now, but I looked over at it and looked fucking retarded, so I was like, if he's still alive when I end, then we may go stream snipe him. If not, no skin off my nose. But I do have a super chat goal set up, and that's to help pay for my therapy bills. Because some of you may have caught Frank's stream earlier today when he showed the text messages between the catfish and Shanny. I showed it a couple times on my stream myself. Told Frank actually told a lot of people. I told, you know, I said it's public now. You can use it if you want to. That's fine. Just give me credit, please. Because while it was amusing, it was something to have to listen to those voice messages and read those text messages over and over and over again to get that video edited. I need therapy. No, I need fucking coffee. That's what I need, so. But let's get started. We're going to be first going over the Repzion. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Well, I mean, she should be getting out soon. Unless they extend her hold. I believe it's like 3 to 5 days, I want to say, is the mandatory hold for 302. Not exactly certain. I've been Baker acted before myself when I was 16, and I got out in like 2 days. But unless it's extended, she should be getting out pretty soon. Should be today, tomorrow, Monday at the latest, I want to say, is the math that we're doing here. Monday at the latest. Hello, fellow sinners. Hello, Syncopated Traveler. How you doing? But yeah, she should be getting out like Monday at the latest. But we're going to be going over the Repzion video. Again, I know that 21 is stream sniping Jason. I'm well aware of that. But like I said, I went over and looked at it, and it looked fucking retarded. So I'm just like, I don't care about watching that. Mandatory 302 hold in PA is 72 hours. I thought so. I knew it was between 3 to 5 days. So the latest she should be getting out is on Monday, and we'll have to see if she actually goes live somewhere. But unfortunately, if she is sent to a shelter or to a nursing facility, she will not be able to go live in those facilities without the risk of being kicked out, because a lot of those facilities have very strict privacy rules. In fact, one of the reasons why Shanny got fired from her job at a group home where she was pretty much a glorified janitor was because she was streaming at work. So, hello, Mr. Feared. Good to see you, darling. I'd rather be... She's nuttier than a Snickers bar. Well, the thing is that while Shanny is very insane, she's also very good at manipulation. That's why she's so dangerous as a narcissist, is because she is very good at that manipulation. So she could very well manipulate herself into a shorter stay. But we'll have to see. But let's get started, shall we? Hey, Pagan.
Is YouTube gonna show this? Come on. Oh, we are live. Hello. So no, this is not pre-recorded. Hello, guys. Hello, Anderson. Hello, Richard, Unicorn. Howdy, hi, every how. So today we have Revelation News, also known as Jason, the ex of Shanny for Christ. Before we start, though, this is going to be a completely off-the-cuff type of interview. All right. I have some questions that I wrote out, but I'm probably not even going to follow those questions. I want this to be a very natural type of interview, due to the fact that recently, if you've been catching up with the lolcow drama, Shanny was 302'd recently, as in like 2 days ago. Her and her partner broke up, and it's been an ongoing toxic little battle they've been having in a house, and it has been very, very insane. It's been entertaining, insane, but also extremely toxic and unhealthy. So today I have Revelation News here, and if I look crazy or I sound really tired, it's because I had a 10-hour tattoo session yesterday, so I'm a little bit under the weather. So let's bring Revelation News on here. And here we go. Here's the man. People didn't think that you were going to show up. Why is that?
Probably because there's something going around maybe in certain circles that I intend on going back to that. And I'm going to tell you right now, there's zero chance that I can have any relationship with this person. I said to her, look, maybe we could be friends. She said, I'd never be friends with such an asshole like you. So I said, okay, all right.
I mean,
Hi, Sydney. I mean, honestly, would anybody be blamed for believing that Jason would go back to Shanny? Especially with how he's been reacting really hard in these post-Shanny 302 interviews that he's been doing with different creators. I know he's done one with Repsion, he's done one with Jules and Burnt Toast, and he's rage quit all of them. Like all of them. He's rage quit. He didn't rage quit this one, but he did rage quit with Jules and Burnt Toast, and he also rage quit on the Drunken Peasants because people kept bringing up the child abuse allegations. And he's got this stupid, fucking idiotic thing in his head where he's just like, oh, well, I'm bipolar and that gives me like false memories. Bullshit. And it's like, okay, so you sit there and say that you don't remember anymore, even though there are videos of you saying that you do remember hitting the youngest child. Maybe not kicking him, but at least striking him. And you say you remember that. You say you can, you go back and forth on if you can remember or not. But you remember the fact that night you were wearing steel-toed boots. I just find that a little bit suspicious. Just a touch. Hello, Sydney. How you doing, sweet baby? Yeah, he needs money, too. He definitely needs money. I need money, too. Yeah, he did say that, Stony Jutsu. He did say that. I need money, too, so you guys want to fill that super chat goal. Pay for my goddamn therapy. And also, if you guys just want to send me money without YouTube taking their cut, I also take Venmo, CashApp, and PayPal. Those are linked in the pinned comment and in the description. So if you guys feel like rehydrating the Shaw, then feel free. But I would not. I honestly am one of those people who actually do believe that these two idiots will wind up being the homeless power couple under the bridge. Because Jason is incapable of existing on his own. If anything, all of these streams that he's been on and the stream that he's doing now, if those have told me anything, it is that Jason is incapable of living by himself. Incapable. He has such a codependent, childish personality that the very idea of being alone and having to make adult decisions for the first time since for the first time at 40 fucking 2 scares him to fucking death. And it's just like he is terrified of being alone. So I am honestly one of those people who do believe that once Shanny is out, she will somehow find a way to manipulate. And these two will be the homeless power couple living under the bridge. So.
Let's be honest, though. Would you want to be friends with her after the fact? After everything that you've been through, would you want to be genuinely?
It's a similar answer that I have for Gary G-Man.
Yeah, as Syncopated Traveler mentioned us earlier, Barber, he actually did have a rather successful stint as a conspiracy theorist. Like back before he met Shanny and everything, he did a lot of conspiracy theory podcasts and, you know, radio shows, and I think his original YouTube channel had quite a few subscribers. But Shanny nuked it because nobody can be more popular than Shanny.
It's no, because I know she lied about me publicly. How can I trust? I can't. How can you trust people like that, Rep? Right? You can't.
Jason, she's lied about you for years. Why is this one any different? She said shit about you for fucking years. How is her lying now any fucking different? No, you didn't leave her because she lied about you. You decided to break up with her because she was talking shit about your girlfriend. Your imaginary girlfriend. That you think is going to swoop in and save you from actually having to live like a single adult, which you are incapable and terrified of doing. So, yeah, that was the only reason why you got so pissed at her, was because she kept talking shit about your little internet girlfriend. The non-existent one. The one that you are still pining over to a very creepy level. I mean, it is creepy. It's like you're sitting there going, I don't care about money. I don't care how you look. I just want you to call me. Just text me. Jason, the girl has ghosted you since New Year's Eve. Okay? It's time to do like Elsa and let it the fuck go.
How can you really trust a person that you know went out in front of tons of people, however many people you might be talking to? Could be millions, could be 2. But they lied to people about you directly to a camera. I mean,
that doesn't feel great for anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that, have you ever lied for her?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Okay, that's good. That's great.
I'd go farther with that, but
you can't. No, you can. This is a free. What would be some things that you have lied about that now in retrospect you're like, wow, I should not have defended her?
The fact that she would get violent. I hid it. I hid it completely from everybody, including authorities. I hid it. That time that she put a scarlet A on my head, you guys saw a shiner on me. She popped me. She did. And it was a pretty good hit. Pretty good hit. She's strong. Not anymore. She's pretty weak now because her spirit is just evil, man. I don't know.
Little T-Rex arms. I don't know. I saw her throw some things just a couple days ago. So
she threw a 2-liter Dr. Pepper bottle right at my head, man. And if that connected, that might have not been too good. I'm just saying.
Would you say? Oh, so you lied about, or I should say, covered up domestic violence. Honestly,
yeah.
I would say that's a pretty normal thing if you're in a DV situation among people. If you are genuinely in a relationship, no matter how toxic or bad the relationship is, a lot of men will lie about covering up domestic violence. It's a thing. And women too. Women too. It's just, this is not specifically a gender thing. Like, it's a very common victim thing. It's kind of embarrassing. It's humiliating, right? To
Oh yeah, I mean, he could have covered it up all day long, Misty Day, but everybody knew that Shanny got slappy. That was the joke. I mean, even though domestic violence is not the joke, but I mean, you have to kind of make levity of it whenever you're watching it go on between two cows. But that was kind of the inside joke, is that anytime Rev got a little bit snippy, we were all like, "Oh, Shanny gonna get slappy."
At the _syncopated_traveler1453 super chatted $2. Shaw's rehydration, Rev's dehydration.
Thank you for the $2 super chat there, Syncopated Traveler. They don't tell it's the interview doesn't tell us much. I'm just not going to be one of those people that's going to let Rev really get away with the lies that he told here. And I may have to let this play and go to the bathroom really quick because my stomach is deciding that, you know what, we need to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to let this play. I'll be right back.
acknowledge the fact that you let somebody hit you and you don't want to. It's embarrassing for a lot of people to come out and talk about that.
The way that I felt about it was this. I justified it in my mind this way, that it's not her. It's her BPD. And
she has BPD?
Oh, she was diagnosed.
So she was diagnosed with BPD.
That's what she tells me.
Have you? But in your 8-year relationship, did you ever see any, like a medical document or something that? Yeah. See,
nope.
I don't believe that.
Fair
I don't
enough.
believe that. I don't believe that because BPD is crazy, dude.
She said that she was diagnosed in the military, and that's why she was kicked out of the military.
She was in the military. This is why I want to talk to you. I've never heard of this. She was in the basic military training.
Basic training for Navy, and they kicked her out. Yeah, they kicked her out because they gave her a mental evaluation, I guess, and it came out that she was BPD, and bye, you gotta go. You can't be in the military and be BPD, I guess. Or at that time, you couldn't.
I actually don't even know do we have any military people in chat? That would be I don't know. Can you go into the military if you have like a diagnosed? I know you can if you have diagnosed autism.
She said to me also that her mother was discharged from the military because she was bipolar.
I don't know. I can't really visualize Shanny ever joining the military. When would that have happened? Had she, like, even basic training? When would that would have happened? When she's like 19? Man. No, you got to be like 21, don't you? Or 18? You got to be 18 to join the military.
18. Yeah, as far as I know. So that would have been what year? She's 1 year older than me.
Yeah,
so
how old is she?
42.
She's 42. Really? Oh man.
She's 42. Yeah, and I'm 41.
And how old are you?
41.
Oh, sorry about that. My stomach decided. Yeah, we're not doing this today. But no, her mom was never military. Her mom was actually a pediatric nurse. Shanny did go into the military because she got kicked out of high school when she was in 11th grade. And she actually went in before she was 18, I believe. Her parents signed a waiver saying that, she would get her GED while she was in the military. But of course, Shanny being Shanny, she had really big problems with authority. And they did not diagnose her with BPD in the military. The military psychiatric evaluation cannot diagnose. Much like any psychiatric evaluation, it is an evaluation. It is not to diagnose. Only a specialist can do that. And it has to be a specialist for that certain particular mental illness or that cluster of mental illnesses. Shanny never went and saw a specialist. They told her she had BPD tendencies when they booted her from boot camp. She didn't even make it. I think she made it a week in fucking boot camp. And then she got kicked out. So Shanny's never graduated from high school. So all these stories about her going to college and shit, absolutely false. She's never been to college. If anything, she might have attempted to do community college GED courses or adult education GED courses, something like that, but she's never actually went to actual fucking college because she never graduated high school. She got kicked out in the 11th grade, I want to say. But she did go into the military for about a week or two, and that was when she got kicked out because we all know Shanny. She has issues with authority, and she had major issues with the authority in the military, so she got booted. It's a good thing she probably got kicked out before they did anything with firearms there, Pagan. Yeah, the college was when she went to try to get her GED, but she never actually attended like college. It was just like an adult education GED type course. But she was never diagnosed with she was never actually diagnosed with BPD. She was told she has BPD tendencies and that she should be seen by a BPD specialist. But she never went and saw those specialists. Instead, she just ran with the BPD thing. So, she was Navy anyway. Well, I mean, Billy from the Geek Room is in the Navy. So. Shanny cannot respect the authority. Yeah, I got what you were saying, Brian Oblivion. Yeah, she can't respect the authority. I forgot to reset my fucking super chat goal. Oh well. That's on the screen, not the one that's at the top. Imagine her on a sub at her height. Oh my, she'd be banging her head all over the place.
Okay. Right behind her. Less than a year.
I don't know if I believe the military thing. That's just. So look, we're gonna watch this video, right?
See, but Syncopated Traveler, she couldn't even do the fucking Navy. She got kicked out like a week or two into basic training. That's it. That's the extent of her fucking military quote unquote career. Was a week or two of basic fucking training.
Right. Now, Jason has never watched this video. I've actually never watched it all the way through. I've only gotten to around the 10-minute mark. But Shanny for Christ's mother published a YouTube video quite a few years ago talking about Shanny. And Jason has mentioned it, and Chris, I think, which was her ex-husband, right?
Yep.
Correct. We're going to live watch this video together. Because I think from the little bit that I've watched of it, it's really telling.
And fuck Billy! Am I right, Syncopated Traveler? And fuck Billy! Someone needs to force him to read again.
Everything that her mom says and talks about Shanny, and I just think it would be... This video in of itself says so much about the person that you've been with for the last 8 years. Because you've been with her, what, 8 years now? Correct?
It would have been 8 years this March.
That's a long time. My longest was 4.5 years.
Oh.
And so, like, I can't even... 8 years? That is a wild...
I mean, I was with... probably blow Reption's mind out of the water, but I was actually with my ex-husband for 12 years. Because we were dating / engaged for 3 years. And we were cohabiting for a majority of that. And then we were married for 9 years. And then we got divorced. And we've been divorced for over 10 years now. So, yeah, my longest relationship was 12 years. Hi, Max.
And you got to...
That's hard.
There was narc abuse, and I was completely...
When you're in a relationship that long, for the most part, and speaking from experience here, you become codependent on a partner.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's my experience, Rep. Yeah.
Would you?
I guess I must have just been a heartless bitch because I wasn't codependent on my ex-husband. I mean, yeah, I missed him for like the first year or so that we were divorced, but I wasn't like falling apart, you know, not doing shit that I need to do to get myself back up on my feet and get back to, you know, get back to a functional level. It didn't take me long at all. In fact, now actually me and my ex-husband are actually friends. He texts me all the time, calls me on occasion, occasionally sends me pictures of the two boys that he adopted, him and his new wife. So I guess I'm just a heartless bitch, man.
Say that you were codependent on her?
Completely. When I went to jail, that was one of the hardest. Well, it's not great being in jail in the first place, but separation anxiety. Oh, yeah. I was really worried about her because I wasn't sure about the food situation. Were the kids going to go get food at Convenient and stuff? Because I was getting food at Giant driving. So I didn't know what the hell was going to happen with her. I was scared about that for her. Well, like, where is she going to get her food? Because G-Man couldn't be there all the time.
Hi, Dave.
You want to call it codependent? Absolute rep, because she yanked me out of my house in Scranton.
Okay.
And put me out in Colorado like a fish out of the water. And the first day that we ended up there, I had a psychotic break where I was looking into the sun, crying into the sun. I see Jesus Christ's hand in the sun just saying, take my hand, and I lost my mind, man. I completely lost it for a little bit, for a day. I ran in the house and I was acting like the fucking Joker. It was out of hand, dude. There was one. I'm surprised she didn't live stream it. Because if you guys got a taste of that shit, that was really crazy. I was in a psychotic state. And it's because I was withdrawing from alcohol, and I have never felt anything like that, Rep. When you're slamming...
Alcohol is a huge... Alcohol addiction's rough, man. So have you ever been to rehab? Like alcohol rehabilitation?
You could call what I've been to twice a rehab of sorts, but it was in a behavioral health hospital.
Okay.
So it was like a combo of rehab type stuff in the structure of a behavioral hospital. That's what I went to.
Jason, for the first year or so that you were with Shanny, you weren't just having one day of psychosis. You were completely fucking... brain was melted. I mean, I fully believe that Shanny's ineptitude in your detox and not getting actual medical intervention with your detox actually caused you irreversible fucking brain damage. I fully believe that. I believe she made you a lot more retarded than you were before you got with her. I mean, you were hovering just above potato level, but after the wet brain and shit, you got way below potato level of retardation. You got irreversible fucking brain damage from that shit. I fully and 100% believe that. The videos that we've seen of you around that time, your brain was gone. Like, absolutely fucking gone. And let's not forget that during that time, while Jason's brain was completely fried, Shanny bragged about having sex with him. And when people called her out, saying that there was no way for Jason to be able to give any type of informed consent to have sex with her, she said, oh, well, he got hard, so it's okay. So, yeah.
And I recommend it to everybody. It's a very good thing. If you can stand being in a situation that's a lot like high school and sort of prison-y, but it's not, the bad places are like a prison. The good places are kind of like high school. There's structure. You have to go to groups. They'll lock your room and lock you out of your room if you don't go to groups. Stuff like that.
Okay. Interesting.
So it's very helpful, and I recommend that to everybody. But rehab, good rehab, costs money, Rab.
Yeah, no, it absolutely does.
It really does.
How long were you in there for?
First time I went, I was there a solid week. The second time I went, I was there 2 weeks, which was 4 groups a day, which is that's a lot of therapy, man. And it's good stuff. It's really good. Coping mechanisms, learning DBT with dialectic behavior therapy.
No, I've done DPT. DPT is it's very, very good.
Oh, it's awesome stuff. And CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. I've been through a bunch of shit. And the only thing I need to get right is the medications, because they had me on a lithium dose that I don't know, man. it made me feel weird, you know?
Yeah, lithium's a wild medication to have. Man, you got a lot of haters in the chat right now. People are people do not like you.
That's all right, man. I understand why they don't. It's okay. And I understand that there's going to be a certain segment of people that saw what happened with that boy, and they think it's...
That boy? That boy. Do you hear the disdain in his fucking voice when he says, that boy? This wasn't... He's not talking about a child that he helped abuse and neglect. He's talking about it like he's an inconvenience. Like, that boy. Man, fuck you, Jason. See, there are people who are willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, who are willing to, give out the olive branch of friendship and think that you're going to be able to change and are willing to give you their platform to talk on. I'm not going to be one of those fucking creators, okay? Those creators can do what they want. That's up to them. They're free to have you on as often as they please. I am not going to be one of those fucking creators, and this is one of the big reasons why. Because you have not changed. You have not grown. You have not repented. Okay? Because of shit like this. That boy. Speaking about it like he's a fucking inconvenience to you. Because people keep bringing it up. And I will be one of those creators who will continue to bring up that fucking shit, Jason, until you give a fucking apology to those boys, public and private, if they're willing to talk to you, but at the very least, public on your fucking channel, a video, not a community tab post, a fucking video, where you apologize for abusing and neglecting those kids. And then you actually acknowledge that you had a part in their fucking abuse. And that what they went through was abuse. Until you acknowledge that, until you apologize to those boys for it, you can eat shit and fucking die. Until you apologize, until you take accountability, until you realize that you had a hand in the abuse and neglect of 2 children who came into your life. Yes, you didn't want them. You didn't want them in your life, but they were there, and you fucking abused them. Until you acknowledge that and apologize to those boys for it, I will be very happy to see your fucking ass under a bridge in a cardboard fucking box. And someone can say that I'm being too harsh all they want to. I could give less of a fucking shit.
Something it wasn't. And it's just...
You're referring to the child, the kid, which she calls...
Zachary.
Zachary. The kid kicker thing, right? Correct?
Yeah, correct.
It is interesting about that situation is how Shanny completely refused to ever acknowledge that happened up until you guys broke up.
Isn't that funny? Wow. All of a sudden? Okay, hun. It's a bad habit. I gotta stop calling her hun. But that's just dishonest. Because if I kicked that boy, how could she stay with me?
I swear there's a clip of you admitting that you hit the kid, though.
You're right. I admit that. Yes, that striking happened. I do remember that, but it was just a couple pops on the head with my hand. And is that too much? Yeah, you're not supposed to do that, especially with an autistic son. You just don't discipline that way.
No, absolutely. I didn't even know the fact that Zachary was autistic, and that actually
makes it worse.
That's fucked up. That's super fucked up to hit an autistic kid.
And that's why they were gonna probably kill me in jail. That's why I had to go to solitary, because the whole floor was on fire. This guy fucking did something to an autistic kid. Yeah, we're gonna kill him tonight. They said that.
I mean,
I don't blame them, man. I don't blame them. Look, the circumstances of what were behind that night is that Shanny had been just harassing me the whole day with bullshit, saying you're cheating, you're cheating, you're cheating, you're an asshole, I can't stand you, all this shit. So I was gaslit into a really bad mental state to start with, and I didn't have any medication. I wasn't drinking. So I was in a manic state, and it just happened, man.
No. You do not get to excuse away child abuse, Jason. And I know Jason's probably never gonna fucking hear this because he has no idea that my fucking channel exists, and that's fine with me. I don't care if he ever knows that my channel exists, but I'm still gonna say this to him. You do not get to excuse your fucking child abuse with some sort of psychotic manic episode. No. You don't. I would never excuse it for anybody. You do not have a fight with your Ham Planet girlfriend and then go beat up on her child because you're pissed at her. Or any child. Because you're pissed off at your girlfriend and you're too much of a fucking bitch to stand up to her. So you go pick on a kid. That's not okay. And I'm not going to let you fucking explain it away or excuse it away by saying that bullshit. Mental illness is not an excuse for bad fucking behavior. It's not.
It just happened.
So
I
you
told
hit the kid with your hand, and you never kicked a kid.
The kicking didn't happen, and the reason that I know it didn't is because I was wearing steel-toed boots. So if I kicked him, he would have not just gone to the hospital, but probably would have had a very serious injury of some sort. Okay? He would have had a ruptured something.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. There's no chance.
We do agree.
I mean, again, Misty Cats, the people who have had Jason on, I can forgive them kind of handling him with kind of kid gloves a little bit because he is prone to bolt. He's rage quit on at least 2 streams that I'm aware of. Because shit was brought up that he didn't want to talk about it, triggered him, so he rage quit. But, I mean, I can understand the handling him with kid gloves type of deal, where they don't, like, go at him immediately hard, because Rev is known to bolt when things get uncomfortable. But, like I said, hello, MTG, how you doing, honey? Yes, there's a video of him admitting to all of it. There's a video of him and Shanny both went on for, while Jason was in jail, talking about how he kicked Zachary. Now, while I don't know, or because like I said, nobody can know for sure, because Shanny didn't let the boys be checked out the night that the police were called and Jason was arrested. It took a few days of CPS demanding Shanny let them take the kids to the doctor or to the ER for them finally to be checked out. And that was when they found out that they were underweight and that there were certain intellectual deficiencies that means their education was not being met, especially the youngest one. The police report itself, as far as I can remember, only claimed that there was a red mark on Zach's face, on the youngest boy's face. And again, people can correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm remembering things wrong, but that's what I remember from the police report itself. Maybe not from the follow-up exam in the ER that happened after CPS got on Shanny's fucking case, but the night of the incident, I want to say the only injuries that were actually listed were what the cops could see just by looking at him, because Shanny did not let the paramedics check out the youngest boy. She refused. So.
Agree here that hitting a kid is just like deplorable and this should never happen, correct?
I totally agree.
Oh, Raccoon, she is? She's being criminally charged? Yeah, it really does make him look bad. Which, I mean, people like Repsion especially have been dealing with these type of horror cows for years. Because he's dealt, I mean, he hasn't like interviewed Onision or anything like that, but he has like dealt with him to the point where Onision tried to sue him and had the papers delivered to the wrong fucking address. And also Chris Hansen. He tried to sue Chris Hansen too. But he's been dealing with these type of horror cows for a while. So I can see the method of his madness. Yeah, he said he kicked the child. He was, hello Slayer, how you doing, darling? Hope your computer gets fixed soon, Slayer. But yeah, that when he made the videos in his car, that was after he got out of jail. He was not like off in the woods in Scranton somewhere. No, he was still at that Smurf Bukkake Blue house. Shanny brought him back into the house the very same day he got out of jail. So,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, all children. You don't discipline that way. I don't agree with it. I don't.
Do you remember if you put any when you hit him in the head? Did you put any bruises or anything, or no?
Not that I was told about. No, Shanny said he was fine. We didn't even take him to the hospital. That's what Shanny told me.
Okay. Well, I just don't want it to be super downplayed. I'm glad that we agree that hitting a kid is not okay. It's just never acceptable. But
I fully take responsibility.
Umbrum Computer Services subscribed to the channel.
Oh, thank you for subscribing. I don't know what part of the internet you were watching to get to my shitty little channel, but welcome. Just so you guys know, I do have a super chat goal currently going on. 10 super chats of any denomination within the next 3 hours will count towards my therapy bills for having to go through and edit all of the text messages between Shanny and her catfish. So, if you'd like to contribute to my therapy bills, which honestly will probably not go to therapy, it'll probably just go to me getting food, because fat bitches love food. But if you'd like to contribute, there you go. That or you'll go on Shanny bucket duty. Sorry, I don't make the rules.
Responsibility, and I apologize for it. And no, you need to be going to anger management hardcore if you even think for a second.
Well, for the future, if you ever date somebody again, you should not date somebody with children. Okay, like
I completely agree with that.
Don't date somebody with children.
No, I agree completely.
Okay. Anyways, I want to ask you, how did you and Shanny meet?
Oh, boy.
The origin of your relationship, was it through YouTube? Was it through Facebook? It was through YouTube?
It was through YouTube.
Okay.
I was a Christian end-time prophecy guy. And I can...
Oh, yeah, Missy Cats. There's actually a creator on this platform who actually got to see Shanny hide her kids from CPS while they were in a video call on Instagram. We like to lovingly refer to this creator as the Tennessee Tooth Fairy, but she's more commonly known as Carrie. Carrie actually admitted to me on Instagram, because way back when, during that time, I was actually talking to Carrie. She admitted to me on Instagram that she actually saw Shanny hiding the boys from CPS while they were on video chat together. So, yep, Shanny was definitely hiding her kids from CPS, no doubt. Yeah, Rev wanting a baby is the scariest fucking thing. It was one of the big reasons why I was glad he was with Shanny, was because Shanny's sterilized. Tetris teeth first. I'm very low contact with her. She can contact me on social media. She just doesn't, and I don't contact her. That's fine. But yeah, I mean, I've always said that it doesn't matter who it is. If you have a family member or a friend or a spouse that's abusing you and they refuse to get help for themselves, and they refuse to take accountability for the abuse and the toxicity they have inflicted in your life, that you cut them out and have no regrets. Because you don't need that kind of negative energy in your life.
See that
you Christian prophecy guy?
Yep.
Like, what do you mean? Well, you had Revelation News. Yes, I remember that YouTube channel many years ago.
Yep, that's me. And I had a radio show, and we got
Little Miss Scatterbrain. I don't normally talk about Carrie. I really don't care. But yeah, she is. She did become that mainly because a lot of the OG reactors, like, you know, Dragnot, Jules Tells All, Burnt Toast, stuff like that, they either stopped doing YouTube. I know Jules Tells All doesn't do many streams anymore. Burnt Toast, she's over on Rumble because her YouTube channel got taken down for some bullshit. Dragnot, he's gone on to other things. A lot of the OG Shanny reactors stopped covering her. And so there was only really one place to get, like, especially someone who would jump on and stream sniper anytime Shanny went live. But she was friends with Shanny. She paid for memberships to Shanny's channel. She was supporting her, all this other stuff, around the time the child abuse was ramping up just before the boys got taken away. So she once told me that a professional told her she has antisocial personality disorder. She thought it meant she's just antisocial. I tried to explain to her what it actually means. Yeah, it just means she's a sociopath.
I can see that you feel different about me now, Rep, with the boy thing, and that's too bad, but I understand it.
Well, the past is the past, but it's also super fucked up. Like, I'm not going to ignore that and be like, oh, you're the best person ever. I mean, there's just certain things that if you do, you know?
Yeah, I'd love to have a friendship.
If I right now got up and kicked my cat that's in the background, I'm assuming you'd be like, wow,
what the fuck?
Yeah, you would. Your opinion would be just like, wow, that's really shitty, right? Like,
that's really shitty, sure. And it is really shitty what happened.
Everybody watching, including you, your opinion would be like, it would change a little bit. I'm still going to talk with you. I'm still going to be fair with you, and we still want to talk to you. So, but anyways, let's get back to the subject. Shanny, how did you guys meet?
Yep, YouTube, my Christian YouTube prophecy channel, Revelation News. I was one of the bigger prophecy guys in the beginning because the big guys weren't on there yet. So I was one of the bigger channels, and she was a commenter. And I talked to her a few times. We talked on the phone a few times about the Bible and stuff and current events and stuff like that. So she came
to your YouTube channel?
Yeah, in the comments, yeah. That's where I met her. And then I can't remember how she got my number, but we exchanged numbers somehow. I can't remember how. And she called me one day and said Rand Campbell, who was another Christian YouTube guy, his name on there was like God is on YouTube or something was his name. And she said, he needs to talk to you. So that's how I really met her and came into...
Well, welcome, Little Miss Scatterbrain. You will find that I am one of those people who, if you like Carrie, that's fine. I personally don't. That's my personal feelings of her. But if you like her, if you watch her, I don't care. You're an adult. You watch and like who you want. I'm not your mama. But welcome to my channel. We do these streams on occasion because I have a job, so I can't do them like every freaking day.
That community, which was the Great Debate community on YouTube.
The skeptic. So I was part of the skeptic community years ago on YouTube. So that was kind of what the opposite of it.
Yeah. It fits in with it, like Jacqueline Glenn, right?
Yeah, it was G+. It was not, but G+ was connected to YouTube at the time, so technically he's not lying, because they would have, because the G+ Google Hangouts, you could have those on your YouTube channel as well, because YouTube was connected to Google+. So they may have met in both areas, because again, it's really hard at that point in time to distinguish Google Plus from YouTube because they were both so closely connected before Google Plus went defunct. But
you know her.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That type of deal. It was like atheist versus Christian debate community thing. So that's how I really met her. And then you flash forward a few years, you go to 2017, and Chris broke up with her in a way that was, I don't agree with it.
I don't agree with it either, but let's let Jason finish before I correct him.
He basically cheated with another woman and walked in.
Do you know that for certain, though?
I mean, he said
do
it
you
happened.
know for certain that? Oh, he said that it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
In an interview with the Geek Room, he admitted to cheating.
All right.
Yep.
I'll have to go back and reference that when I make my.
Okay. Yes, Chris cheated on Shanny with her best friend. However, Shanny started it first. Shanny was abusive towards Chris, physically, mentally, emotionally. And at the time, she was actually having an emotional affair with Jason. Jason doesn't like to admit that. He doesn't like to admit his part in breaking up their marriage. In fact, but it was actually one of the reasons why, after Chris broke up with Shanny and they got a divorce, Shanny didn't immediately jump over and get on Jason's dick. Because for a little bit of time, very short period of time, Jason actually distanced himself from Shanny to the point where she would start Google Hangouts on YouTube just to whine and cry and try to get Jason's attention. She made quite a few videos, basically pining for Jason after Chris broke up, after Chris divorced her. In fact, she actually made contingency plans with some of the other people who were in her little circle, where she said if, or I want to say when, her and Chris got divorced, she would have this basically a harem of 4 guys that were willing to take care of her. One of those guys being Jason. In fact, her and Jason actually made some sort of pact that when Shanny and Chris got divorced, that him and Shanny would get together, officially. But they were having phone sex while she was still married. And Shanny actually admitted that in one of her live streams where she was crying about, divorcing Chris. She actually she actually mentioned, and it was a very brief little slip where she said, he found out we were having phone sex. So Shanny and Jason were having phone sex while Shanny was still married to Chris. And Jason was actually helping to pay a lot of their bills. In fact, I want to say there was one instance that Chris actually talked about where they were getting a light bill or some sort of bill paid and they didn't have the money for it. So Shanny called Jason, and as she was wrapping up the phone call of him paying whatever bill it was, I can't remember exactly what it was, but I know it was some sort of bill. She said, "I love you, hun," or "I love you, babe," or "I love you something." But she said, "I love you" to him. Shanny was sitting in the car at this time with Chris and Chris's mother, who was Shanny's mother-in-law at the time. And allegedly, not 100% sure, but allegedly, the phone sex between Shanny and Jason got so spicy, so heated, so pornographic, basically, that Jason broke his phone licking it. I don't know how, but apparently that is something that happened. Allegedly. So no, Chris did not just out of the blue cheat on Shanny. It was after a long instance of dealing with this disrespect and this bullshit that Shanny was putting him through.
Official video on Shanny, but I didn't know that, so that's the first time I'm hearing that.
Yep. Yeah, he admitted it.
Everybody in chat.
I want to say she was married to Chris for 7 years. Or at least she was with him for 7 years. Because Chris did make a comment that during the time that they were together, and Shanny's work history will come up later on in the stream, but I want to say that Chris made a mention that for the 7 years that they were together and or married, that Shanny worked maybe one to 2 years cumulatively, not consecutively, cumulatively. As in, she would hop from job to she couldn't hold a job for long because she would either get fired for some reason or she would rage quit. So she never held a job for long. Chris was the main provider and the main income for the family. So
saying Chris said he did it. Okay, so yeah. All right,
Yep.
yeah, that's fucked up.
I didn't like that, but whatever. I made a promise to her. She was feeling that something bad was going to happen with their relationship, and she said, I need a Christian man in the community to stand up and say that he'll help me. And I gave her a picture of a ring. So I took it. I took it. And it was then a process to getting her to PA. I bought her a truck, like it was a GMC Jimmy I bought her, used one. She just packed up everything she could get, put it in that thing, and drove out to me. And a day before she drove out, I said, Shannon, I don't think you should come out here. And here's what she freaked out immediately and started having a really bad meltdown. I said, listen, you got 2 kids, and I'm an alcoholic. You think it's a really good idea to have them underneath my roof? I don't think it's a good idea. She said, no, this is God. I have to come now. And okay.
While that might have happened, I also believe that Jason, I don't know about the car. He's saying he bought her a car, so I'm going to believe him for that point. But what I also understand is that he gave her money to get a hotel room for her and the boys. This was after she got kicked out of her parents' house for being an unbelievable cunt. She got kicked out, I want to say either on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. It was somewhere really close to Christmas. I want to say Christmas Eve. She got booted from her parents' house. And Jason had sent her money to get a hotel room and may have bought her the car. I'm not exactly sure. But she took the money that he gave her for the hotel room and used that to get out to Pennsylvania and appear on his doorstep with her kids in tow.
So she showed up at my doorstep, and the rest you guys know. It's history,
Thank you, Nikki, for the $5. Appreciate that. All right. So that's lore I didn't know. You guys met through.
Yep.
How fascinating. So when you first met her, can you describe the overall first day that you met her? How was that? What was that like? How did she treat you?
Like a star at first. It's like, wow, you're real. You're a real person. I think it was kind of like if she met, I don't know, some actor she kind of likes. That's how it was at first. But it was pleasant. She presented to me as a pleasant person. So we developed a relationship, yeah.
The first red flag, Jason, excuse me. The first red flag that should have set you off to how Shanny truly is the fact that she got arrested for assaulting her ex-brother-in-law. She chased him with a fucking axe. And she left bruises on his body that Shanny, excuse me, I'm adjusting in my chair. It's squeaky. That Shanny tried to claim came from a dog. She told the cops the bruises on the brother-in-law that were from her came from a dog. And then, of course, in a video, she tried to say that the bruises came from when she shoved him out the front door, allegedly because she said he was selling crack out of their house. And she found out about it. What it actually was, which I believe, and again, my memory may be hazy, so if anybody in the chat or in the comments later hears this and wants to correct me, you certainly can. The time step is 1 hour, 6 minutes, and 10 seconds in. I believe that the reason why Shanny got so pissed off is because the brother-in-law heard Shanny and Jason having phone sex and confronted her about it. and she got pissed off about it, so she assaulted the guy and got arrested for it. That should have been your first fucking clue. That she was not this nice, sweet angel that she was presenting to you online.
I didn't really at first feel the feeling of, oh, I want you, that type of deal. Because I'm really not into BBW women, but her spirit was something that was attractive to me at the time.
Little_miss_scattered_brain subscribe to the channel.
Oh, thank you for subscribing, little miss. Welcome to the insane family that is the CHC channel.
So, yeah, it developed into what you call a relationship, and I did the best I could in the circumstances.
Okay, let me back up. So you eventually meet her, right?
Yeah.
How soon did you guys actually become like a couple officially? Was it like the first day, like you guys met and you went down on that pussy, and it was done, like like the first day? First day you guys met.
First day, yeah. She likes to say I was stealing kisses at the door or whatever. Yeah, I was affectionate, sure. So it was immediate. It wasn't. We didn't wait because it was going to happen. I mean, there was like one really good bedroom that was going to be ours.
Would you say she ever narcissistically love bombed you, like from the first day you guys met?
Oh man, I mean that's kind of been a thing from the start. I think love bombing, calling me like a perfect Christian guy and all that. That was bullshit. And when people started calling me like a perfect Christian type thing, I straight up drank whiskey live, and I said, "No, you're wrong. I'm just a guy. I ain't perfect."
Oh yeah, I did see the comment earlier, but she was 100% afraid of Nadia. Jason definitely had the hots for Nadia. He wanted to be all up in that Neo vagina. He wanted to be all up in that Neo pussy. This dude used to go into hangout rooms with Nadia while he was completely hammered and say the most disgusting, reprehensible shit to this woman. And when I say reprehensible shit, I'm not talking about like, being like angry with her. I'm talking about he acts now on when he's streaming with other people and he's fucking drunk and he starts acting like this little strange e-girl thing. Take that and add 11 to it. And that was how he was with Nadia.
Perfect at all,
All right, let me stop you there. I have another question. Mm-hmm. So you guys meet for the first time. When you guys met, was she aware?
Dave Koresh, they actually go into it in this video. But she did, from what I understand, and again, anybody who is like an OG Shanny reactor who really knows the lore can correct me. I am not above being corrected. I understand that my memory is hazy and that I am relatively new to Shanny. Even though I've been reacting to her for like 3 years now, I'm still relatively new compared to other people who were reacting to her long before I was. From what I understand, she did accuse a bunch of people in her high school of sexually assaulting her, of raping her. And I will say the rape word, YouTube can kiss my ass. She did accuse like a football team and the principal and all these other people of raping her. Are those allegations true? I don't know. I wasn't there. But from what I understand, nobody was ever charged, nobody was ever arrested, nothing came out of the allegations. Do I believe that something might have happened to Shanny when she was younger that caused her to become the reprehensible piece of shit woman she is today? Yes. However, I will not excuse her behavior and the toxic, messed up shit that she has done because of that. Because just like I would not excuse it because she might have BPD or whatever host of mental illnesses she claims to have. That's not an excuse for abusing your kids and abusing your spouses and abusing everybody in your life. That's not an excuse. Nothing is an excuse for the shit that she's done. Nothing is an excuse for the shit that Rev has done. Yes, he is the more sympathetic character in this little lolcow drama, but he is still a piece of shit. absolutely still a piece of shit. Until it came out, it wasn't as she described. Yeah, chances are high, even though, again, I'm one of those people where I've got to have evidence of shit before I fully believe it. And it's got to be like concrete fucking evidence, not just hearsay. I do believe that possibly it may not have happened the exact way that Shanny described. She may have decided to be promiscuous with a bunch of people while she was, in high school, which teenagers will be teenagers. This is why sexual education in our school systems is so goddamn important, and parents shouldn't be prudes about it. Because the more teenagers know about the birds and the bees, the more careful they're going to fucking be, and the less they're going to try and hide it from you and make up fucking stories to try and save face. It may perfectly have been that she decided to be promiscuous of her own free will while she was in high school, and when she was found out, decided to say that she was raped, just to try and cover up the fact that she was being promiscuous in high school. But I will not deny that there is a high probability that something traumatic such as a rape, possibly, or a sexual assault or something of that nature did happen to her when she was younger, and that was what caused her to go completely fucking insane. However, it is not an excuse. There are lots of people who have had traumatic shit happen to them who have not turned into absolute fucking toxic pieces of shit. I'm actually a case of that. When I was 9 years old, I was molested by my best friend's father. I like to think that I am not a toxic piece of shit. Other people may disagree, I don't know. But I would like to believe that I am not a toxic piece of shit. But that did actually happen to me. So there are plenty of people who have had traumatic experiences like that and have not turned into toxic pieces of shit like Shanny has.
Of the fact of your inherit. So I'm mentally trying to create a timeline here, which will help me for my official Shanny video when it drops.
Okay.
Which you'll be mentioned in that too. But
cool.
Did she know about the inheritance, the $700,000 inheritance?
Absolutely, yeah. From
when
the
you
start.
guys from the very beginning.
I let her know everything about my life because I felt like it was probably going to develop into a relationship. So yeah, I was sharing everything with her. Yeah. Yep. She knew about the money.
Okay.
100%. Yeah. And people were trying to tell me that's probably the reason why she wants to get out to you. And I'm like, well, that's certainly part of the package, ain't it?
Jenny 999, thank you for the $5. Jenny has a question to you, specifically asking, are you drinking right now?
No.
Actually, before I had him on here, a day or two ago, I told him he can't come onto the stream drunk.
Yeah, exactly. You did.
Which, I mean, good on you, Repsion. Because the streams that he's been on with, like, the Drunken Peasants and Burnt Toast, where he rage quit, he was absolutely plastered. I had my toxic piece of shit phase when I was 19, and then I got caught shoplifting. Woof! Max! You were a spicy little teenager, weren't you? I used to manage a rape and DV hotline after hours. One case was a teen who was never taught about the stuff, so she had no idea what was happening to her. Harrowing. Yeah, what is normal? But this is a very good reason why I'm glad that Mama Shaw was the way that Mama Shaw was and how she raised us. She was an open book with us, with me and my older brother. When we got to where in our teenager phase, when we started getting interested in boys and girls, she had a copy of The Joy of Sex, and she let us read it. In fact, she actually gave it to us to read because she told us, she said, I want you to know what is going on. I want you to know how to be safe. And I want you to understand that you can say no, and to know what will make the experience more enjoyable than just going in with zero fucking knowledge of anything. Was she encouraging us to be little sluts? No, she was not. But she wanted us to go in with the knowledge that we could enjoy ourselves and be safe with it, because she knew that's what was going to happen anyway. She's like, you're teenagers, your hormones are going crazy. I understand what it's like to be a teenager. I was a teenager at one point. My mother did not give me this knowledge, so I had zero idea what it was like going forward. I had no idea what was going on. I don't want you two to have that same experience. So she educated me and my brother on, you know, consent, pleasure, things like that. So, hello, Miss Mud Duck. Hi, Graveyard Flowers. How you doing, darling? Oh, well, you know what? Since Miss Mud Duck is here and I haven't done this in a while, ladies and gentlemen, guys, gals, non-binary pals of the Shaw of Thirst channel, this is the Shaw of Thirst with a public service announcement. Draven of the Draven's Crypt channel is a weenie. Yes, you heard that correctly. Draven of the Draven's Crypt channel is in fact a weenie. This has been the Shaw of Thirst with a public service announcement. Thank you for listening, and we now return you to your regularly scheduled shit show. Oh, yeah. I teach my nibblings what is going on and encourage them to discuss whatever's happening with adults they trust. Yes, that is a good way to handle it, Syncopated. Yeah, Jan, he wanted Shanny but not her kids. And she had nowhere to pawn her kids off, so.
Specifically told him that, and I told him if he is drunk, I will literally not have this conversation with him.
And I don't blame you.
No.
That's...
And I appreciate you not coming on here hammered drunk.
No way, dude. I
Like,
respect you, Rep. There's no way I'd do that with you, man. I wouldn't do that with anybody. I wouldn't do that with Dragnot, and we had a history, you know.
But you would do that with Jules and Burnt Toast and the Drunken Peasants. I guess you don't respect them, huh?
No, I wouldn't do that with people. It's not
Someone send me
professional. It's
pizza?
bullshit to do that, you know.
Someone send me money so I
How
can
are
get
you
pizza.
doing on the alcohol, though? Like, realistically. So I saw a video from you a couple days ago when Shanny was 302'd, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you were, like, crying like crazy. I didn't watch the whole thing. I only saw a little bit.
I'm drinking that. That's what I'm drinking. Cheap-ass...
Dr. Thunder?
Dr. Thunder, yeah. That's what I'm drinking.
I'm
That's
drinking
what I
Dr.
got.
Pepper cream soda.
All right, well, just don't get too invested in alcohol, especially during this time, because when,
No.
you know, when feelings and emotions are on the rise, it's very easy to just go to a bottle, right?
You're right.
And alcoholism...
He does, Missy Cats, and yes, I have seen the picture and heard the message that Jason sent to Jules. For those of you who don't know or who don't read the Shanny for Christ thread on Kiwi Farms, Jason sent Jules a rather naughty voice message along with a picture of his baby carrot. And yeah, I've seen it. And I inflicted it on a couple of other people because if I'm gonna see it, guess what? So are you.
will never improve any aspect of your life. Like, drinking's fine, but like actually...
Oh, Little Miss, Graveyard Flowers is a peach. Graveyard Flowers is absolutely wonderful. She's actually one of the main current archive channels for Shanny and Jason. The video that I'll be reacting to after our Djibouti Devs break, because I know you're new, but traditionally I'll take a little break where people can get up, stretch, take a piss, take a shit, get a drink, whatever they need to do. I call that our Djibouti Dubs ad breaks. And the video I'll be playing after our Djibouti Dubs ad breaks is actually going to be coming from Graveyard's channel. So she's actually one of the good Shanny archivists. She's the main source of my Shanny shit. Was this with or without ranch? Luckily it was without ranch, because I don't think I could have handled seeing it with ranch. Holy shit. Ugh.
like being drunk, and you've admitted that you've been a drunk in the past, so it's a very you have the implication of easily just resorting to drinking all the time to suffocate emotions and feelings.
You're right. You're right. And I have to check that. Yeah. But honestly, the couple drinks I had were just celebratory. And I really don't feel like I have that much of a problem with it anymore. But should I stay away from it? Yeah. Not just for getting back into it could pull me back into the bottom like I was at one point. It's not just that, but it gives me such blaring headaches now. It's not even enjoyable. It's not.
Meanwhile, I only get drunk like maybe twice a year. For those of you who are just coming into my channel, twice a year I stream a charity run, which is through an organization called Warcraft Cares. The next one will be coming up in June, and that'll be to benefit the Trevor Project. Basically what I do is while I'm streaming the run, I'll turn off super chats and everything like that. And I have a link to the donation page where you can donate directly to the charity, because fuck me playing the fucking middleman, because my brain is scattered and I'll forget. But people can donate directly to the charity. They do a donation, they take a screenshot of it, and they send it to one of my social medias, which is always down in the description below, and I take a shot for every donation that gets sent to me. So donate to charity, get me drunk. So that's usually what I do. But like I said, next one will be in June. That'll benefit the Trevor Project. And then we have one in October that benefits the Pink Fund, which is a breast cancer research, care, things like that fund that helps people who have breast cancer. So really, really good causes if you guys want to join me for those and help get me drunk for charity. But yeah, I only get drunk like twice a year.
Not something I even like doing no more.
Yes,
so,
Graveyard Flowers. Give me drunk.
I'm
for
done
charity.
with it. I am.
All right. Well, if you need resources for that stuff, let me know. Like, you have my number.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that big time.
So I saw you on like DP podcast. I think was it yesterday or the day before?
That might have been 3 days ago now.
Yeah.
Jason was so fucking blasted he couldn't remember.
And you seem pretty drunk, but I don't know. I don't want you to hurt yourself or do something crazy.
I was feeling it. Because when I'm fully gone, you'll know it. Like the behavior is not okay at all. So like I know my line, and once I go past that, I get offline because it's not good. It's just not good. So yeah. Alcohol in general for me now is stay away.
No, because you fucking rage quit. That's what you've done with the two times that I can remember recently, where you were with Jules and Burnt Toast on Rumble, and then when you were with the Drunken Peasants, because people kept bringing up the fucking child abuse that you did. Which again, I am not going to let that fucking go. I am not going to be one of these creators who's going to be like, oh yes, Jason, you're doing so good, yay! No, I'm not. Because while you've dropped the whale, you still will not take accountability for the part you played in abusing those children. And no, I'm not going to let it go. You can kiss my ass. And I got a lot of it to kiss, so pucker up, put on some goddamn chapstick, because fuck, I do not want those dry ass lips on my silky smooth white ass cheeks, okay?
But for the feeling in my body, even my body tells me stop that, don't do it. It's bad for you, man.
Okay, let's move off of alcohol. So you guys meet for the first time. She knows about your inheritance. Tell me about the inheritance process. Specifically, why did you inherit $700,000? And what happened to that specifically? So you inherited $700,000. Why did you inherit $700,000? And what do you think that Shanny got with you specifically for that inheritance?
Okay, I didn't inherit $700,000. I inherited $250,000 that I turned into $700,000.
So you turned it in.
Yeah.
How did you turn that? Well, not only is that a massive, like, that's a
return.
The return value is crazy. Like, if you had 250 and you made it 700,000, you better give me some financial advice, because clearly I'm doing something wrong myself, right? So how did you turn 250 into 700,000?
Apple.
Missy Gats, those are really cheap cigarettes or cigarellos that he gets from the convenience store. I want to say they're called crisscross.
Apple stock.
Apple stock.
I kept rolling money into Apple stock. And eventually it split, and then it split twice, and then it split. My money was gone at that point, but it split 3 times. If we still had the money, we would have been millionaires, me and Shanny. We would have been like 10 million, decamillionaire.
So you took 250,000, all of that.
Aww, you see little Gavin. See little Gavin right here, our little Gavin action. Which is really funny because over Repsion's shoulder, you actually for a moment could see his cat's tail. So I thought it was just kind of cute. They both had their cats in the background. That was adorable. But no, Jason did have good substantial stock in Apple when he met Shanny. And he also had a financial advisor, which I believe was like a family member of his. When Shanny got with him and he gave her control of his finances because he was going to be detoxing from alcohol and was going to be completely fucking wet-brained, which I think that actually started before they left Pennsylvania to go to Colorado. She fired his financial advisor and pulled the money out of the account, pulled the money out of the stocks. So that was what happened with all that money that he had in Apple stock. It wasn't that the stock market crashed and that took away all their money. No, it was because Shanny fired his financial advisor and pulled all the money out. Because at the time, and even after that, she had control of his finances while he was wet-brained. And even after he was wet-brained.
You inherited and you just thrusted it towards Apple shares, invested.
Slowly, yep. I would take little amounts of the dividends that were coming in from other stocks, and I was piping it all into Apple, and that was a good move. It was.
I mean, some people claim that the $750,000 or the $700,000 was an inflation of a number. They believe that was a combination of what Jason inherited, what he got out of his stocks, and also just the credit card debt that they were in, because Jason had no idea how credit cards worked. No idea how credit cards worked. He thought the credit card pulled money directly out of his bank account. He didn't realize that there's a big difference between a credit card and a debit card. Debit cards, when you do debit, pulls things directly out of your bank account. Credit cards do not. They accumulate a debt that you have to repay to that credit card. So some people actually believe that that is where the $700,000 or $750,000 figure comes from. It's a combination of his actual inheritance, the money that was in the Apple stocks that got pulled out, that got sold, pulled out, and also the immense amount of credit card debt that Jason accumulated because fucking dumbass doesn't know how fucking credit cards work.
Really, yeah, it was a good
I
move.
missed out. I should have slid in your DMs and asked you what's some financial advice.
It went well for that time. It did, and where did it go? Mainly marijuana.
Okay, so you made $700,000, right?
Oh, that nasty ass fucking cup.
At this point, when you had a total of $700,000, how fast did you lose that?
3 years.
Holy shit! 3 years in Colorado.
So in 3 years, you and Shanny spent $700,000.
Correct.
That's wild. That's
Ain't it?
crazy, man. So
Ain't
I
it?
have to ask, how did you spend that much in such a short amount of time? Like three years and $700,000 is an astronomical amount of money.
It's wild.
So you said marijuana, but like there has to be other things. There's no way you can spend $700,000 on weed. Like I don't think that's humanly possible.
No, that wasn't all it was. It was regular living costs, which were higher because we were living in nice areas in Colorado, but also having to move so many times because of trolls calling landlords and getting us kicked out and causing problems with cops and blah, 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 blah. So there were a lot of moves, too. And a lot of times we had to leave.
Yes, Graveyard Flowers does bring up a very good point. Not only did Jason inherit money from his mother, he also inherited not one, but 2 houses in Pennsylvania. Both of which he sold for $1. He sold one to G-Man for $1, and then he sold the other one to his uncle for $1. The one that he's currently in now, that he has to get out of, I believe he said by Wednesday he has to be out, is the one that his uncle bought, which belonged to Jason's grandmother, his mother's mother. The uncle is actually his mother's brother. That's how they're related. But the one that G-Man got for $1, which I lovingly refer to as the Smurf Bukkake Blue House, because that was what color G-Man painted it. He painted it like this bright ass blue. It looked like a bunch of Smurfs just cum dumped all over it. He sold that one to G-Man for $1. That was his mother's house that Jason actually lived in before Shanny packed him up and took him to Colorado. So Jason not only inherited the $250,000, which he had, put into stocks, and he actually had a financial advisor for, but he also inherited 2 houses. So can you imagine not only losing that much money, but also 2 houses? 2 houses. Yeah, he was doing fine until she arrived. She was doing fine. Hello, Jessie Wessie, how you doing? But while he was not the best person in the world, even before she arrived, he was living a pretty comfortable, if not frugal, lifestyle. He didn't spend money on a lot of gadgets, didn't spend money on weed or anything. He spent money mainly on alcohol, groceries, and the property taxes for his house, which the property taxes were $3,000 a year, compared to the $3,000 a month townhome, which was the last place they lived in Pennsylvania or Colorado.
Everything and then buy everything new again because of the circumstances were crazy.
And how many times did that happen? You guys leave everything, move to another one, leave, move.
3. And that was a huge chunk of money, I'm going to tell you that. Was it $700,000? No, but it was a chunk of money, and every time is a deposit with the extra
How
money.
Much, so the first, do you remember how much rent was at those places that you were staying?
The last one was crazy. It was $3,000 a month. Covell.
That is a lot.
$3,000 a month, but they had security, and that's why we went there. We wanted.
So I'm more curious. So if you had all this, let's just go back to your first move, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you get into this apartment. You guys have a lot of money. Trolls screw up with your life.
Yeah.
You guys get harassed through online trolls, whatever, what have you, right?
Yep.
Why leave everything though?
I know.
If you have, that's what I don't like. Why leave everything? Because I watched a video. I don't know if you know what video that is, but there was a video of I don't know if it was a leasing agent or a landlord going through one of the places that you lived. Okay. And I will say the place was actually really nice. The apartment is very nice. It is way nicer than what I'm living in right now.
Covell.
It is, and the stuff that I saw on there made me nearly vomit.
I know.
The living conditions of the house. It was a couple-story house, and it was just horrendous. There was poop.
He's talking about the 3-floor townhome in that was the last place they lived in Pennsylvania, or not Pennsylvania. I keep getting those two confused. That was the last place they lived in Colorado before the money was absolutely gone, totally sucked up. They weren't getting anything, and they had to basically move back to Pennsylvania and start living in the house they actually live in now. People who are new think this is their first time. This period of time was the first time they've lived in this house. It's not. When they first came back from Colorado to Pennsylvania, they actually stayed in the uncle's house. But the uncle had set down some ground rules that they broke. And so they had to leave and move into the Smurf Bukkake Blue House, which belonged to G-Man. And that was where the boys were eventually taken from them. But yeah, the townhome that he's talking about was the last place that they lived, and that was a $3,000 a month townhome. Absolutely beautiful, brand new fucking construction. They were the first occupants of that townhome. And there is a video, I don't exactly know where it is, but I do know there is a video that someone either, I want to say they live streamed with Dragnot. They were walking through the townhome because Dragnot contacted some people that he knew lived around the area, and he managed to get not one but two young guys who walked through that townhome and took a tour of it basically after they left.
And shit, and grime, and the kids' beds, there was piss stains and like feces, and I just was like, what? So I guess my question is, going back, so your first move, why leave everything though? That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, it was the circumstances, because every time that they would flood a landlord with so many calls at once, it became, no, you got to get out, not just, you know, they have processes, right? Oh, you got to be out in this amount of time. They literally say...
Typically it's 30 days.
Typically, yes. But they would pull shit with lawyers, I guess, and stuff, and we had to be out in a week. 7.
Yeah, they I want to say just about everywhere they lived in Pennsylvania, they were criminally evicted. The last place, actually, they were evicted while Colorado had a moratorium or a pause on evictions because of COVID. Landlords were not supposed to be evicting tenants just for not paying rent. So these two idiots, these two chucklefucks, were criminally evicted from just about every place that they lived in Colorado. But I do want to say that one of their places they actually broke the lease on. And that was after the what people refer to as the Detective Baja Blast incident, or the Shanny's arrest for beating Jason with a fetish whip. Jason, they had a protective order on Jason where Shanny could not stay in that apartment after she got out of jail. At first, Jason put her up in a motel. And there's videos, I want to say, either Fat Courtney Love or Fundy Archive have them, where Shanny's sitting in this motel room crying about, you know, Jason, missing Jason, saying how she can feel him and she knows when he's masturbating and shit like that. But he set her up in a hotel, and then he bought her a new apartment. And then not only did he break the lease on the apartment that they were staying in, but he also broke the protective order by then moving into that apartment with Shanny when they were not supposed to be in the same domicile due to the fact that Shanny beat him with a fetish whip.
Days gone. So the circumstances were such that a lot of times we couldn't coordinate getting like a U-Haul and all that stuff. I'm telling you, dude, living in the situation we were in together was so uncomfortable that a lot of times we would just get lost by smoking weed and completely not taking care of shit that needed to be taken care of quick. So what's the consequence? We leave everything, jump in the car, pack clothes and shit, and go to another place. That's what it was. Just
no, it was pure T laziness. That's what that was. You can rent a U-Haul the day of your fucking move and just throw all your shit in the back without having to pack it because you're doing it yourself. But no. All the times that these two idiots have moved in Colorado, they left everything behind. All the furniture, everything. And then they would buy new furniture or get it from Rent-A-Center to fill in the apartment that they moved into. I want to say the townhome in Covell, just about all the furniture that was there was from Rent-A-Center. They didn't actually buy it. They were renting it. And oh god, I'd hate to be that Rent-A-Center employee that had to go through that shit. Ugh.
Mentally
you
ill.
did that 3 times?
3 times.
That's crazy, man. Like,
3.
Do you understand in retrospect how crazy that is? So I saw I don't know how old this, I was watching something a couple weeks ago with you and Shanny were in the background, and I saw like a stack on a shelf of a bunch of PlayStation 2 games.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, dude, I want those.
I know. I want.
Those. Where? You left them? You left PlayStation 2? Do you know how much those games are worth now?
I do know that, Rep. And the deal is, I put everything I could into that Durango. It was literally puffed out with stuff. And it was really rare shit. So I kept that stuff.
Bitch, it was not rare shit. It was not rare shit because you left behind 3 fucking laptops in that apartment and in that townhome in Covell. They were seen during the MTV Crib style apartment tour. You left behind at least 2 to 3 fucking laptops. You left behind a VR headset. You and Shanny packed up junk in that Durango. None of it was the boys' stuff, by the way. Those boys, according to G-Man, who again is a piece of shit, never will I have him on my channel. In fact, I hope he goes and jumps off a cliff with a giant ass fucking dildo shoved up his ass. Just like Jason. Him and Jason can both jump off a cliff hand in hand with a giant dildo shoved up each their asses. But none of that shit was the boys. The boys came with nothing but the clothes on their back. And they essentially didn't have any clothes in the house either because the boys' rooms were empty during that apartment tour. Empty. And then you remember that they didn't bring anything with them to Pennsylvania. In fact, Shanny actually complained about the youngest one not having underwear on. Which, again, the youngest boy is autistic, and those of you who don't know, people with autism can have difficulties with certain textures, certain fabrics, so it could have been that due to him being autistic and having that tactile stimulation, he was uncomfortable wearing underwear. That could have been the problem too, but they didn't come with clothes to Pennsylvania. And they didn't leave behind clothes in Colorado because their rooms were empty. So all of that junk that if you go watch the road trip, that is piled up in that Durango, up to the fucking ceiling to the point where the boys only had like little tiny spaces to sit in the back seat. All of that fucking junk that's piled up to the ceiling is Shanny and Jason's. And also, you brought rare, expensive shit. You brought a fucking replica of a WWE belt. Is that rare and expensive? No. No, it's not.
The PS2 games, I've thought to myself, well, bro, you can literally get huge lots of PS2 games on eBay for not that much money. eBay's amazing still.
It is.
Like,
I use it for Pokemon card stuff.
There you go. Exactly. It's great for that. And Magic the Gathering's my shit. That's what I used to love. But, yeah, man, I had all of that shit, and I built that up over a, like, 1 year period, and I spent only $1,000 on, like, all of it. Except the Neo Geo, because Neo Geo's shit is, whoa, super expensive.
It is.
I had a Neo Geo in the frickin' box, dude. I gave it to G-Man.
G-Man seems to have a lot of things that he's taken from you guys. We'll get into that later, but
okay. He has quite a bit.
Going back to you guys moved 3 times. You leave everything.
Mm-hmm.
What was the landlord's reasoning for why you guys left? Like what? Yeah, they have to give you a reason. Like, is you violating?
They considered us a nuisance to the community. That was always what. Yep, that was always the reason.
That was probably very valid, right? I would assume.
Yeah, because the trolls would flood, literally, Rep, like 500.
So it wasn't because.
No. It wasn't the trolls that would get you evicted. Your dumbasses would get yourselves evicted because you would have the cops called on you because you two were beating each other. Or Shanny was beating everybody in the fucking house. Because I want to say Burnt Toast had this on her channel at one point. I don't know if she put it back up on her Rumble or not. I know she took it down here on YouTube. I don't know if she put it back up on her Rumble. I don't know if she has it publicly available, but I do know that she has it. She has a recording of a 911 call from one of Shanny and Jason's neighbors. I believe it was when they lived in their second apartment in Colorado. First or second. It wasn't from the third. It wasn't from the townhome. It was from their first or second apartment in Colorado. Where the neighbor called telling the police that she could hear bangs and shouts and crying and all this noise coming from Shanny and Jason's apartments. But the catch was, the most important thing that I always remember from this was the fact that the caller made sure to note that they knew who Jason was, because Jason was really the only person that was seen outside of that apartment. The boys weren't seen that often. Shanny wasn't seen that often. It was mainly Jason who was seen outside of that apartment. And at the time that the 911 call was made, he was not home. So the only people who were in that apartment at the time that this 911 call was made, when the neighbors were calling about the concerning noises, it was just Shanny and the boys. Those are the only people that were home. So it makes you wonder, who was Shanny yelling at? Who was crying? Why was there thumping and thudding heard in that apartment? As the caller describes it. So no, it wasn't the trolls that would get you kicked out with a flood of fucking calls. It was your own fucking toxic behavior that got you kicked out. It was the smell of the apartment, and it was all the fucking noise that would come because you guys could not stop abusing each other and abusing those kids.
Because no rent was ever paid or anything? Was rent paid?
It's all Rizzle's
Always.
fault. Blame Rizzle.
Yep.
Always. Okay.
Always. I never had a problem paying rent because we had plenty of dividends coming in. Plenty. To cover both places, Glenwood and the Habitat, the first two, we could cover them no problem. Covell broke the bank over time because it was $3,000 a month.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
That's-
it broke the bank. That was it.
And that was
Done.
pre-COVID.
That's right. And I'm telling you, Westminster's not cheap to live in. It's a bougie area. So,
All right.
it is what it is, man.
All right. So let's...
See, but my thing is that the money that Jason spent, and it was Jason's money. Shanny may have had financial control over it. They may have claimed to have been married, but they were never married. What Jason spent in rent, apartment fees, all this other shit, they could have bought a fucking house. They could have bought a house, maybe not a huge, gigantic mansion, but they could have bought a comfortable house in Colorado, and they could have put a fence up around it or something if they were that fucking concerned about their security. And it drives me crazy because Jason had a house in Pennsylvania that he inherited. Yeah, he sold it to G-Man for $1 by the time they moved into the townhome, but what they paid a month at the townhome, which was $3,000 a month in rent, was the amount of money Jason paid a year in property taxes at the Pennsylvania house. $3,000 a year versus $3,000 a month. It's completely insane.
That gives me a lot of clarity on things and stuff. I want to talk about G-Man, actually, since G-Man was brought up.
Okay.
So G-Man, from what I've been researching, G-Man sold a house from under you guys. Is that correct? Or sold something under Shanny?
I don't know if you'd put it that way. We gave him a house. My house in Scranton that I used to live in.
You gave him it?
For $1. Yeah.
Why?
He was homeless. And I didn't need that house anymore. I intended on staying in Colorado. So I said, wait, G-Man's homeless? Screw that. We're going to give him the house for $1.
Jesus, man, I'm in the wrong place. I could have had a house from you for $1.
If I knew you then, Rep, and
I don't understand why sell the house for $1 to him though. Like, what's the motive? Like,
because I knew he could never afford paying for the full house. I mean, it's $160,000 house, so he would never be able to pay me that. So I just wanted the guy to have a roof over his head. I cared about him as a Christian.
So you sold a house to G-Man for $1 out of good nature because you just enjoyed his presence as a friend.
Just because I knew him from YouTube. I really enjoyed what he did, correcting the doctrine of Black Hebrew Israelite individuals. I liked that content, and I was like, no way, there's not going to be a brother on the street. I can't give him the house for $1. I don't care. Do it. And we, you know.
Yeah, that is something else, man.
Now, mind you, he talks like this, but this was after, because when they moved from Pennsylvania to Colorado, G-Man did move into the house for a short stint of time. He was going to repair it because at the time there was some structural problems with it, because when they left, when Shanny and Jason left the house in Pennsylvania, they left the air conditioner on. So there were some roof integrity issues due to the fact that they left the fucking AC on. And something happened. I'm not exactly sure what happened because, again, I'm relatively new to the Shannyverse. I just remember what other people told me in videos, what I've seen in documentaries, stuff like that. I got introduced to Shanny through the Cecil McFly video, The Worst Christian YouTuber, and also the streams and videos that Irate Alex did. That was my introduction to Shanny. But they got into this big fight with G-Man, and they were going to kick him out in winter. So while Jason sits there and says, "Oh yeah, I'm not gonna let a brother be homeless," you know, blah blah blah, he forgets that between, you know, him selling G-Man the house between G-Man originally moving into the house and then Jason deciding to sell it to him for $1, that there was a period of time where him and Shanny were ready to boot him from the house in the middle of Pennsylvania winter. So.
And I would love to buy a house for $1. Well, if you ever get a house again, let me know and I'll give you $1,000 for a house, because that was a good deal for G-Man. So G-Man got the house. There was no like scam, or it had nothing to do with taxes or anything. You just give him the house for $1.
No, it did have to do with taxes, because at the time that G-Man got the house was actually, there was actually a few $1,000s in back taxes that needed to be paid. So not only did G-Man have to deal with repairing the house, but he also had to pay those back taxes as well.
That's right. And then over time, of course, because of costs of the house, it can become a burden to people because there's bills.
Yeah, there's property taxes for houses. Like, in my state, it's not cheap. Like, you have a $500,000 house, it's like $6,000-$7,000 a year of property taxes.
Holy shit. Yeah, exactly. And Scranton, just Scranton tax alone, the last time I paid it, and now it's I can't imagine what it is now. But just the city tax was over $3,000 a year. That's like, whoa. That's pretty bad. $3,000.
$3,000 a year compared to $3,000 a month? You could have taken 1 month's rent at Covell and paid the property taxes. Don't come to me saying that, oh my god, it's so fucking expensive. When you were willing to pay $3,000 a fucking month on a townhome. That wasn't even yours. That you were renting.
$1,000 in taxes for just 1 year. That's rough. But, you know, it goes to pay for everything in the city, allegedly. So.
Interesting. That's fascinating. All right. So
I say allegedly.
Are you on good terms with G-Man?
I wouldn't. No.
Why?
Why? Well.
I don't know the lore between you two at all. Like, I'm completely naive and ignorant to it. And I'm not even being sarcastic here in my tone. Like, I genuinely don't know what's up with that? Like,
Okay.
you guys are not close to somebody who you sold a house to for $1.
I know. Things happened. Words were said, hurtful words on both sides, lies were told, and I just, the possibility of a friendship in my mind is just, like I was telling you before, how could I do it? If you know somebody would look at any number of people and lie to their audience directly about you, and they know they're lying, how could I be his friend again?
What did G-Man lie to you about? Or lie about you two on his YouTube channel?
I mean, all the slander about CA. You know, the stuff with the kids, man. There was look, we got letters in.
Jason, I am so fucking sorry, but there are plenty of times where CPS lets people fall through the cracks. Lets children fall through the cracks. You could say you have a letter from the CPS people in Pennsylvania. That is not going to change my mind that those children were abused. Because CPS, unfortunately, is underfunded and overworked. They let things fall through the cracks. All you have to do is take one look at a channel that I actually watch called The Misery Machine, where they discuss child abuse cases that were brought up to CPS and either ignored or fell through the cracks of CPS, and unfortunately it led to a child dying. Luckily, that didn't happen in this case. The children are alive, they're well, they're with a foster family, they're from what I understand, they're doing well. But just because you have a paper from CPS saying that they couldn't find any child abuse does not mean that I'm going to believe that there was no fucking child abuse. Because the number of cases that fall through the cracks of CPS is astronomical. It should be something that is unforgivable and should not happen in a country like America. But unfortunately, again, like I said, CPS is vastly underfunded and completely overworked. Unfortunately, there are only so many caseworkers and they have to handle so many different fucking cases. So there are some that fall through the cracks. Again, just go look at The Misery Machine. There's a channel called The Misery Machine. Look it up. Look at those cases. Unfortunately, those cases ended up with the child unfortunately dying due to the abuse and neglect that they suffered at the hands of their parents. But just like with you guys, CPS either ignored it or said they could not find anything was going on, and they left those children with their parents. And those kids wound up unfortunately dying. So you saying that you have this paper from CPS saying there was no abuse going on, that means fuck all to me.
In the mail, and I read them on air. I think it was on Loudmouth Hussy, that interview. I read those letters out live. And
from what, CPS?
Yes. And they said from the start, the CA stuff was unfounded. There was no proof of it, none. So they said, we are not going to bother you with this anymore. You're not going to hear about it again. Because we did a full investigation of both states even. They did a cross-state investigation with Colorado and verified that there was never any evidence of abuse on the boys, ever.
Okay, so...
Again, that means jack all to me. That means fuck all to me. Because yes, a surly barber... Hello, Patty Patty, how you doing, darling? Yes, as a surly barber says, Misery Machine is very well researched, very informative, very respectful to the, unfortunately, child victims that are the subject of their cases. It's a very hard watch. I would not recommend it to anybody who is easily triggered by mentions of child abuse or child death or anything in that manner. I would not suggest watching that, but if you're someone who is not easily triggered by stuff like that and you want to see just how many fucking cases fall through the cracks of CPS, I would definitely recommend them. But shout out to Chips. It's part of Children's Hospital. Helps abused children, especially dealing with children who are victims of SA. There you go. Yes. But yeah, you having a letter from CPS means jack all. Considering how many cases fall through the cracks with CPS. So that don't mean shit to me. I'm going by what my eyes have beheld, and what you two chuckle fucks have actually admitted to.
So that leads me to my next question. Why did Shanny lose custody of her children?
She lost. Okay, which time? Okay, because there's 2 times.
Both. I want to
No, there's 6 times. Shanny has lost her children 6 times. 6. Not 2. 6 times. In fact, the very reason why Chris actually married Shanny was to help her get her children back. That's the only reason he married her. And before anybody says anything in the chat, I understand. Trust me, I do understand. But Chris has gone on record to say that he regrets doing that. If he had known then what he knows now, he wouldn't have done it. Hindsight is 2020. Chris says he fully regrets helping her get those children back. He wish he hadn't done it. So, before anybody starts yelling about Chris being an asshole in the chat, you gotta remember he was like 21, 22 when he met Shanny. When he got with Shanny. So he was still relatively young, immature, although out of the 2 of them, he was actually more an adult than Shanny ever was. But he was still relatively young, and he has gone on record to say that if he knew then what he knows now, he would have never done it. So.
I know both.
Okay, in 2012, she lost them because of a self-termination attempt.
Okay.
They were taken away from her for like a year, and then in the meantime, she found my channel, dropped to her knees, and prayed to Christ, and she saw his feet, and she had a very religious, you'd say, experience, and found Christ, and said, please, Lord, if you could do one thing, just get me my children back, and they did come back. They did. She got them back.
But again, she had lost them before then. Because when she met you, she was married to Chris at the time, if my timelines are correct. And again, I am relatively new to Shanny Reaction. I have not been following them as long as a lot of other people. I'm going by what I can personally remember from what I've seen, what I've heard, and what I've witnessed myself through these videos. But she had lost them. I want to say one time she had lost them because the CPS worker walked into her house for an unannounced visit, and she found the boys by themselves in the living room playing with Shanny's dildos. And she got the boys taken away then. She also got the boys taken away for a suicide threat. And I believe that was when that was around the time that after she lost them, that time was when she got married to Chris. So that way they could show the judge that they were going to have a stable environment for the boys to return to. But Shanny's not lost her kids twice. She's lost them 6 times. She was competing with Von Helton for who could have their kids taken away the most. I want to say Von Helton, it took 15 times CPS took those kids away before the kids were just taken away permanently from him. Shanny was less, like half that, but still.
So she was suicidal, essentially.
Yes.
And that's why she lost them the first time. Why was the second time?
The second time, she didn't lose them the second time. It's not the right way to put it because there was no court involved in it. There was no battle. CPS came to our place in Scranton while we were staying there with G-Man owning the place. And it was no longer a possibility for us to afford feeding the whole household. It became impossible with the amount of money that there was there for EBT card. So it was decided that the best move to make, not just in the food thing, but me being in the household with them now after the Zach thing,
which again, Shanny chose. Shanny chose this piece of shit over her children. She chose that. She chose Jason over her children. CPS, from what I understand, was willing to help her get into housing, maybe find a job somewhere, maybe get on some sort of benefits. They were willing to help her with programs to help her take care of the boys. But when she brought Jason back into the fucking house, the day he got out of jail, mind you, not this whole week-long thing where Jason was allegedly living in his car. No, that was all fake. They were faking that shit. Because at least in one, maybe two videos that Jason did, quote-unquote, in the car, you could see the fucking side of the Smurf Bukkake blue house. You could see it. So he was just sitting in the car in his driveway doing these videos. She took him back in the day he got out of jail for physically assaulting her youngest child. And that whole bullshit about, you know, oh yeah, the boys had all this food, which they're going to get into in just a minute. Yeah, that's all bullshit too.
That's another issue. And so there were two issues mainly. But the main issue was we couldn't feed the boys correctly anymore.
Okay.
There was not enough money to do it.
I mean, if that's a valid reason to take kids if you can't feed them.
Mm-hmm. It's very valid. But they didn't take them. That's not an accurate way of putting it, because when you take kids from somebody, there's court involved. This was voluntary.
No.
The boys said, yeah, we want it. And mom and dad said, mom, reluctantly, she didn't want to give them. She didn't want to say go. But she said yes. I said absolutely. It's the best thing for them. So that's what...
Bullshit, those kids were taken. They just told you that it was going to be voluntary so that way you wouldn't fight. That, I mean, again, like I said, this is speculative because I wasn't there, you guys weren't there. This is just speculation. I honestly do believe that they told Shanny that it was going to be voluntary so she wouldn't pitch a fit and they wouldn't have to get the police involved. But I fully do believe that if Shanny had not agreed to this quote-unquote voluntary surrender of her kids, that they would have gotten the police involved and they would have forcibly taken those kids from that house. They probably just told her whatever she wanted to hear to make it easier and less traumatic on the boys. Because it's a lot more traumatic for them to be taken out of the house with the cops involved than just to, you know, voluntarily under peaceful circumstances be taken from the house. But no, 100% if Shanny had not agreed to quote-unquote voluntarily give up those children, the cops would have gotten involved. And I think CPS was trying to avoid that, so they just told her whatever the fuck she wanted to hear.
What happened? That's not the kids being taken. It's not.
That's kind of sad, though. Like, that's really sad.
Horrible. It's horrible, yeah. But it was a consequence of bad action in Colorado. There were times when things were very messed up because of mainly being too high, I would say.
Were you guys ever on food stamps at any point with providing for the kids or no?
Oh yeah, for years, yeah.
Yes, Petty Patty, you actually brought up a pretty good point. There were court dates. Words are hard. There were court dates, but Shanny refused to go to those court dates. One of them actually, I believe, is on Graveyard Flowers' channel, where Shanny is online. I want to say this is when they had the Losers Club channel, and Shanny came online crying and whining about her losing her parental rights to at least the youngest boy. Not the oldest, because he was about to age out of the system. But they took her parental rights for the youngest at least, so he could be adopted by his foster family, so then his foster family could actually get him into proper treatment and therapy for his autism. Which I can say from experience is very much needed when you have an autistic child. My niece is actually autistic. She was first diagnosed with Asperger's, but when they took that away, she was just put on the generalized autism spectrum disorder. But she had therapy from childhood. She had individual therapy, and her family, they also had family therapy as well. I've dealt, when I was doing transportation work, I transported this absolutely beautiful, lovely, I love the shit out of this girl. She was one of my passengers, and she was severely autistic. And I was taking her every day to therapy sessions. And on certain days, she would have multiple therapy sessions in one day. And then on other days, she would only have like a half a day of therapy sessions. But therapy is very, very important when you have a child who has autism. And Shanny was not providing that for her youngest child. In fact, I want to say she didn't even have him tested for autism. I want to say the reason why she kept saying that he was autistic was not because he was actually diagnosed at that time that she had him, because she couldn't do shit for him, but because the school had told her that they believed he needed to be evaluated for autism, and Shanny just ran with it. Just much like with her BPD, when they said that she needed to be treated and evaluated for BPD because she has tendencies of BPD, she just ran with it. She didn't actually take the youngest child to be evaluated to actually be diagnosed for autism. The school just made a suggestion, said, hey, you might want to have your kid tested for autism. We think he might be autistic. Shanny just ran with it. She didn't actually take him to any kind of specialist, no kind of therapy, no nothing. So he was far behind because he did not have the therapy. My niece, actually, she's 21 now. She graduated from high school summa cum laude. She had an over 4.0 GPA, and she got a full ride scholarship to college. She's currently studying at the big major university in my town. Something to do with art. I'm not exactly sure because she's really passionate about art. But she did all that because her parents really sacrificed in order to make sure that she had all of the therapy and all of the tools that she needed to become a functional, vivacious, cheerful young woman that she is today. But Shanny couldn't make those kind of sacrifices for her kids. So she lost custody of the youngest one, and he was officially adopted by his foster family, so his foster family could get him into those therapies and programs that he'd been needing pretty much since childhood, that Shanny refused to get him. So
we were on EBT at the end of Colorado. Shanny signed up for EBT because
how do you get that though if you have like a bunch of money though and you're living in like a place that has like rents to that? Like, I don't know. I thought that's for low income.
Well, that's true. But if you got kids, then it could be considered like supplemental nutrition SNAP program.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Right. So it's actually for the kids. So we benefit, of course, because it's food for the household. But the main reason we got it was for the boys. That's the main reason it was cleared. Because they check your bank account.
And yet Shanny ate it all. She took so much. She ate more. Did she? Okay, I have another. Did she ever? Sorry, I'm speaking off the cuff. This is all. I have actually no interview questions. That I have a couple that I wrote out, but like this is going completely off what I originally wanted to do in this video, and I love this. This is all natural and organic. Nothing is scripted here.
That's the way it should be.
When it comes to Shanny.
I don't know for certain, Missy Cats. I heard it earlier that someone mentioned that she might have criminal charges. I don't know what those criminal charges would be, and I'm too fucking lazy to go look. So, although I could just look up the Kiwi Farms thread, but I'm too fucking lazy to do that shit.
Did she ever hoard food from her children? Or did you ever hoard food from the children? Did either of you ever take food and make sure that the kids couldn't have it?
Absolutely not. It was the opposite. Like, when we'd buy stuff, it'd be a day and a half, and half of it was gone. And I started telling them, guys, look, I understand you're hungry, but you can't just eat almost an entire box of Hot Pockets in one sitting. You can't do it.
So that was the kids doing that, not Shanny.
No, Shannon she'd eat a Hot Pocket, one. And then
one Hot Pocket for a whole day?
No, not for the whole day, no.
I will not believe this in the slightest. Because if you go back and look at those videos from around the time that Shanny's kids were taken, she had gotten bigger. While they were allegedly living in destitution, while they were allegedly living in poverty, while they were allegedly, living off of food stamps, Shanny was getting bigger. She was the only person in the house that was not just maintaining her weight, but was actually getting bigger. And in order to do that for someone her size, she would have to be eating about 6,000 calories a day. A day. 6,000 calories a day. Now, if anybody's ever watched my 600-pound life, they'll know that when Dr. Now places them on the diet to lose weight, he'll tell them to eat 1,200 calories a day. Shanny was eating about 6 times that amount. So you cannot fucking tell me that a majority of the food in that house was not going straight down Shanny's maw. You're still covering for her, Jason, which is why I am still going to believe that you are a piece of shit. Because the numbers don't add up. Not to mention the fact that with those EBT food stamps, you weren't spending them wisely. Instead of getting food that you could cook, sorry, like any normal person who is on food stamps would do. Instead, you guys were getting Stouffer's bowls, Hot Pockets, microwavable bullshit, name brand bullshit. You guys weren't shopping like people who were on EBT. You were shopping like people who were still rich. So, and I am so sorry, but the numbers just do not fucking add up.
No. But she had her own stuff that she'd usually keep by herself, like chips and stuff, and cookies. She has a thing with hoarding food near her wherever she's at. That's a thing with her.
You just said she didn't hoard food and keep it from the kids, and now you're saying that she has an issue of hoarding.
Not from the kids. No, she wasn't hoarding it from the kids, Rep. No. She just has it for herself. She'll have a thing of cookies that she's knowingly buying that are going to be hers, and she keeps them by her bed. That's a thing for her.
And the kids never came in and took her own cookies or anything like that?
Oh no, they got their own. They had their own tons of snacks and everything. We got the vast majority of the food money was spent on stuff going in their mouth because they needed it. They're grown kids. They couldn't survive if they weren't eating the type of food that they were eating. They had to have calories. And that, but I'm telling you, that's the reason that they had to go.
But you were buying them empty calories. Not to mention the fact that, again, math ain't mathin'. If you hear something, that's my heater. My feet are kind of cold, so I turned on my little foot heater that I have down below my desk. But the math ain't mathin', Jason. The math is not mathing. Again, in order for because Shanny got bigger during this time, because if you look at the stream where she announces that the kids have been taken by CPS, and that stream is actually up, it is on a channel called XX The Archive. You can find it there. But if you look at her, she has that moon face. Her face is really fucking round. And also, if you look at the video hotel that I like to refer to as hotel parking, which was the Twitch stream that Shanny did that, wound up with Jason shaving his head and putting the A on his forehead. Her face is so round. She's so much bigger than she was when you guys arrived in Pennsylvania. And in order for her to get bigger, again, she would have to be consuming thousands upon thousands upon thousands of calories a day. It wouldn't take just sitting around to do that. You have to eat a ton of fucking calories. As, again, my 600-pound life proves, you can lose weight by not exercising when you are at a larger size. It is very easy to lose weight if you put yourself into a calorie deficit, which is why Dr. Now puts them on that strict 1,200 calorie a day diet. It puts them in, while they're still getting their nutrients, it puts them into a calorie deficit. So that way their body burns the fat that they already have. If Shanny was truly in a calorie deficit, like Rev would allegedly be describing here, she would have lost weight during this time. Not even maintained her weight. She would have lost weight. The math ain't mathin'.
Because the EBT card just could not cover it. It like half a thing of Hot Pockets, and it's gone. And that's like a $20 box. So then you go back and get another $20 box, and it...
Oh, you said it's true? Harassment charges on the 7th? Ooh. Hasn't been moved to criminal court yet. Still in magisterial court. So she doesn't have criminal charges. She just has that harassment charge. Okay.
By the end of the month, you're definitely at zero, and it's not the end of the month. It's like mid-month, you're out of money, and there's no food. So that was unacceptable to do to the kids.
Because again, you were not spending the money wisely. People have been using food stamps to get food for their families for a long time, and they still manage to stretch it out to make it go the entire month. Are they eating cupcakes and takeout and Hot Pockets all the time? No. In fact, there's a very good channel, I can't remember what it's called, Lindsay something. She actually has covered the food stamp crisis that everybody went through, and she's covered what, you know, people post on TikTok for their food stamp hauls, and she's been on food stamps, so she understands how food stamps work. And you guys were not spending that money correctly. You were not buying food that would last the month. You were buying shit that could be easily popped into a microwave because that was the easiest for Shanny.
That's complete. That I saw it that way.
Know, in my brain, something just doesn't like. I don't know. She has 2 kids or 3?
2.
2.
Boys.
Zachary and what's the other name?
Will.
Will.
Yeah.
I don't know a Surly Barber, but I do know I'm subbed to Repsion. I do like him. I watched him when he was covering Onision. I'm not exactly sure. I don't even know who CoffeeZilla is.
Okay. That's William, but he goes by Will, you know.
I don't know. It's just I have a hard time making sense of that and food.
Well, did Shanny eat? Yeah, she ate. Look at her. She kept the weight that she had on her.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
she ate, sure. But was she keeping food from the boys? Absolutely not. That's not accurate. No. They had lots of food, but it wasn't enough for them.
Did she ever keep anything from the kids?
I mean, maybe if there was a candy or something that she knew they'd go through in one sitting, she might dole it out to them instead of letting them have the whole bag and go through it in like 10 minutes. You know?
I guess. I don't know. I've seen a lot of Shanny, and in the past when I've seen her, because back when she would stream and there was the kids were in the background and stuff, I remember seeing stuff of her being pretty aggressive around food, almost like a dog.
Oh my god. I'm looking through Shanny's Kiwi Farms page, and someone posted this absolutely gorgeous fucking rhyme. So shout out to Dumbledore's OnlyFans on Kiwi Farms for this. You're the goat. This is fantastic. It says, there once was a man from Nantucket who helped his wife shit in a bucket. He was wiping her ass when she passed gas and flung him just like a trebuchet. Trebucket. It said trebucket, but I'm pretty sure they meant trebuchet. So again, I love this. There once was a man from Nantucket who helped his wife shit in a bucket. He was wiping her ass when she passed some gas and flung him just like a trebucket. I had to pause for that because I saw that one. I thought it was funny as fuck.
And like food, and maybe I'm misremembering, but I remember Shannon being aggressive, like having food aggression. So,
well, I would say that there are certain times that I would agree with you completely. There were times like, let's say if it was a food item that she was really into, she would kind of look at, like if I had an item that she really would want, I could feel her eyes going, oh. But I think a lot of couples are like that, Rep. You know, like the husband gets something the wife actually wanted, or vice versa.
Yeah, it's like when it's like when you go to a restaurant and you have a plate of fries, and the girl's like, "I want a taste of your fries."
Exactly.
And off your plate. Yeah, no, I gotcha.
I think that's normal. But let's say a couple times it was kind of like ravenous, like, oh shit, I want that. It's like, all right, Shanny, let's take my plate and I'll take yours. That's cool. You know?
Okay, I'm gonna throw a question, really like a twister here.
Okay.
And it's about you. It's for you directly. And it's about you and
Stumble, yeah, he definitely burps a lot. And while those of you who know me and have heard me talk about this on my channel, I used to work in the medical field. I worked in the medical field for about 10 years as a CNA. I'm used to bodily noises and bodily functions, obviously, given my line of work that I was in. So those don't really bother me when I hear them. But you could still be fucking polite about it, Jason, and say fucking excuse me. And you don't have to lean into the fucking microphone when you burp. I try not to. I try to I attempt, at least if I don't know it's coming up, I try to turn unless I don't know. But if I know that I'm about to burp, I'll try to, like, at least face away from the goddamn microphone. Not shove the microphone down my throat while I'm burping. It's not cute. It's not quirky. It's disgusting. And you can at least be polite about it and say, fucking excuse me.
And Shanny, do you think that you have Stockholm syndrome when it comes to Shanny?
I did.
You did?
I absolutely was in a mind prison, Rep. Yeah. I was thinking that this was God's will for my life, to take care of this person that gave up on her own life, and it's just my lot. I'm supposed to take care of her until death, do us part, and not even marry after. She wanted to make sure, when I die, Jason, please don't get with another woman. She wanted to make sure of that. I said, okay, honey, I'll try and honor that.
I mean, a surly barber, I make no stones about the fact that I am a fat bitch myself. I am probably about 360. I haven't stepped on a scale in a while, so that isn't an exact number. It's just a rough estimation. So I would say I'm about 360. I'm 5'6", about 360. Shanny still has about 100 pounds on me, and she's 5'11". So some people have said there's no way that she's like 500 pounds or something because she doesn't look like Amber Lynn or Foodie Beauty. What they forget about Amber Lynn and Foodie Beauty is that they're both shorties. I want to say Amber Lynn is like 5'4" or something. And I think Chantal's even shorter than Amber Lynn. So 500 pounds is going to look a lot different on someone short like Amber Lynn and Foodie Beauty than it is on someone who is tall like Shanny. Because Shanny, again, is 5'11". She's almost 6 foot tall. So 500 pounds is going to sit very differently on her than it is on, again, someone like Amberlynn Reed or Foodie Beauty, because they're both very short. So that's why they can be 500 something pounds and look like little butterball turkeys. But Shanny could be 500 pounds and not look like a butterball turkey. That's because, again, Shanny's tall. So it sits differently on the frame.
I guess Christ will want me to. But, holy shit, dude. When I went to rehab the first time, and I got professionals telling me what was in front of my face, but I couldn't see it, it was probably the most amazing experience I've ever had in my life, because it was like literally I was going back in my mind, and I relived all these things that I had lived with her. And I was like, oh my God, that wasn't normal. This treatment, this whole time, this weird treatment of, oh, you're cheating, you're doing this, you're putting all this shit on my shoulders that was not true, and she knew it wasn't. Zero.
But again, Shanny was also Jason's first relationship. She was the first woman that he had ever been with, carnally, and she was also his first real relationship. So, in this instance, I would not blame him for thinking that maybe that's normal in a relationship, even though everybody was telling him that it wasn't, because this was his first real relationship. He had never... The dude was a 30-year-old, basically a 30-something-year-old virgin when Shanny... Virgin. God damn it, words are fucking hard. He was basically a 30-year-old virgin when she met him. Never been on a date, never really had a relationship, never fucked an actual woman, and I'm in the camp where I do believe that Jason is still technically a virgin, because I don't think his baby carrot got anywhere near that gray snatch. I think he just found a fat fold that he liked and fucked it till he came. And if that is qualification for losing one's virginity, then most men in America can now claim that they lost their virginity to a tube sock. So.
No proof of any of it. It all came together in my brain at once, and I said, holy shit, I was with a narcissist. And I was Stockholm Syndrome, mainly using God. Saying, if you leave me, Christ will eviscerate you. She would say that all the time. And I just don't believe in a Christ like that, Rep. I don't believe he's like that. Because I got a dream, and the dream was, look, if you stay with this woman, you did your time. If you stay, you're going to die. You're going to die. You're just going to collapse on the sidewalk with a heart attack. My dad dropped dead from a heart attack at 47. So I'm not too far off from that, Rep.
What about your mom?
She passed away January 2012 from metastatic breast cancer that went to her bones and horrible.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a close relationship with your mother?
And to clear up something, Jason's mother, she did die of breast cancer. She did die of cancer that metastasized. But that was because she refused treatment. Jason's religious fervor and his absolute dedication to religion comes from his mother. And his mother believed that she didn't need to go do the cancer treatments because she believed that if she prayed hard enough, God would cure her of cancer. Not understanding that God gives a believer tools in order to help them. He doesn't just magically reach down and cure somebody. That's why we have doctors. That's why we have specialists. That's why we have modern medicine. Those are tools that God has put into the world in order to help cure people of their various illnesses and ailments. But his mother did not understand that. Instead, she just believed that if she prayed hard enough, God would reach down and magically cure her.
Oh my God. She was literally my world. So I took care of her to death with that, and it was, whoa. But I'm glad I did, because it's very rewarding to be there with the person you love while they pass away like that. But yeah, it is what it is. But I was very vulnerable, and I'm going to tell you, I gave a lot of...
I will say that I have been in the house. I've been in the presence of two people at the time of their death. One, I was directly in the room with him, and that was my father. For those of you who don't know, Daddy Shaw passed away in 2016 due to the fact he was a dumbass. And he did not have his bulls wrap their tools before they went to town on his bussy. Mama Shaw and Daddy Shaw were divorced. They'd been divorced for a few years. And he caught HIV. Because he decided he was gay and was going to be a cross-dresser. And again, he did not have the bulls wrap their tools before they went to town on his bussy. But I was in the room. I was there with him when he passed away. And then I was also, while I was not in the room, I was in her house at the time that my great-grandmother passed away. And I want to say that was back in like 2019. Yeah, no, it was closer to, it was probably in 2020 because we were all scared about, COVID and shit. Because if I caught a cold, I was like, I couldn't go over to my great-grandma's house. But I was in the house when she passed away. And I remember making this stupid joke because, again, I worked in, like, medical field. They were used to my gallows humor. And my family just naturally has a very dry gallows humor. But I had made the stupid joke, because she'd been on hospice care for a while now at this point. And no, it was 2019 because it was around the time Mama Shaw was doing her colorectal cancer treatment. But we were in Grandma's kitchen, great grandma's kitchen dining room area, and we were eating lunch. And because my Mama Shaw, while she was doing her colorectal cancer treatment and while she was recovering from it, but before she had the colostomy reversed, she was staying with great grandma because great grandma needed round the clock care. So Mama Shaw just stayed with her. And we were eating lunch, and I made a stupid little comment. I said, I said, boy, great grandpa sure is taking his time picking up grandma, isn't he? And just after I said that, my mom picked up this little baby monitor that we had, because we had the other end sitting next to great grandma, so we could hear if she started moving around or started asking for something, because she couldn't talk very loud at this point. And she picked up the baby monitor and she held it to her ear, and then she set it down on the table, and she got up and she went into great grandma's room, and then she came back out and she looked at me and she said, "Can you come check grandma, because I don't think she's breathing." And I was like, oh, great. So I got up, went into my grandma's room, put my hand under her nose, couldn't feel any breath, put my ear down to her chest, couldn't hear a heartbeat or anything. And I remember when I picked my head up, I looked at the ceiling and I said, "I didn't mean today, great grandpa," because she had passed away while we were sitting there. But yeah, I've been in the room twice I've been in the vicinity twice of someone close to me who passed away. And yeah.
A lot of shit away. I gave a lot of money away. I was very reckless like that. But I've been told that can happen with people that sort of, you say, shut-in type, only child syndrome type kids. When they lose their parent like that, the last one, they can be real reckless and just start giving shit away. Like, it's a case that conservatorships might be a good idea for some people, because the reckless behavior can, it's a thing.
Did you ever have a close relationship with your dad? Who was you closer with, your mom or your dad growing up?
Well, my dad died when I was 7, so
okay.
I knew him, but to know him as like an adult, no.
Yeah, I mean, to the audience, thanks for all your condolences, but yeah, Daddy Shaw died because he was a fucking idiot. He was a fool who didn't have the bulls wrap their tools before they went in on his bussy, so he was kind of an idiot. And then he also stopped taking his HIV suppression medications, because they do have medications that can actually suppress HIV and keep it from turning into full-blown AIDS. And he stopped taking those because some crackhead doctor, wherever he was, because he was a truck driver for a while, whatever state he was in, he saw a doctor there, and they told him that his some sort of levels in his blood were good, so he could stop taking his HIV medication. And he stopped taking his fucking HIV medication, and it turned from HIV into full-blown AIDS. So he was a fucking idiot. But great Granny Shaw, she was like over 100 at this point, so we all knew she was going.
I loved him. I'll say that. He was a good dad for the time he was in my life, but he died when I was 7, so yeah.
We have a super chat question for you from Jenny. She asks, Rev, Jason, what do you take responsibility for in your relationship with Shanny? And I think that's a very good question.
That's a broad question, but
well, like, there's things that, how do I say this? So, like, when you're in a toxic relationship with somebody, right?
Yeah.
And you are with them, we as partners, people in general, typically will enable bad behavior from their partner. And when they do bad behavior, but because we're in a relationship where our eyes are blinded, right? We pretty much implicate ourselves in situations where we're also contributing to the enablement of what they're doing and their behavior.
Sure.
Whether we want to or not, So we're also partially guilty of enabling them, and then you're also participating with them and defending them from things that they've done that would be considered wrong. So
can't argue.
What she's asking here is like, what do you take responsibility for in terms of fuck ups, bad things that Shanny did? What do you take responsibility for?
Okay, I think Repsion is misunderstanding the question, and I think he's also kind of giving Jason a way out, because Jason, the person wants to know what Jason takes accountability for the actions that he has done while he was with Shanny, whether it be through the child abuse or the mutual domestic violence incidents that have happened between him and Shanny, because there have been several mutual ones, not just ones that were one-sided. There were ones that were mutually engaged by both of them. In fact, one that is very heavily referenced is what I like to refer to as the domestic violence performance art stream. And that's the one where Jason puts his fingers to Shanny's head in the mimic of a gun and says that if he had a gun, he would shoot her in the head. Jason's getting an out with this, because Repsion's basically saying, you know, what do you take responsibility for that Shanny has done that you have covered up for her, negating the fact that Jason has been almost just as toxic in this fucking relationship as Shanny has been. Out of the two, Shanny is clearly the more toxic one, but Jason is also heavily toxic as well. And you could say that was because of Shanny's influence or whatever, but Jason had his toxic behaviors before he got with Shanny. They just got worse when he was with Shanny, but he already had some toxic behaviors before he got with Shanny. So, but Jason here is not going to take accountability for anything that he personally has done in this relationship. Instead, he's going to sit there and say, you know, things that he shouldn't have done that was covering for Shanny, basically.
Or for that.
Boy.
Hey, Jinyu! Why not? I'm going over the Repsion interview, because why the fuck not?
There were certain times that I defended her for things that I clearly was not okay with in my heart, but I was like, I'm with her, so I should defend her. I would say, like, and my behavior's with it bad too, but the N-word, that's stuff that never should have happened, because we were well aware of the cultural implications in the years we used that word in a certain way.
So you and her both used like the N-word, like regularly?
Not regularly. No, I wouldn't put it that way, but there were a couple occasions.
Yeah, Jinyu, the house is supposed to be, both of them are supposed to be out by Wednesday. That is, both of them, if Shanny gets released from the Nut Hut before then, which should have, unless they extend her hold, should happen either, I want to say the latest would be Monday, or tomorrow, since it's like 12:30 a.m. my time on Sunday. But so it should be happening. She should be released again. If she's not, hasn't been released today or yesterday, which was Saturday. It's weird. Days get confused when you work a night shift. But if she wasn't released on Saturday, then the latest she would be released would be on Monday. And if she goes back to that house, yes, she would have to be out by Wednesday. Same thing with Jason. However, Jason is not doing shit about it. He hasn't tried to find anywhere to go. He hasn't tried to look up any shelters. He hasn't tried packing anything. What is he doing? I know that he's live. I don't know if he's still live right now, but I know that he went live today and just sitting in his chair playing some recording of a conversation between him and supposedly Essie, the catfish, his particular catfish. He was just sitting there on stream playing that. I don't know if he's still live or not, but obviously, based on everything that's still in the background, he has not done jack nor shit to get ready to be vacated from that house on Wednesday. So they are going to have to, I believe they are going to have to go in there and force him to get out. Because it doesn't look like he is getting ready in any way to go willingly.
Where tempers were really flared with certain people, and that word was used. And I definitely regret ever being like, well, you should get over it or whatever. No.
Was it hard R or ending in A?
No, hard R.
Both of you? When you
Oh,
guys
yeah.
Well, I mean, you want to talk about the times you're talking about this like you did it so long ago. But there is a video out there of you sitting in the uncle's home when you first got to Pennsylvania where you called Dragnot the N-word, I want to say like 12 to 13 times in a row. Yeah, where's my bong?
Yeah, both of you. Okay, see, this is new. I didn't know that.
We're both guilty of that. Yep. And geez, you know, the stuff with her family, I should have just probably not had any words to say about her family, because why should I believe her end of the story without being sure that that's the case?
I knew it was a lot.
I should remain neutral on her family issues and not talk about her family, really. I took her side on her family issues. So I kind of regret that.
Hi, Blue.
Now, knowing what I know now.
You kind of regret it, or you regret it?
No, I'd say I regret it. Yeah, fully. Because with the type of person she is now that I really understand without her having that mask on, I see the real her. She's willing to throw anybody under the bus. As soon as she feels like they should be under the bus, she's going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So why should I believe her stories about her family? There's good reason to believe it's possibly not true stuff. So that's another regret I would have, like taking her side on her family issues, because I don't know.
I think this is a perfect segue to watch the video of her mother. So Rev has not seen this video. I've only watched 10 minutes of it. What we're going to do now is we're going to swap. Hopefully this works. To this. Hello, new angle, new position. So Shanny for Christ's mom tells the real story. This was uploaded and was up for less than, I think it was 3 days. However, the internet does what it does. And we're going to watch this in live. I want to hear Jason's commentary to this particular video that he is just crazy.
I want to say on my channel, I don't know how long ago I did this, but there is a live stream I did where I reacted to not just this video here, but also the one that is not so publicly available, which is the video of both of Shanny's parents defending themselves. Because at the time that I did this, Shanny was, again, going on one of her tirades about how terrible her parents were and how horrible her childhood was and that she was so abused as a child. Mind you, both of her parents are now deceased and cannot speak for themselves. So I did the stream to react to both of their videos to kind of give them a voice. Because there was no way they could have a voice of their own because, again, they're both dead. So.
You've never seen this video, correct?
That's absolutely correct, yep. I could not bring myself to watch it because I figured there was going to be stuff in here that I didn't want to know while I was with her. So let's go.
Yep, I'm gonna ask questions as this goes, just because, and again, this is all unscripted. So here we go.
See if this thing is
Can you
working.
hear that okay?
Hi. Okay, I wasn't gonna do this, but I watched Chris's videos. This is concerning Shanny for Christ. I watched Chris's videos, and I just think that it's about time that I get my side of the story out for a change.
Question: did Chris have a YouTube channel?
Yeah, he has one now.
Does he still like publish on it regularly or no?
Not regularly, but it's out there. It's called like Odd Irrelevancy, I believe. That's his channel name.
Okay.
I subbed him again recently to see if he does something, but yeah, he hasn't been around for like I think 3 months. So.
All right.
Because I noticed that Jason has been making comments.
I wanted to pause this for a second because on the Drunken Peasants in their Discord, because I'm in the Drunken Peasants Discord, that someone posted that someone had tried to reach out to Chris because Jason had said he wanted to talk to Chris. Chris wants nothing to do with any of this shit. He is done with all the drama. He doesn't want to talk about it, doesn't want to do anything with it. So please, nobody go and harass Chris trying to get his side of the story or anything, because it's already out there. Everything he's had to say about it is already out there. Whether it be on his channel or on TGR's channel, because TGR or otherwise the Geek Room have done interviews with Chris around after Shanny started talking shit about him. They did interviews with him. So I think Frank said sometime next week he wants to replay those and shit. But yeah, don't go harass Chris asking him about all this shit. Just leave him out of it. Just leave Chris alone. He's already been through enough shit.
Comments about things he doesn't even understand or know about. But first of all, I just want to say to Chris that, yeah, you screwed up some things, but you were a good father, and I just want you to know that. Before you came along, Zachary didn't smile much. I mean, he didn't respond to people, and those boys really loved you, Zachary especially, but it was like...
Yeah, imbued socks, both of her parents were kind of in failing health around the time that Shanny was living with them. In fact, I truly do believe that the stress and the strain that Shanny caused her parents shortened her mother's life. Because around the time that Shanny came to live with them, her mother had just had heart surgery. And when you have heart surgery, you don't need to be stressed out. You need to try to stay as calm and relaxed as possible to give your heart time to heal from an open heart surgery. Shanny obviously didn't give her mom that time. Obviously, she came in like a wrecking ball, completely threw off her parents, their routine, their lives, everything like that, and then she made a complete and utter mess of their house. And she was always in the backyard crying. She argued with her mother when her mother told her that she could not smoke in the house due to the fact that her mother had just had heart surgery. And it would be bad for her to be inhaling that secondhand smoke, especially after just having fucking heart surgery. Shanny pitched a fit about having to go outside and smoke. And, yeah.
The light turned on when you came into
Slipknotty.
his life. And I just want you to know that. Nobody should ever question what a good father you were. You were a good provider, too. You did the best you could. I mean, I know you don't make that much money, but you did the best you could.
I mean, Patty, it could have been Frank. It could have been Drunken Peasants. I just know that Chris has already said that he has no interest in talking to Jason. Which I don't blame him for. I don't blame him for wanting to stay the fuck out of all this drama shit. Just let him live his life.
And she sat there, year after year, getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and wouldn't work.
All right, question for you. In the time that you knew Shanny, okay, did she ever work a job?
Yes, a lot.
Yeah, what jobs would those be?
To my knowledge, she was never a CNA, but she was a nurse's assistant.
No, she wasn't a nurse's assistant. She was a glorified janitor and receptionist at a group home. She had no dealings with patient care whatsoever.
So it was usually in group homes.
And you saw her work this job?
I saw her drive there every morning. Early.
Okay. And she was in her normal
scrub deal. Yeah. Yep. So I was just gonna say, Betty saying this is I'm kind of like, okay.
Again, Chris has gone on record to say that during their entire relationship, which I believe spanned 7 years, in those 7 years, Shanny cumulatively, not consecutively, but cumulatively worked maybe a year. a year, maybe a year and a half, cumulatively between several different jobs, because she would either get fired for being a cunt or she would rage quit.
Okay. Why would she lie, though?
I have
That's
no
the
idea.
question.
No
Why
idea.
would she
So are
lie?
you saying that her mom's lying about her? About Shanny not working a job?
In the years that I knew her, which was like 20, say 12, 14, in that region, that's when I really knew her as a friend. She was working consistent jobs, definitely, because she was barely ever online. She was either taking care of the boys or working. That's what.
Or she was sitting around eating and crying. Just because she wasn't online doesn't mean that she was necessarily at work. That's a stupid correlation to make. I mean, you could even say that about me if you wanted to. You could say just because Shaw's not online a lot doesn't mean that she's working. 9 times out of 10, I am, or I'm playing Minecraft or World of Warcraft, or I just don't feel like being online. People can tell you in my Discord I'm notorious for ignoring it for quite some time. But again, just because Shanny wasn't online doesn't mean that she was necessarily working or taking care of the boys. Considering what her mother said, and I trust Betty's word over Shanny's, definitely, even though, again, Betty was not a perfect mother or person in the slightest. She had her issues, but I still trust her word over Shanny's. Shanny barely took care of the boys. So, again, just because Shanny wasn't online doesn't mean that she was working or taking care of her sons. It probably just meant that she didn't feel like being online.
The truth. Now that's only 2 years, though, Rep.
So is this after you guys met each other or before?
Well, obviously after.
Why would she work though if you have $750,000? You guys made that much money.
No, Rep.
Yeah, scrubs don't mean shit. Scrubs don't mean shit. They really don't. I wore scrubs when I was a housekeeper at a nursing home. Scrubs don't mean shit.
From the years 2012 to 2014, this is 3 years. 2014 is 3 years before we got together.
Oh, so you guys knew each other before you ever got together?
Yeah, 2012 on my YouTube channel, yeah.
So it's way more than 8 years.
I will say that I currently do not wear scrubs because, honestly, especially since me being a bigger person, I do find them a little uncomfortable. But currently if I'm just lounging around the house, I wear t-shirts and sweatpants or leggings or shorts. Or sometimes I just sit here and Winnie the Pooh it. Just sit here in my underwear. That's a visual for all of you people out there.
Years then. In total. Am I just being really bad at math?
No, that we knew each other. Yeah, but not together. She was with Chris.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. Sorry.
And when she was with Chris, you knew her as somebody who was working?
Absolutely, yeah. Like all the time. She was either working or she was taking care of the kids. That's how I knew it. That's what I saw, you know?
All right, let's keep going.
I understand that. But I just needed to thank you for being a part in the boys' lives.
Yes, exactly, Stella. Azeroth isn't going to save itself. I mean, I got to get in there and do that and get my house decorations. Them house decorations aren't going to get themselves. Neither's that transmog.
Shannon has told you many things. I tried to warn you. Her father and I tried to warn you about her before, but of course you wouldn't listen. She was your wife. I understand that. Jason's not going to listen either. He's going to have to find out the hard way. But nobody's abused Shannon, okay? That is her MO. She uses that with everybody. She did it with...
I tell you what, User 2, if you bribe me, I'll get you out of jail. I'll get you out of Graveyard Flowers jail.
Douglas, she's done it with you. She's done it with her sister, her brothers. Everybody in her life has always treated her this way, and this is why she's so crazy. I mean, it covers for her mental illness. And she knows she's mentally ill. And she knows what she's supposed to do to help that mental illness. But she chooses not to. She chooses to use it as an excuse to do what she does. And I don't have to explain what she does. I mean, she makes these outrageous videos all the time. She's always crying and carrying on and always, you know, always something negative. Since she was 16 years old, I don't want to say her entire life because she was a beautiful child. You know, I mean, she really was a very beautiful child and happy girl. She used to sing and she dreamed of.
All right, guys. Since our last super chat goal ended and only one person gave me anything, god damn it, you fucking cheap ass pieces of shit. I have started another super chat goal. 5 super chats of any color, and you guys will get out of Shanny bucket duty. So get the super chats in.
Of going to Paris, and I noticed the picture in the back of the Eiffel Tower, and that reminds me of Shannon, the little Shannon, when my daughter. But something happened along the way. I know what happened. I think you know what happened, Chris, to her. And it you know, it was unfortunate that she went through what she went through when she was 16 years old, but it somehow changed her. And ever since then, she has blamed everybody else for all the screw-ups that she makes in her life. She uses it as an excuse that, except when it comes to what happened when she was 16 years old. And I'm not going to talk about it here because it was traumatic what happened to her.
I have do you know what this is in reference to?
Oh, ear rape. God damn it, I forgot about this part. Oh, sorry people. We'll mute it for a second while the ear rape is going on. That was the ear rape. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys. I think we're almost over it, though.
Alright, that fucking scared me. Okay, you're good. You're good?
We're good now?
Oh my god. Yeah. Dude, you literally... I don't know what the fuck just happened, but... yeah, we're good now.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, do you know what that would be referencing to?
At Pagan Mama 3 super chatted $2. You know the drill, lol heart.
Thank you for the $2, Pagan Mama. And again, guys, super chat goal, $5 super chats of any color, any amount, and you guys will get out of Shanny bucket duty. So.
Yes, I do. It was an SRA, as they call it.
An SRA.
I'll use the word or the phrase satanic ritual abuse.
Okay.
Oh, fuck me. This is where he goes into it being satanical ritual abuse. Again, I am not going to sit here and say that nothing happened to Shanny. I don't know. I did not know her as a kid. I was not a member of her life at this time. Something very well could have happened to her. She could have actually been sexually assaulted. She could have actually been raped when she was younger, when she was a teenager. I'm not going to deny that. Do I think that it was satanic ritual abuse? Fuck no. Fuck no, I do not think it was satanic ritual abuse. I mean, for all anybody knows, because like I said, nobody knew Shanny at this time. Nobody was in Shanny's life. Nobody who knew Shanny at that time has come forward. There's no police report. There's no case on it. There's no paper trail at all. The only thing we can go by is what Shanny says and what her mother says. And again, if I'm going to pick a narrator to rely on,
I am going to fuck
At
you.
Graveyard Flowers 476 super chatted $5. I do enough bucket duty at work. Poop, poop, poop.
thank you for the $5 there, Graveyard Flowers. And you do. You definitely do. Definitely do enough bucket duty. But I don't think that whatever happened to Shanny was as extreme as she claims for it to be. And even if it was, it is not an excuse for the toxic behavior that she has exuded in present day. There have been
At super chatted $2. Hell no, fuck that bucket. I ain't doing that shit.
Thank you, Petty Patty. All right, so we only got 2 more super chats till we get to the goal. Let's go. Woo! But I don't think that it was satanic ritual abuse. I don't think like an entire football team gang raped her or anything like that. I think that while something could have happened, because again, there's no police reports, investigation found nothing. Again, Shanny was booted out of school for accusing a bunch of people of raping her without any proof. Can we hit the goal? If we don't rig Zilla, everybody in the chat is on bucket duty. Graveyard Flowers, Pagan Mama, and Petty Patty are excused from bucket duty, but the rest of y'all are not. So if we don't get those 2 super chats of any color, then you're all on bucket duty, so sorry. But I don't believe it was satanic ritual abuse. I don't believe Shanny was gang raped. And even if she was, even if everything that she says is true, it's still not an excuse for the shitty, toxic behavior that she has shown in present day.
Satanic ritual abuse.
Yeah, it was a, let's say, sexual act with a large knife. And I probably shouldn't go any further than...
Yeah, that's good. That's a satanic ritual.
SRA. That's, yeah. It had all the elements. Her sister... This is the story she told me.
Yeah, I want to hear the story that she told you.
Her sister introduced her to a coven of Satanists and said, it's a good idea. They're pretty cool people. You'll have fun with them, so you should go hang out with them. And she did. And she was gang-ard. And it was a ritual. Like, they were a satanic coven. So, but it involved a large knife and a really disgusting-looking guy and more people. It was a gang-R. That's what happened. That's what she told me.
That's what she told you?
Yeah.
Do you think that could be potentially, like...
Embellished? Like
no. Like, so yeah, dramatized. Well, like I would say they add things to it. So let's just say, like hypothetically, an essay, like they were sexually assaulted, right? It's
Right.
a whole really traumatic thing where now they take that situation and they completely turn it into something that it wasn't in order to garner. I don't want to say garner, maybe that's the wrong word, but like to change the situation to what actually happened in order to enable their current bad behavior on why they are. What the mom's basically saying, that once a situation happens, she uses this to justify forever. Like, this is the way that I am is because this happened, and I'm not going to take this proper steps to get help.
Sure.
Right.
You know, I don't know what else I'd say to this one because I can't know truly what's in her mind. I can only tell you what she's told me. And if it's false, it's false. I can't know, really. But I can tell you what she told me. And that's what I'll do. I'll tell you the truth of what she told me. I don't think she'd lie about it, man.
Well, I'm not claiming that she'd lie about it. I'm just saying that she, I don't know, the drama, the satanic ritual. I mean, it's just hard to believe that like that specific story is just wild to me. Like satanic ritual, like. And
see, a lot of people criticized Repsion here, which again, I don't think they should have lingered on this subject for too long. I think he should have just asked his question, got the answer, and then left it at that. But he's not, again, people are like saying, oh my god, he's questioning Shanny's SA claims. He's not denying that something could have happened to Shanny. Again, much like I do, I'm not denying that something could have happened to Shanny when she was 16. Not denying it, but there could have been embellishments in order to further allow her to use it as an excuse for her shitty, toxic fucking behavior. But again, I will say it, even if the story that she told Jason or that she told everybody else was 100% true, it still does not excuse the shitty, toxic, abusive behavior that she exhibits now. It doesn't. Because there are plenty of people who have gone through horrific fucking shit when they were kids, and they aren't complete assholes like Shanny is. They aren't total cunts. So for Shanny to sit there and say that, you know, she's like this because this, and this happened to her when she was a kid is just bullshit. Because again, there isn't an excuse. It can be a reason, but it's not an excuse. There is no excuse for the type of behavior that she's exhibited. None. And you can hate me, you can call me heartless, you can call me ableist, all you fucking want to. I don't care. But you can call me whatever name you want to in the book. I don't care. There is no excuse for the type of behavior that Shanny has exhibited over the years. There could be reasons, but reasons are not excuses. They're just not.
And it was through her sister luring her into a satanic ritual?
I don't think that she would. I don't think she would even use the word lure into. No, she literally was just like, they're a crew of cool people. Go hang out with them.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because yeah, Satanist parties can be fun as shit. Absolutely.
All right. Well, let's continue watching what her mom has to say.
Rev says this as if he's ever been invited to any types of parties.
Okay.
That is true, Missy Cats. That is true. People who have antisocial personality disorders or anywhere on that spectrum, they just have sudden personality shifts for no reason whatsoever. There are people who have had absolutely fantastic childhoods. They had loving parents. They lived in a safe neighborhood. Nothing traumatic ever happened to them. Yes, I am thirsty user too. Nothing traumatic ever happened to them. They just had these sudden personality shifts. And then all of a sudden they're a piece of shit. So it can happen. A person doesn't have to have a reason to have a dramatic personality shift such as that. And because I mean there was actually a recent case that I had it was probably in like last year or the year before, that was in the UK. It was, I don't know if you guys have heard about it, but it was a nurse named Lucy Letby. She got charged and was put into prison and became known as the most prolific child serial killer in the UK. She had a good childhood. Her parents were not abusive. There was no abuse in her past, or, her past was, typical middle class UK childhood. And she went on to murder and attempted to murder quite a few babies in the NICU where she worked at. Nobody saw this coming. There was no hint at it. In fact, it actually went on for so long because people could not believe that Lucy would do this to children. Lucy would do this to the babies in her care. And so there are times where a person, absolutely zero markers for this type of behavior, just suddenly has a personality shift. And then they turn into a complete piece of shit. So, hey Holofola, how you doing, darling? How you doing? Yeah, you heard about Lucy? Graveyard Flowers? Yeah, I follow it. I followed that through a true crime channel that I watch. I can't remember what it's called, but she did like a fantastic little thing on Lucy Letby. Yeah, psychopathy be like that. Yeah, definitely be like that. So you don't have to necessarily have a reason for a drastic shift in someone's personality. It does happen just suddenly out of the blue without any type of contributing factors, such as childhood trauma and abuse. So it could be very well be that for Shanny. It could be that she just had that shift. Could be that she just had, because I've often said that, and this is again armchair. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a therapist. I took like a class in psychology when I was in fucking high school, and then another one when I was in university getting my occupational therapy assistant license. So I'm not a psychologist in any way. This is armchair bullshit. To me, at least based on what I personally have seen of Shanny's behavior over the years, she definitely seems to me to have the markers of having antisocial personality disorder, as well as narcissistic personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. But again, not a therapist, not a psychologist, never claimed to be one. This is all armchair bullshit. Take it or leave it. Believe it if you want to. But those are just based on my observations of her online activity. There's also a serial killer respiratory therapist too. There definitely is some sick people. Oh yeah, it definitely are some sick fucking people out there. But yeah, you can just have random shifts in personality for absolutely zero reason. It does happen. So it could very well be that was something that happened with Shanny. Could be suddenly at 16 she just had a sudden personality change for no reason. No childhood trauma, no gang rape, nothing like that. And it could have very well be that she just decided to be promiscuous and have sex with, the entire school that she was going at. And when she got caught, she claimed rape. That could be it. I don't know. And I'm not going to say that I know, and I'm not going to say that her story isn't true. I'm not going to say that her story is false. It is very unbelievable based on the narrator itself. So.
And I have to say, as bad as this sounds, something inside of me tells me that maybe it didn't happen the way she said it happened.
Oh, there we go.
But something had to have happened for her to have turned out as she has. She has crashed and burned just about every single relationship in her life. And I'm not going to keep this video up for very long. I just want to be able to make my side of the story and make things clear. She's got people like Miss Star and a couple of people that, feel really sorry for her, but they don't realize how much she has affected everybody in her life. I mean, every one of her siblings and both of her parents have helped her out over and over and over again. And she walks all over them. She crashes and burns her bridges behind her.
I want to say I don't know where I heard this from, but I did hear this is speculation. This is alleged. There's no proof about it. But from what I understand, Shanny did not immediately go to her parents' house after she broke up with Chris. She went to her sister's house. And within like a week or two, Shanny had done something that was so traumatic to the sister that the sister packed up Shanny and her children, essentially dumped them on her parents' doorstep, and had to go into therapy for a year. And she has never talked about it, never told Betty or, any of her family what happened. But something happened while Shanny was there that was so traumatic that the sister basically just dumped Shanny on her parents and then went into therapy for a year and refused to talk about it afterward. Again, this is alleged. There is no proof of it. The sister has never come forward to talk about her experiences with Shanny. I don't blame her. I would not want her to. Much like I would not want Shanny's kids to talk about their experiences with her. I don't need to know for certain. But that is just something that I heard happened. Can't remember the source. Can't remember where I got it from. It's just something that's stuck in my head. It could be completely false. I don't know. But that is just something that I remember hearing about.
This is the last time I am ever, that my husband and I are ever going to be able to help her again. I mean, she nearly destroyed us during this last stay when you and her broke up. She's got Jason believing that there was abuse. There was no abuse going on whatsoever. We bought her clothes, we bought her makeup, we bought her, she got to use her father's car every single day, even when she wasn't working. She got to use her father's car, his truck.
Okay, so she did work a job at one point.
We got an SUV that her father used at that time.
She was working most of the time.
So, I mean, she had a way to work, but she wanted to lay in bed for months. She got fired from her first job for making videos on YouTube. Okay?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, that was a bad move she made. I guess she was kind of going through medication lists or something like that. It was personal.
Oh, it is Petty Patty? Yeah, that I do know the video of both of her parents talking. When I went over it, I was actually given a link by, I want to say Jules gave me the link, but the video was unlisted. It's not like publicly, from what I understand, it's not publicly available. I think I'm going to miss that point. Because, you know, listening to these for so many hours, I do miss points. So very well could have been in that video and I might have just missed it. But I do remember hearing about it.
I don't want to hear her excuse. No offense.
And she was live streaming it, so boom, you're gone.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, most places would fire you for that.
Yep.
And she knows.
But no, Jason is wrong in the fact that there was medication. Shanny had nothing to do with medication. She had nothing to do with patient care. She was, again, essentially a glorified janitor and front desk clerk at this place. This group home she worked in. She wasn't a CNA. She wasn't a nursing assistant. She wasn't any of that stuff. She had nothing to do with fucking patient care.
I gotta blow my nose. I'm sorry. I feel like crying right now. But she knows that she...
Excuse me.
...had to take care of her children. She doesn't do that. She expects everybody else to take...
I'm going to step away for just a second, let this play. I need to go get me a drink. So I'm going to let this play, but I'm going to mute myself. So.
Care of them. That's her thing. So she got fired from her first job. She laid up in the bed for months doing nothing but drinking alcohol and crying all the time, making everybody miserable. Mostly what she was crying about was because Jason wasn't fully her boyfriend at the time. This is why I couldn't believe, when she finally did get him. I couldn't believe it when she finally did. But she said that she wanted him because he was a millionaire.
Well,
this is the truth. She wanted him because he was a millionaire and she knew she wouldn't have to work anymore. And that she could just lay around eating.
Okay, is this the first time you've heard that?
Yeah. And I don't think I believe her.
You don't think you believe the mom?
I don't think I believe Betty, no.
Why?
I have no reason to believe that Shannon felt that way. She chose me for different reasons. It was spiritual shit.
Do you really think that, though? Like, in your heart, do you really think that Shanny chose you?
He's still covering for her. He's still fucking covering for her. It's this type of pussyfooting and flip-flopping that makes me fully believe that they are going to that Jason's going to get back with Shanny, and they're going to wind up being the homeless power couple under the bridge. It's shit like this. He's still fucking covering for her. Shanny 100% only went after Jason for his fucking money. He's still trying to fucking cover for her. Because I want to say, I don't know where this is, but I do believe that I do believe somewhere out in the ether of the internet, there is a video or live stream where Shanny claimed that she wanted to basically eat herself into immobility so she would not have to work anymore. Again, I don't know where this is. I don't know where this claim is, but there is a claim or a video or a live stream somewhere out there in the ether of the internet. Not exactly sure where. So take it with a grain of salt if you want to, or a metric fuck ton of salt if you want to. But I do believe that there is somewhere out there where Shanny was saying that she wanted to basically get so big that she could get on disability and not have to work anymore. So it is not a stretch of the mind for Shanny to believe that if she got with Jason, she would never have to work anymore, because Shanny didn't want to work anymore.
For spiritual reasons. Yeah, even knowing all the stuff that you know and all the stuff that she's done towards you, you really wouldn't put it, like, come on, Jason, let's be real, like, you wouldn't put it past her to want to use you for money?
At Cuvian323 super chatted $2. Reverend misses that sweet grey poon.
Yes, he does, Tubian. And thank you for the $2. Again, guys, we do have the super chat goal. Tubian has now been excused from bucket duty. So if we don't get one more super chat, you guys are all good. Everybody but Tubian, Pagan Mama, Graveyard Flowers, and who is the other one? Let me scroll back up. Oh, wait, no. I forgot. There's this little area right here. Let's see. And Petty Patty are going to be excused from bucket duty. So. But yeah, he does miss that sweet gray poon that his baby carrot has never been in.
Yeah.
He used you?
No, that's how it looks now to me. But that's something that's, I think
well, obviously during the moment when you were meeting her, when you first met her, you wouldn't think that. But I'm saying now that you're out of the relationship, right?
Yeah.
You have the mom here, and you're saying that you don't believe her at all.
You have to understand that I have a certain image of Betty in my mind that's still there. And
what image is that?
She was a horrible, abusive mother to Shannon.
Yeah, but you have already said yourself that Shanny accuses you of abuse all the time. So why wouldn't she lie about her own mom?
There you go. I can't know. I can't know these things. I wasn't in her life.
Yeah, I know that. But I'm saying, do you...
Repsion, I don't know if you're going to watch this later, because I did tag you in a post saying that I was going to be going over this. But Shanny claimed that her mother used to pop her shoulder out of the socket as a punishment and pop it back in when company was in the house, only to pop it back out once company left. Now, anybody who has worked in the medical field or knows anything about anatomy and physiology will understand that that is impossible. Not impossible, but it will damage the rotator cuff, which is the muscles that hold your shoulder in the socket. The repeated popping in and out of rotator cuffs, especially during your formative years while your body is still growing and still developing, will damage the rotator cuff to the point where the shoulder will just pop out of the socket for under any type of strain or stress, unless it is surgically corrected. So there is no way that Shanny, if that had actually been true and Betty was popping her shoulder in and out of the fucking socket, that Shanny would have escaped without some type of long-lasting damage to her rotator cuff, to the point where just getting off the fucking couch would pop her shoulder out of socket. And given the fact that how quickly we've seen and heard her, well, really heard her, go up and down those stairs from getting up off the couch. Just getting up off the couch should have popped the shoulder out of the socket if this was true. And there was no type of surgical correction to the rotator cuff.
I think because you don't know that, I think that gives you more credence to doubt anything that Shanny ever told you about her mother, is what I'm trying to get at.
That's fair enough. Yeah. I saw her mother, though, be pretty not nice to her and got physical with her in the house. Like trying to rip her headphones off of her. It was kind of weird. But
what Rev is leaving out of that is that Betty was trying to get Shanny's attention and Shanny was ignoring her. So yes, Betty came in, or Shanny was doing something in that room. And yes, Betty came in and took the headphones off her head. But Shanny has also smashed her mother with a door, trying to keep her mother out of the room in the house that Betty owned. Because what they did was they gave Shanny and her boys the master bedroom because they figured that they needed the space. Shanny's dad slept on the couch in the living room, and Shanny's mom slept in the guest room. And Shanny left a pile of fucking trash in that room when she was done with it, including bottles of piss, which I believe Betty talks about in her video. But yeah, Shanny has physically assaulted her parents before. In fact, that was I believe that was one of the reasons why she got kicked out on Christmas Eve, kicked out of her parents' house, is because she physically assaulted her parents. And mind you, again, when Shanny was living with them, Betty had just had heart surgery. She had a heart condition. She had just had open heart surgery that she was still recovering from. And Shanny basically slammed a door on her mom, trying to keep her out of the bedroom because Shanny didn't want her interrupting her while she was streaming. I mean, those of you who are new to my channel, you guys haven't heard Mama Shaw's little cameos. Mama Shaw's in bed right now. But Mama Shaw likes to occasionally poke her head in and say something weird that the audience can hear. I love her for it. She's amazing. She's a wonderful little cameo on my channel. But, I mean, I don't sit there and slam the door on her. I mean, I have my door shut right now to try and negate the noise because she's in bed. But I don't sit there and try to shut the door on her face when she comes in while I'm streaming. I usually, if I see her moving around, I'm usually like, "Hey, Mom, you want to say something? I'm streaming. Say something. Say hi," and she will.
The overall relationship with those two, I'm not a good source on, because she was already completely ostracized from her family before I was even with her. So I can't really know the truths of her dynamic with her entire family. I can't tell you. Is it possible that she's lied about the majority of stuff? Yeah, it's totally possible.
And you don't think that, like, she would lie to you about all that too?
She absolutely, sure. Why not? There's no way, after what I've realized fully that she's capable of now, which has taken a guy that was just wiping her butt and helping her as much as I can, turning me into a PDF file and a R-word person, like.
Okay, so my question is then, what reason do you think that Betty would lie about her daughter then? Like, what is to gain from that?
If she was an actual abusive mother,
okay,
she would do that. But I don't know. What I can tell you is what Shanny has told me, and the behavior that I've seen from Betty was a little weird at times. Yeah.
Well, ripping somebody's headphones off somebody's head, I would not label a parent just abusive based on that personally. But I don't know.
No,
let's get back to the Betty.
Okay.
But she will never be able to give up wanting negative attention. She thrives on negative attention. She has done this since she was 16 years old. There always has to be some kind of turmoil in her life. And if she doesn't have turmoil, she will create turmoil.
I've seen
just
that.
to get people to feel sorry for her for some reason. And then those people that feel sorry for her, then she craps on them.
Yeah.
Afterwards. And I think a lot of people...
I've seen her do that to you.
Absolutely true.
I've seen her do that with almost every single person who's ever been kind to her.
I think
over the
you're
years.
correct. Yep. I have to agree.
A lot of you...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say very self-destructive behavior. That's what it is. Morbidly so.
YouTubers and from the Christian community have experienced that with her. You figured that out.
There we go. Another reset.
The hard way. Like the rest of us. So now, getting back to me and my husband, let me just tell you, while she stayed here, she did nothing but sleep in the bed all the...
Sorry, for some reason my YouTube chat was not updating. But I did update the super chat goal, so at least that. That was all that background noise you heard. But as far as I'm aware of, I believe that Shanny has a sister and 2 brothers. One of her brothers is gay. And when he came out to her, this LGBTQ ally icon, gay alphabet soup ally icon, who claims that she's bisexual, she told him that he was going to go to hell. So she bullied her younger brother when he came out as gay. And she apparently traumatized her sister so badly that she needed therapy for a year. So, yeah, she has multiple siblings, all of whom are functioning members of society. I believe her sister's like married to like some sort of attorney or something, and she has like kids and stuff that she has not lost custody of, mind you. She's not lost custody. So the only like fucked up person in this entire family really seems to be Shanny. So
time, you know, we did everything we could to provide. I told her, I said, Dad, her father had just had his knees replaced, and living on blood. He's still taking blood thinners. I mean, it's only been since October that he had his knees replaced. And the first thing she did when he came home from the hospital is walk right into his knee, and didn't say anything about it. Went outside to smoke her cigarettes. She was mad at me because she couldn't smoke in my house, knowing that I have a heart condition. She had to go outside to smoke, even though it was my home. You know, I couldn't be around smoke. I can't be around things like that.
That's some crazy motherfucking entitlement.
Yeah.
That's some crazy entitlement.
She should have never felt like, oh, I should be able to smoke underneath your roof. That's crazy. If the person...
Let's not forget, Jason, that you and Shanny regularly hotboxed your rooms in Colorado while you had 2 children living under the roof, and you would do it while they were at the house. You wouldn't even do that outside while the boys were at school. No, you can't do that. Now, you guys are regularly hotbox the room, sitting there smoking yourselves even more fucking retarded than you already were, while the children were in the fucking house. But you didn't contribute to any of the abuse. Okay, sure.
Especially if she's asthmatic, my God. You know, that's ridiculous. Once again, I'm not going to say objectively for myself if I believe Betty or not, because I still have to rehabilitate my image of her in my mind from what Shanny told me about her.
Yeah, but from all the abuse and stuff that Shanny has done towards you,
yeah,
I don't know. Like, it's really hard for me to understand, like, why you wouldn't be in more favor of what her mother is saying in this.
Oh,
I'm actually a little surprised that you're not as agreeable with her, due to the fact now that you're out of the relationship.
No, I'm telling you,
I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Betty was not a perfect person. She wasn't a perfect mom. She wasn't a perfect grandmother. There are things that she did, especially getting into the Shanny area, that were very questionable. However, I would still take her as a more reliable narrator than I would Shanny, given the fact that Shanny has lied repeatedly. In the same fucking stream, she will contradict herself within 20 minutes of saying one thing and then saying something completely contradictory. So, as far as a reliable narrator, I will definitely take Betty's side over Shanny's. But Betty was in no way a perfect person in any respect of the manner. In fact, I actually think in this video she talks about the boys, and this is where the whole thing about them peeing in the corners of the room came from, is from Betty. So, yeah, I honestly think Little Miss, I think there's still a chance, I still think there's a high chance that they will get back together, and they will be the homeless power couple living under a bridge.
I'm changing.
Your perspective of Betty is changing.
Yes, because I fully see Shannon with her mask off, and Betty literally said that day will come, and she said it right in the beginning of the video, like Jason's gonna find out, and I did. So am I inclined to believe her 100% now?
Oh no, fat glitter shit. I am fully in the camp of Jason is still a POS. While he is a victim of, you know, obviously domestic violence, definite medical neglect when it came to the being detoxed off of alcohol. While I do think that he, you know, has irreparable brain damage, and he probably has a slew. I do know that he has at least been diagnosed with bipolar and schizoaffective disorder. Both of those disorders are very, 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 very bad when they're not being treated, and obviously Jason's are not being treated. That still does not excuse him from being a piece of shit who abused children and still has not taken any accountability for it and refuses to even acknowledge the fact that he had a part in abusing those children. So yeah, Jason's a piece of shit. He is a victim, but he's still a piece of shit. You can be both. There are not mutually exclusive statuses.
Yeah, I'll say that.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure. I just don't want you to look. There's been a couple moments in this interview so far where, like, I feel like you've defended Shanny, and I'm just kind of like, wow. I don't know if you should be really defending her, but
no, I wouldn't call it defending. I don't want to go full scorched earth on her because.
Why not though? See that? Why? Why not? Why not go? You have somebody who's called you a PDF file.
I know.
So why, if that's not true, whether I don't know what is or isn't true, I don't care at this current conversation that we're having.
It's not.
Why would you defend somebody who has said such vitriolic, untrue things about you?
Well, like I said, I'm not going to defend her.
Because he is not fully broken away from her and he still wants to get back together with her. End of story. Jason, when he's sober, it makes him realize that, oh shit, I'm gonna have to start making adult decisions for the first time at 42 years old. I am going to be alone. Truly alone. At 42 years old with nothing. And I honestly do believe that him and Shanny are going to wind up being the power couple, homeless power couple under the bridge. Trust me guys, I have been jonesing and I have been manifesting and praying to the flying spaghetti monster for years that I will at some point get the McDonald's Wi-Fi parking lot rage stream of my dreams. And that may actually be manifested sometime this year. Whether Jason's with her or not, you can bet your ass the first time that Shanny has a phone in her hand and is able to stream, we're going to get a rage stream. Because she cannot go back to that house. She has no prospects when it comes to romance. If anybody has seen my catfishing video where I played the messages between Shanny and a catfish, then you know that she has zero romantic prospects. She doesn't have anybody that's going to come and save her. Jason doesn't either. Everybody who is, was being super nice to him before are kind of not being super nice to him now. I don't see any of them letting him stay in their house. Jason has zero prospects. He's done zero work as far as trying to secure himself a place to stay. He's still waiting on this mythical Ezzy chick to save him from his circumstances, the consequences of his own actions. And he just cannot exist by himself. So chances are very high that even if they are homeless and living under a bridge in a cardboard box, these two idiots will be back together, which I say, good for you. I am fully in the camp that you two need to stay, that Jason and Shanny, that's my new couple name for him, Janny. I am fully of the camp that Jason and Shanny need to remain together in order to keep their toxic, abusive fucking behavior out of the goddamn dating pool.
Her. What I'm gonna do is not put her on blast because I want to be above that.
Okay.
I really do.
So it's a moral high ground thing.
Sorta. Yeah. I'm not gonna call her a PDF file. I'm not gonna call her well, she has actually abused me now.
I mean, come on, dude. She was arrested for domestic violence towards you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I mean, I don't. Yeah, ramen. Ramen. Praise he who was boiled for our sins. Linda, I don't know the circumstances under which he sold the uncle the house, because he inherited two of them. He got his grandmother's house, which is the one that he's currently in, and that belongs to the uncle. And then he had his mother's house, which he sold to G-Man for $1. I don't know what the circumstances were that Jason sold this property to the uncle for $1, but the circumstances under which he sold G-Man the property for $1, he claims it was just out of charity, but chances are that it was because he owed thousands and thousands of dollars in back taxes on the property because he wasn't paying the property tax, and he was banking on G-Man taking care of it for him, fixing up the house and then giving it back to him.
But I mean she did put me through something like that. She threw me through something like that. I didn't even tell the cops that. I hid that from them. What she got taken away from was basically going, right when the cops came in the door, keep that guy away from me. I'm going to K-word him. I'm going to kick him. That's why she went to jail.
While I do believe that Ezzy, as far as the person behind Ezzy is real, I do believe that they are a real female. Jason, earlier, before I started the stream, was live playing some sort of recorded conversation between them, which of course I'm like, why the fuck would you record your internet girlfriend's and yours conversation on the phone? It was a female voice behind it, unless they had like a really good AI voice changer. I do believe that it was possibly an actual female. However, I don't believe that they were genuine when it came to their affection for Jason. I don't believe that at all. The pictures obviously were stolen from someone else's account. The person whose account they were stolen from is 23 years old. She is engaged. She has a fiance. She's an Instagram influencer. I would suggest people do not go and harass this girl. There is a reason why.
At little_miss_static_brain super chatted $2.12. New sub. Lovely channel and chat. Thank you for the warm welcome, everyone. Bless you all, Zargs.
Oh, thank you so much, little miss. I like having you here. Thank you for subbing. Thank you for subbing, and thank you for the $5 super chat. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have met the super chat goal. Yes, little miss has saved everyone from the poop bucket. You guys no longer have to do Shanny bucket duty. I'll have to think up another terrible consequence for meeting another goal.
She handed it to them on a silver platter. Yeah, you're the one going. You said you want to off that guy.
All right, let me ask a question here.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't know how long somebody stays 302, if right now she was released,
right,
would you let her come back in that house and live with you?
No chance in hell. No way. I would immediately call the cops and tell them, look, you know how much you've been here. Do you want to come back again? You got to do something with this woman. She's psychotic, and they keep letting her out. So if she shows up at that door, it's going to...
All right, so since we achieved our new super chat goal, since we achieved the previous super chat goal, I've set up another one. 10 super chats. Either in 3 hours or when this stream ends, depending on when I decide to get off. You have that amount of time to get me 10 super chats of any color. Otherwise, I'm sorry, chat. You guys are going to be on Rev cattail cleaning duty. And chances are high that cattail is going to be a butt plug, so...
Remain locked, and I'm calling 911.
No, keep the door locked. Absolutely keep the door locked.
Mm-hmm.
Because, if you let her come back in, the internet's going to have a heyday with you, man. And then you're going to lose any sort of charitability that people have attempted to try to give to you in regards to getting rid of her.
And I would agree with it, Rep. They should leave me for support, because it would show that I'm not willing to fully do what needs to be done with the situation, which is getting her out for good. And that is where I'm at.
What about the house being condemned, though? I'm confused about that.
I gotta be out on Wednesday, dude.
This coming Wednesday?
Yes. I'm in my phone talking to a lot of people, trust me.
So, about the condemned thing, so I didn't watch your...
I mean, it could be Fat Glitter that... Because it appears to me that during those streams, when he's dressed up like a cracked out transgender meth head, that he was very manic, and chances are high he was also drinking at those times. I don't know why he has a completely different personality here. I do know that Repsion made it a requirement before he talked to Jason that Jason was not allowed to come onto the stream drunk, and if he was drunk, then Repsion was going to end the entire stream. Could be that Jason is presenting himself as a more stable character to Repsion's audience. I don't know. I am not in that little pea brain. I don't want to be anywhere near that fucking pea brain. If someone lived rent-free in Jason's head, they would have plenty of real estate because there is nothing there. It is smoother than smooth. I don't want to be anywhere near it. I don't want to be anywhere inside it. I don't want to know what thoughts go through his fucking head, because heaven knows that they're only FUPA content. I didn't think that I could get any more asexual than I already am, but when I watched that fucking content, there is a very good reason why I have a Fuda fetish. And I blame it on Shanny's only FUPA content.
Full video. I heard that it was condemned. So there's like an officer just come into the house and be like, we're shutting you down, or you have to move out of the house? Like, no. Then how is the house condemned?
It was the county inspector. And the reason that it was done is because the first floor bathroom is really messed up, and there's a handicapped person that has a domicile here. That's like nearly illegal, because according to like HIPAA type stuff, this is healthcare.
Are you when you say just handicap, you're referring to Shanny?
Yes,
she's not handicapped though. Come on, I saw her run up your stairs, bro. I saw the fucking Titan.
She's been masking. Yes, she masks, and she's capable of way more than she lets anybody know. And her healthcare coordinator knows about that. Okay? When I talked to her healthcare coordinator, because she spoke with me because I was her caregiver, officially making money doing it, she confided in me that she suspected that Shanny was narcissistically abusing me. She said, I suspected that was the case the whole time with her with you. I found that real interesting. That the healthcare professional saw it, even.
So the house is being condemned because of the toilet issue. The toilet, the bottom.
Yes, that's the main issue. But this house...
Someone has brought it up and mentioned it a couple times in a couple of Discords that I'm in, that Jason... We all know that Jason is below potato levels of retardation. We all know this. Someone has said that the house may not have been declared condemned. It could have been declared uninhabitable. Usually when something is declared condemned, you don't get a leeway time to get out. You have to get out immediately because there is immediate structural issues with the house itself, where the house itself could potentially collapse, or a portion of the house could potentially collapse. It being uninhabitable could be something that could be attributed to something like a plumbing issue. So, and Jason doesn't know the difference between the two because, again, he is below potato levels of retard. So, someone said the house could have been declared uninhabitable, but Jason took that to mean the house is condemned. But again, usually when a structure is considered condemned, you don't get a leeway time to get out. Usually you get a red tag on your door and you have to vacate the premises because there is an immediate health risk or risk of life and limb due to structural issues to the building itself. Again, I'm not a building expert. I don't know. This is just something that's been shot around a couple of Discords that I'm in. But we all know that Jason's fucking dumbass. So he would not know the difference between uninhabitable and condemned. So.
This has multiple issues. It's old, and my uncle has to save up some money.
Did the house that you're in right now, does that have a second bathroom?
Mm-hmm. Right here.
Upstairs?
Yep, right here, right next to me.
Wait. So correct. So you're telling me that Shanny, because I saw the clip of her running up the steps, right? Like boom, 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 boom.
I know what you're getting to right now. Go ahead, yeah.
She never she shit in a bucket in your bottom stairs rather than just walk up the steps and use the actual bathroom that is working.
Correct. Why? Victimhood.
I mean, yes, absolutely.
And she's forcing me to dump her shit. So that's...
I mean, according to Jason, while the toilet seat is broken, we've all seen the toilet. The toilet seat is no more. It's been obliterated, probably by Shanny's fat ass. Jason said the reason why it wouldn't flush is because there was something wrong with the internal mechanism, which could easily be fucking fixed for like $20. So they allowed the shit to pile up in that toilet and in the bucket when it could have been easily flushed for like a $20 fucking fix. God, these two are fucking lazy.
Double your pleasure.
Somebody donated $2. What is this? Sorry, it's going really fast. Handicap, she charged at you like a linebacker.
Oh my God, that was insane. Holy
yeah, and then she sat on the bed and then a period.
I mean, quite honestly, Little Miss, given Hussey's history on the internet, I wouldn't believe that he called unless he actually showed receipts. So, but again, like I said, I'm not a building expert. I don't know shit. I don't know who to call to see if it's been condemned or just declared uninhabitable. But I just know that typically if a building is condemned, you don't get like that grace period to get out because there is immediate structural or biohazard. There's immediate threat of that. So you usually have to get out like right then. But again, it could just be that the uncle's just doing this to get them out without having to worry about eviction and Shanny bitching about squatters' rights.
Blood came out on the bed because she's not taking care of herself.
That was really gross. But yeah, Gragan, she's just dry, or what's it called? Free bleeding everywhere. It was gross. I was finding pools of blood on the floor. It's like she was it was like she was bleeding out, bro. I don't know, man. It was very whoa.
Yeah, free bleeding is just.
And I mean, to be perfectly honest, I'm too fucking lazy to do that. I'm too fucking lazy to do that shit. Yeah, she free bleeds. In the I have it on my channel in the video where she runs up the stairs. In fact, we can actually watch it. And you guys can see what kind of crazy fucking shit that I watch. But I have the video. It's right here. Where Shanny's magically cured of disability. This is from Jules Tells All's stream.
He's asking to use the equipment and she's saying no. He needs to take the shit anyway.
Because they're lazy, Wookie.
Oh my god.
Because they're fucking lazy. That's why.
Get out of my stuff!
Oh my god.
You're taking my mic?
Record it.
Give me my stuff!
Fuck you. That's yours.
You're taking my stuff!
I want a pair of headphones for tonight. You'll get it back in the morning.
I better get my No, I want my clothes too.
I don't have
Turn off the lights.
Fuck you,
You turn. Oh my god, you piece of goddamn shit! You're still more I'm done! You're fucking done! You steal all the goddamn shit! Turn all the lights! Won't let me fucking sleep! You're fucking done!
Oh my god.
I fucking hate you!
What the fuck?
Holy shit.
Goddamn shit back!
Is she throwing shit?
She's hulking out.
Goddamn
Shannon, you're gonna give yourself a heart attack.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Is that her?
Yes!
She's upstairs?
Yes! Look at her in the room!
I don't have any clothes!
Holy shit!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, it's not over, Max. It's definitely not over.
Oh my god!
She went up the fucking stairs.
Oh my god, guys!
That thump was her throwing a cup at him.
Someone's getting arrested tonight.
Oh. Did you not see? That was oh my god, he got kicked out.
She ended the...
She probably
You can
knocked
hear-
something over.
Hear
Oh
on
yeah,
the,
I mean,
you can
she-
hear it on
there's
her
no doubt
stream.
that she pisses
Yeah, I
on
have
that
her
fucking
stream
couch.
pulled up right here. Oh my god, that was so scary.
Is Rev okay?
I don't know.
Oh, and that was caught on stream, so now everyone knows she's not disabled. Good job, Shanny.
Well, a lot of people have asked this. Why doesn't she have an assault charge? But mainly it's because, well, first of all, you'd have to think about the logistics of getting her to the police station. She has been to the police station once before in Colorado. She got arrested for beating Jason with a fetish whip, and they actually took her to the police station. They arrested her because there was evidence that she was the aggressor. One, because Jason was the only one that had defensive marks on him. He had defensive marks all over his arms for where she beat him with a fetish whip. And for those who don't know, Mama Shaw, she is into the kinky scene. She's 60-something. She's like 60-something years old. She's into the kinky scene. She's an old lady. She can do whatever the fuck she wants to. But since I am her person, I am her safe person, she lets me know things that go on when she goes to these little kinky parties. Just so I am aware of what's happening, and that way I can be her contact in order to keep her safe when she does this. I have seen her come home after she has been fire cupped. I have seen her come home after she's had the riding crop done on her. She's never come home with defensive marks like Jason had on his arms that night in Colorado. Shanny didn't have a mark on her. And then, of course, the dumbass fully admitted to the cops that she slapped Jason, which again is assault. She admitted to slapping him across the face. She did not admit to the fetish whip, but she admitted to slapping across the face. But Jason had the defensive marks all over his arms from where Shanny went after him with a fetish whip. So she has been to the jail before for domestic violence. They could not transport her in a typical police car. Instead, they had to transport her in a fucking ambulance because she was so goddamn huge. So there's the logistics. Oh, it was a flogger, Missy. It was a flogger. I call it a fetish whip, but it was a flogger. It's definitely a flogger. It was like a riding crop type situation. So there's the logistics of having to provide transport for someone Shanny's size, and the fact that she's fucking bleeding all over the goddamn place. And there's also the fact that, unfortunately, in today's society, most precincts, especially in more conservative areas, like Pennsylvania is a more conservative area, they do not take male victims of domestic abuse that seriously. There are not nearly enough resources or, ways for a male domestic violence victim to get out. Not saying that the ones that females have are perfect, but there definitely are a lot more options for a female victim of domestic violence to use as far as resources go than male victims of domestic violence. Which I personally don't think is right. I think there should be a equal amount of resources used for both male and female victims. It's one of the reasons why male victims never come forward, because there is that stigmatization on male victims of domestic violence or sexual assault. They're not taken as seriously. They're not considered victims themselves, because that's just the way society views it, unfortunately. Yeah, he has. Oh, it's disgusting.
I can hear him talking. Holy fuck.
I bet he called the cops on her.
How do I get her? Oh, right here. Duh. Sorry. Oh my god. Rev, you okay?
Permission.
Okay.
Are
Fine.
you okay?
Rev, are you okay?
Anything of mine.
I won't use your headphones.
Yeah, don't take my clothes or anything,
All right, fine.
or I will continue
I'm calling the
to
police.
come up and destroy your shit.
Fine.
Oh my
Okay.
god!
Oh, if you look right there. Right there. Right there on the mattress. Right there. Shanny clam stamped it. As I like to refer, as someone said. She clam stamped it. That is her free bleeding.
Get me off camera.
All right, fine. Get the
me off
fuck away
fucking
from
camera.
me.
Leave
you
her.
Get me
Leave
off
him
camera.
alone.
Get away from me.
Leave him
Get me off
alone,
camera.
Shanny.
Leave.
I'm calling the police on you,
Go ahead,
you
take
fat
your stuff.
whale.
Got it.
You're getting
Okay, go ahead.
arrested tonight.
You look stupid.
Leave
I love the way
leave
I look.
him alone, Shanny.
Okay, just go. Please.
I hope you die 1,000
Oh,
deaths.
I'm clipping
Thanks a lot.
that.
Go.
Clipping
Okay.
that bitch.
All right.
Quite honestly, fat glitter shit, they've been provoking each other. There is no winner in this. I honestly do not believe there is a winner in this at all. They've both been provoking each other. Shanny, with her streaming constantly the entire time, talking shit about Jason rather loudly where he could hear. And then, of course, Jason under the, suggestions of several trolls in the community to continue to antagonize Shanny. I don't believe that there are any fucking winners in this situation. Both of them are being pieces of shit. So.
Leave me alone.
Yeah, leave me.
Close the goddamn door. Don't fucking bother me anymore.
Oh my
Get away from me.
god.
Holy
You got
shit.
that?
Go
Don't
downstairs.
fucking bother me anymore.
Go
You
downstairs.
want to do this fucking controlling
Go
thing?
downstairs.
Report her, Jason, for
Dude.
proof.
You want to do this controlling
Go
thing?
downstairs.
Oh, you don't like it when I'm upstairs?
Go downstairs.
Why is it you don't like me upstairs?
Because I'm supposed to be upstairs. You're supposed to be downstairs.
Oh, but yet you keep coming down and bothering my
I
ass.
wanted
Oh
one
my
item.
God.
Okay?
There's nothing.
I wanted
upstairs
what
for
item?
her.
One more goddamn
He
try.
hit you.
All right, fine. I'm going in that room forever.
Yeah, you better.
You hit him.
That's like a horror movie right there.
Did she hit you?
I may or may not know somebody who was participating in the brick deliveries.
Did she go downstairs?
Yes.
I can't see. Oh my God.
Oh. You can see another spot right there where she clam stamped the bed. Right there. So yeah, she free bleeds. That poor couch. Full of piss and shit and period blood. Holy crap.
Oh my God.
Fucking asshole prick.
Can you hear us, Rev? Oh. Leave it there and show the cops.
Oh my god.
Don't touch anything and show the cops.
Somebody call.
Yeah, clam stamp. Wookie Cookie, the people, he was actually doing a live stream with Jules Tells All and Fupa Cheese, who is someone that Jason's been talking to recently. I don't know Fupa Cheese. I know that Jules is like one of the OG Shanny commentators and an OG Shanny troll. Jules has trolled them so many times. So many fucking times. In fact, it was actually Jules sending them a troll donation that got Jason to do the infamous one chip challenge while they were in Colorado. But that's who he was on the call with. But yeah.
Disgusting. And any woman who free bleeds, like, that is, you're crazy. Certifiably fucking crazy. That is,
it's not.
There's nothing
good.
wrong with periods, but like free bleeding and just like, oh,
it goes everywhere. I mean, everywhere, and it's really weird that she just gave up. She gave up on life.
So
man.
if Shanny, if you said that she was handicapped, she's not, but like,
she's not.
Did she ever get any sort of disability checks or any sort of thing? Because like,
she's never been certified disabled. No.
Okay.
And
Yeah, it's like, free bleeding is absolutely disgusting. And I say that as someone who has periods. I say that as someone who wishes that fucking menopause would hurry up, because goddamn it, uterus, we are not having a child at 43 years old. You can go ahead and stop. But as someone who has periods, as someone who does bleed once a month, I can say that bleeding is fucking disgusting and nasty. It is a normal part of life, but so is shitting and pissing. And I wouldn't want that all over the goddamn place either. I wouldn't want someone to be free pissing or free shitting on furniture any more than I would want someone to be free bleeding on furniture. In fact, I used to, way back in the day, I used to have this little segment I would call Shaw's Shit Report, because Shanny and Jason used to get horny on stream and talk about sex all the fucking time, or Shanny would talk about her periods or something. So I would do something that's called Shaw's Shit Report, which I would tell people about how my daily shit went. I would be like, yeah, I had, since Shanny's talking about her period or they're talking about sex, let me give you Shaw's Shit Report. Yeah, it was kind of loose this morning. It was kind of a darkish brown. Really easy to get out though. I had to wipe like 3 times afterward. Stuff like that. Just because there are normal bodily functions doesn't mean that you have to talk about them all the fucking time. And it does not mean that those normal bodily functions are not biohazards that should not be exposed to a general audience.
There we go. Because that's crazy. For years she claims that she's disabled, handicapped, all this shit.
I'm glad this got brought up. I want to clarify this because I was wrong. Okay, I was stating to people that she was certified disabled by this caregiver thing. Not true. She was not certified disabled. She was certified to get services. That's
okay,
not the same.
That does make sense a little bit.
Yeah, that's the correct language.
And what services would those be?
In-home caregiver, i.e., me. The bucket coordinator. The bucket coordinator, me.
This man was picking up her shit.
You got
Where were you taking the bucket of piss and shit?
So essentially, they were frauding the system in order for Jason to get paid to take care of Shanny. Because as we have all seen and heard, Shanny is very well capable of getting up and going to the toilet herself. Shanny is capable of doing a lot of things herself. In fact, there's actually one little image that I love to use when Shanny likes to talk about her fucking osteoarthritis or, you know, fibro and shit like that. And that is this little picture here that'll pop up on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are new, yes, you're not seeing things. That is a picture of Shanny licking her own foot. That's not Jason's foot in her hands. That is her own foot. Shanny licking her own foot. That is an image I like to use whenever Shanny starts talking about how she has such terrible osteoarthritis that her hips and knees and everything else won't bend anymore, and she can't do this and she can't do that. I like to pull that image up and show people, yeah, Shanny can't move her hips and knees at all. I mean, I don't know how she licked her own foot, but yeah, she's licked her own foot.
Right here, dumping it down the toilet, getting some bleached out, scrubbing. That's what I did. That's my job, really. It's okay.
So you took the bucket from downstairs with poop and pee and brought it up the stairs.
Yes.
Dude.
Correct. That was my life.
That is something else, man.
Mm-hmm. That was my...
And fun fact, those commodes should be empty, should be under, you know, right circumstances when you have a 24-hour caregiver. They should be emptied and cleaned out immediately after the person has used them. Otherwise, it gets piled up and you wind up with a giant fucking mess. Jason was not cleaning it out every single time Shanny went to the toilet. In fact, there were several times where Jason would be going to empty the bucket and he would talk about it almost sloshing over the edges because it was so fucking full.
My life for quite a while. While her being like, well, you're a cheating piece of shit, like you're just dog shit. Wow, thanks, Shan. You know, I wasn't, but okay.
Whatever. What do we call that? Like, if you have somebody who's like saying all these untrue things about you and you're still picking up their poop, what are you accomplishing by that?
Nothing.
You're just enabling her to treat you poorly, and then you're like almost making yourself out to be a poop cuck.
You're literally, oh my god, that's a shirt, poopy cuck. That's merch. Rep, that's merch, dude. Like, whoa, poopy cuck. Wow. You could put my face on it. You know what I mean? Poopy cuck.
I don't think that would not sell. So sorry. Yeah, I mean, you can do whatever shirts you want, but I ain't going down that route.
That's fine. My stores always get shut down because trolls flag them, saying I'm a fraudster. So what?
Oh yeah, speaking of stores, I actually do have a Teespring store. It's down in the description below. And ladies and gentlemen, if you buy something from the Teespring store, not only will you be supporting the channel, but you'll also get to wear some of my shitty fucking artwork.
Whatever.
All right, let's get back to the mom video.
All right, here we go.
But she laid up in that room drinking every night, and let me tell you, before she even got settled in, the deal was that she was going to get a job and she was going to help out with the utilities, because we were paying double the electricity, double our water bill. Actually, our water bill was more than double at times because the boys and her used to take really long showers and whatnot. So all of our utilities, were costing us extra, except for cable, of course, because we kept the internet on. We don't have cable. We have just internet. And to save money. I mean, my husband's 62 years old. He's getting ready to retire. We're just an older couple, going through a lot of health problems right now. But she didn't respect that either, She told Jason that all I ever wanted was to get money from her. And it's like, yeah, you know what? You have to pay for your way. You can't just expect people to support you for the rest of your life. We couldn't do it. We couldn't financially do it. And it was starting to cripple us. We both have a lot of medical bills. I had 2 heart surgeries. I had abdominal surgery just before Shannon came. And I was rapidly losing weight at the time. I'm much better now, but I was like going down to skin and bones for a while there because I was so sick after my abdominal surgery. I ended up with a bacteria and had to go on antibiotics. And I mean, it was just terrible. Meanwhile, putting up with her stuff.
Oh yeah, Missy Cats. There are people in my audience who have helped me out when I've had financial difficulties. And they can tell you that they have to practically shove the money down my throat. And even then, I'm always like, let me pay you back. Let me pay you. And even when they tell me you don't have to worry about it, I feel terrible taking money from people because I never want anybody that I'm associated with online, anyone that I consider an online friend, to think that I am simply friends with them because they give me money. I never would want anybody to think that. I would never want anybody to believe that. So anybody who has helped me out financially, because I have had some times where I've had financial emergencies that have happened. Like one time I needed a new battery for my car and I didn't have money to get a new battery and my car wasn't starting. And someone that I talked to online sent me the money for the car battery, and I felt terrible taking that money because I don't want anybody that I associate with online, who I consider an online friend, to think that I am merely associating with them or I'm merely friends or friendly with them simply because they have given me money or because they might give me money in the future. Yes, Pariah Quail. She's one of the main people that helped me out. But I feel terrible when that happens because, again, I don't want people to think that I'm friends or friendly or associate with them simply because they give me money. If I'm friends or friendly or I associate with you, it's because I like you as a person, not because I like your bank account.
Stuff. With the crying every night and drinking every night and smoking weed with her kids in the house, terrified that. And then she'd invite people over. This one homeless guy.
Oh no, Fat Glitter, I have no problem getting money and grifting on YouTube. There's a reason why I set up these stupid little super chat goals, and the reason why I have my Venmo and my Cash App and my PayPal linked up in the pinned comment. Yes, I do expect you cheap bitches to pay me money to entertain you, goddammit. Get me my fucking coffee, goddammit. But seriously, it's like I do this because it's fun. That's simply why. I mean, even when I'm doing like my YouTube, because I don't think you were here when I mentioned it, but twice a year I do charity runs for with an organization called Warcraft Cares, and it's basically just me running with several other players on a game called World of Warcraft, which is my obsession. Love World of Warcraft. But they do it twice a year, once in June, once in October. The one in June benefits the Trevor Project. The one in October benefits what's called the Pink Fund, which helps people who have breast cancer. I don't see a dime from those streams. I turn off monetization on them. I turn off my super chats. I have the donation linked in my, I just have the donation link in my comments, in my pinned comments, and in my description. I take out all of my personal donation links. I don't want to see a cent of money when I do those. But I do them because they're fun and because they raise money for a good cause, and I get drunk. Because everybody who does a donation and sends me a screenshot of it to one of my social medias that's down in the description, I take a shot. It doesn't matter what the amount is, I'll take a shot. So it's a win-win all around. But yeah, I do this for fun. You just had to pay for your ticket up here with me. Next time I won't order a giant pizza and actually cook for you. Now let me cook for you. Let me cook for you, Max. Cook you one of my terrible meals. But yeah, I mean, I don't see a cent out of those streams, but they're fun to do. They don't get a lot of views on my channel. None of my gaming streams ever do, but I do them because they're fun. And I do this because it's fun. If people want to super chat me or, you know, send something to my PayPal or my Venmo or my Cash App, great. If not, we still had fun. Yeah, the extra finances are great because my job doesn't exactly pay well, but I'm not like struggling so hard that I need to do like Shanny and Jason, and every time I come on here I demand tons of money from everybody.
And
Gene.
she'd invite him over.
Say that. You said, who was that? Gene?
Yeah, his name is Gene. She told me some stories about him, and like we were together at the time, and he was like, "Could I touch your tits and shit?" I'm like, oh. Just a gross individual.
And that's who she would invite over to her house or her parents' house?
Yeah, why? Ew. And it's her parents' house. There's no
it's crazy
respect there.
disrespectful. It's like if you live under. I grew up really religious and like evangelical Christian, so like my parents, everything had to go through them. If I wanted a friend to come over for a day, I had to ask my mom and dad, and it's a whole process. And I just, so
Sure.
like,
Oh shit, man. I don't know how that feels because I grew up in the South, and I would just walk through the door with a friend of mine. You know, I pulled off the street. Mom, so-and-so's here for dinner. She'd cuss, but she'd fix him a plate.
you're under your parents' house, so you need to abide by their rules. I don't think that's really should be a really controversial thing.
Not at all. Not at all. Ugh.
Over, and all he was actually a meth addict. I know that you didn't do meth, Chris. I'm positive about that. That's not your thing. I'm sorry you had to go through what you had to go through. I really am. We tried to warn.
Also, can you put your microphone a little closer to you? So you're a little louder.
All right, got you.
Much better, thank you.
Warn you.
All right, sure.
But you didn't listen. But anyway, that's water under the bridge now. I don't want to make you feel bad, but you're doing the right thing. It's time for you to just move on with your life and just put her aside. As far as Jason goes, he has threatened my husband. He said he threatened a 62-year-old man on blood thinners with 2 knees just replaced, that he'd come over and punch him in the face.
Is that true?
No.
You never threatened him?
No, I never threatened to punch him in the face. That's...
While I can't remember the exact video, I do believe there might be one on either Fundy Archive or Fat Courtney Love, which are 2 fantastic archive channels if you want to go look at like really old Shanny shit. I do believe that there is a stream where Jason did threaten Shanny's dad. But I can't say for certain. I can't find the stream. It could be something that I'm just making up. Who knows? But I do believe it's on like one of those old Shanny archive channels.
No.
Where's Shanny's youngest son? He has been adopted by his foster family, the foster family that both him and the oldest one are at. He's been adopted by them, so he's with them, and he will remain with them.
Me and my buddy Phil were on the phone with the father once, trying to make him understand that some of Betty's behaviors towards Shannon were weird. And they were, and sort of abusive sounding. So we talked to him about that, but I never said I'd punch him in the face or nothing. No. I don't know.
So
where
there's no like video or clip of you ever on the
No
internet saying
way.
that.
No way, no.
Okay.
I would have never done that. Like, yeah, he's a 62-year-old man. There's zero chance I would say that to a guy like that. That's ridiculous. And he was technically my...
Yeah, Pariah Quail's actually right. That was the whole point of the brick delivery. It wasn't just to make them think that some simpleton in their audience had sent them some food or something. It was also to collapse the porch, because it's the same people that did the same shit to Cyrax.
My father-in-law, that's the way I saw him. So no.
And now he's doing this boxing video, like he's gonna hit you. I mean, what an asshole. This is a man of God.
I don't know what the hell she's talking about, man.
You know, the only justice...
You don't know what she's talking about? What video or anything?
I don't have a clue what she's talking about, Rep. I mean, was she looking at videos that other people were making? Because I don't know I never made a boxing video. What is she talking about? I don't know, dude.
Somebody says that your merch was taken down because you made a shirt that says, "I have a baby carrot." Is that true?
No. I never made a shirt that says I have a baby carrot. No.
No? Okay. I don't know. That's just what somebody said.
Yes, you did. And not only did you make a shirt that said something about your baby carrot, you also turned it into a onesie. You turned a dick joke into a merch item for a child. Now, I have some stuff on my merch store that I would never add to a child's clothing item. One thing I would add, though, is the one where I drew my little avatar, my little cartoon avatar, my little crack coyote, as I call it, with a knife strapped to its head, and it said, "I am the ultimate apex predator." I would definitely add that to a onesie, because why not? It's funny as fuck. But there's some things that I would not add to a fucking onesie, but you did. You added a dick joke to a baby's merch item.
Sad of this is that Jason's going to find out on his own what she's all about.
I did.
When somebody gets married...
Oh, I'm pretty much of the opinion, Fat Glitter shit, unless it's proved otherwise in videos or something that I'm aware of, that anytime he opens his mouth, there's a lie coming out, just like with Shanny.
Married, they're supposed to be focused on their husband, their new husband. They're in love. They're supposed to be happy, you know, and she has kids too. She's supposed to be focusing on them. But no, she's got to make videos about her ex-husband.
Yeah.
8 months after you've been divorced. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
Yeah, she shouldn't have been talking about
But
this.
that's Shannon's MO. This is what Shannon does, and she does it well. She destroyed Doug the same way. Doug and his mother were abusive. His mother, actually her first husband, the father of her children, because I know a lot of people think that you were the boy's biological father, which he's not.
Okay, see, I didn't know that. I didn't know Chris was not the biological father. Did you know that?
Yeah, I knew he wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah, so Shanny has been married twice before. She was married to a dude named Doug, who, if he's not currently serving prison time, he just recently got released from prison for selling crack. And he is the boy's biological father, has had nothing to do with them since Shanny got divorced from him. And then, of course, there was Chris. Chris was pretty much the only stable father that the boys ever had in their life, and Shanny fucked it up because she wanted to get married or get into a relationship with this emaciated fucking house elf.
So a prior marriage that ended in 2000.
Is that Douglas? Is that the name Douglas? Is that who that is?
Yeah, Douglas Gaddis is his name. Gattis. And if you look him up on Facebook, he's in either North Carolina or South Carolina, and he was put away for meth dealing. So.
Okay.
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, Shanny still hasn't stopped talking about Chris. She is still fully in
Anyway,
love
the
with
father
Chris.
of her children's mother had multiple myeloma, and Shannon did nothing but make her life a living hell. The woman had to stay in her bedroom all the time. I finally got fed up with it. I'm going to be honest with you.
Fat Glitter, I am not going to contact Chris, just like I would not contact Shanny's sons, because Chris has made it very clear that he doesn't want to have anything to do with Shanny in the Shannyverse anymore. He said his piece. There are two very good interviews that the Geek Room have done with him. In fact, I think that Frank from Crude AF said that next week he's going to restream those or react to them or something. So there'll be a way to get that done. There's also his own channel where he has put up his own videos, which is called Odd Irrelevancy. But Chris has stated that he doesn't want to have anything to do with this. So I'm not going to reach out to him and ask if he has a comment or anything, because I'm not going to bug him about it. He said his piece. He's gotten his story out there. He just wants to be left alone to live his life. So
I finally got fed up with it, and I said, this is it. I can't put up with this anymore. I tried to ask her to get things cleaned up. Let me tell you something. My husband gave up the bedroom to sleep in the spare room in a smaller bed, and I slept on the couch downstairs.
Okay, so it was reversed. Shanny's dad slept in the guest room. Shanny's mom slept on the couch. So, is Shanny older than Rev? Not by much. I want to say that at this point in time, Jason they're both 42 at this point. But Shanny will turn 43 in August. So, yeah. She's not much older than Jason, but she is older than him. But she was actually a few years older than Chris when they first got together. Because I want to say when they first got together, Chris was like 21. He was in his early 20s. He was still pretty young when they first got together. But she was a few years older than him.
Whole time she was here. So they could have the master bedroom. And that master bedroom, a stench started coming out of it. And when I opened the door, it was at least 2 feet deep, full of garbage, food, clothing, God knows what else was in there. Urine. We found urine in a container, and William lied about it. And she says, William never lies. Well, William does lie.
Yeah, he does.
Kids lie.
Kids lie,
Kids absolutely do lie. It is the thing that happens.
The one who was spanking him because he lied about the urine. But it was spilt all over the floor.
Oh, wait.
It took us weeks to get that. Oh, it's been 3 months since she's been gone. Maybe more. Well, let's see. It was Christmas Eve when the cops got her out.
See, the cops got her out of their house.
What? I didn't know that.
That's wild. That's Shanny's stench, man. It's just like invading everything.
There were
this is actually disgusting. The fact that fucking Shanny made her mom and dad sleep in depth, like that is crazy. You can't convince me that this mom and dad, Shanny's parents, weren't good people simply based on the fact they are willing to give their sleeping position, 60 and a 70-year-old, to have their daughter sleep in their bed. That's
very fair statement.
That is a parent's love. That is parents' love. Even for a child of their own blood to be as horrible as they are.
Yeah. Jason saying that he didn't know about this is complete and utter bullshit. I'm pretty sure that he was well aware of all of this. But yes, William has been known to lie. He's been known to lie to get out of trouble, and he's also been known to lie to protect his mother. I believe the catalyst for Shanny finally being kicked out and being taken out by the cops was that William had either called or texted her while she was at work and told her that Betty was threatening to kill him and Zach with a knife. That's just what I remember. Not exactly sure if it's true. This is all alleged. I don't know. But that's what I believe was the catalyst to them finally calling the cops to get her out. Was the fact that William accused his grandmother of trying to kill him and his brother. And of course, Shanny doesn't call to ask her mother if it's true, doesn't call to make sure everything's okay. No, she just comes flying home in a rampage because that's Shanny. But yeah, then that was what led to, I believe that's what really led to her being dragged out of the house by the cops.
Like, that's fucked up.
I can't disagree with anything you're saying. Wow.
And the cops know us, by the way. The police in Duluth know my husband and I. They know her, too, all too well, because they're constantly had calls for her in the past. You know, she lost her kids. If it wasn't for Chris, she wouldn't have those kids right now. And that's the truth. He is telling the truth on that.
Do you know what that would be referencing? What he's saying there?
Yes, I do. I think part of the agreement of her getting the kids back was that, like, Chris was a stability, a force of stability. So the main reason probably they let her kids go back was because he was in the picture. I could believe that, you know.
Yeah, no, that is a thing sometimes they do.
That makes sense to me.
Stepdads and the bio dads and stepdads, they will make exceptions to stuff like that of giving kids back. Not always the best decision, but unfortunately the CPS system is crazy fucking corrupt.
Whew. Now, I don't know why you had that relationship with what's his name's girlfriend.
Wait, so just pausing it here. So,
all right, you have a good day, Fat Glitter. Fat Glitter. This will be here for the replay if you ever want to watch it. Ever want to watch the rest of it? It'll be here for the replay. So, it's good seeing you, darling. Thanks for joining us.
well, you told me that the two times that the kids. So this is actually more than two then, because earlier we were talking about, you said two, so this would be 3 times that she lost her kids.
Well, I'm trying to understand. Is she going to get into the reason?
I don't know. This again. Let's continue watching. Sorry.
Let's just check it out.
You know, I don't know why you did that. Maybe, but I'm not going to judge you.
No, wait,
for
Rep.
it.
I know. This is 2012. She's talking about 2012. When she tried to when she tried to eat the bullet, you know. That's what she's talking about. And then she met Chris in that interim period. And I think what triggered her self-termination thing was he was going to break up with her. Yeah.
So not aliving yourself because somebody wants to break up with you.
Narc shit. Yeah. Narcissist shit, man.
I wouldn't put a surprise her. I mean, we saw her just a couple of days ago try to cut herself with scissors.
You guys saw that?
Well, no, you saw that, but
yeah, I did.
I believe it.
Wait, how did you see it? I'm like, wait a minute.
I'm not going to. I mean, you went through hell with her. But, all I know is that her husband has made threats about us. He's even kind of poked a stick in her and poked the anthill about, what about what your parents did to you? What about your mother? Well, the only thing he heard was the day.
Yeah, I was just saying that because, I felt for Shannon. She told me that her family was horribly abusive. So I was standing up for her. Yeah. That's what I was doing.
That makes sense. I do understand that perspective of like defending your partner, but you know, in hindsight, eventually you have to get to the point where like, I was wrong to defend my partner.
I will say
X,
that.
Y, and Z.
I will say that today. I admit it. I was wrong.
Day that she had her headphones on, and I went in and I pulled them off her head and I pulled her hair a little bit. I didn't like yank it off or anything like that. She wouldn't listen to me. I was trying to get her to clean that room up. I'm telling you, the stench was horrible. No one should live like that.
Okay, see now given this and what you said earlier, this makes the context makes way more sense about the headphones thing. I've been a step parent before, and kids can be very, very frustrating. So like trying to grab a headset off a kid's,
Sure.
Kid's not listening, you grab the headset off of them. But of course, Shannon would probably try to make that out to be something that really didn't happen, like hurting her.
She made it way bigger than it was.
Like she's.
Oh, it's like 2:30 in the morning here, Missy Cats. I'm on the East Coast, but it's like 2:30 in the morning. But I work nights anyway, so this is normal hours for me.
Ripped my headphones off and slapped me across the face and kicked dramatized.
Yep.
And she was like, "Oh,
she did do that.
Like she usually does. You see her on the videos."
No, she did that just a couple days ago before she got fucking 302'd.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, it's a pattern.
And I was done with it after that. I was like, that's it. You're getting the hell out of here. I'm not putting up with this anymore. I shouldn't have to. My blood pressure was sky high. It took me a good 2 months to get my blood pressure down after her staying here.
Wow.
The doctor was even like, you can't do this. I had 2 heart surgeries. I have a pacemaker defibrillator over here. I have a portacath over here.
Wow.
I'm getting worked up. This is why I didn't want to make this video, but I think I deserve to be able to tell my side of the story too.
Yeah.
All the rest of this aside, the police came over to the house and they made her leave. William said that I threatened to kill him.
Yeah, I heard
when
that.
the police were over at the house.
Yep.
And texted his mother that, which was William being an asshole. Being a little asshole. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say it. He was being a little asshole. Just like he did the time he pissed all over the floor in his grandfather's room.
Jesus. I didn't know about that.
I was a pediatric nurse for almost 37 years of my life. I would never tell a child I'm going to kill them. I would never do that, and especially my grandsons.
No, I'm sorry. I believe her. Like I can just hear it in her voice. This is.
Yeah, I don't buy it. I don't buy it, and I know William lies. So I would agree with.
Well, of course you don't buy it, Jason.
Sir. I'm really starting to understand how much of a level I was deceived now. And that's starting to process in my mind, and it's like, yeah, okay. I think I get.
But you're still defending her. Anytime someone brings up the child abuse, anytime someone brings up something negative that Shanny has done, even after this Repsion interview where you're just like, yeah, I'm starting to see the light, you would still sit there and say, there was never any child abuse. Even though people clearly saw it. You're still defending her. Which makes me fully believe that once she is out of the nut hut, you two are going to become the homeless power couple under the bridge. Fully believe it.
Get it now. Pretty sure I'm starting to get it.
It's gonna continue to process, because when you're out of situations like that, you are able to process it, because when you're living in it, you're not able to. You're not really ever able to fully.
Yeah.
step away and look at things from a different perspective until that person is gone.
Right. And that's why I fully believe that I was what you call Stockholm syndrome. She had physical violence on me multiple times, which I covered up. And it led to her just thinking that she can get away with it. And that's where I was at. At the end of this, like what happened in my grandmother's room was insane. And I don't want to be anywhere near her ever again after seeing that shit. I can't fully disclose what happened in that room because the cops said you probably shouldn't. There's some details of that I can't go into. But what happened in that room, Repsian, was scary, bro. She was like a full-on psychotic that you'd see in a movie. Nude. Sitting at the base of the door with her back to it saying, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stay here with you in this room, and we're going to stay here all day. I said, Shannon, you got to get up, man. People are going to try and call me, and if they can't get in contact with me, they're going to call the cops again. But I can't go into any more details on that. It was crazy.
Well, she's 302. That's what really matters at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
She's not there.
Hallelujah, yeah.
That doesn't matter. Shannon gets away with saying whatever she wants to people and getting them all riled up and worked up. I mean, hell, even while she...
While I will say that, as far as I can remember on the actual, like, police report, there was no mention of the child's ribs being bruised. I do have to caveat that with saying that there is a theory that the cops were not called the day of the incident. They were called a couple of days after the incident, and they weren't even called by Shanny. They were called by her oldest son. And then, of course, Shanny would not allow the police or the paramedics to actually thoroughly check the youngest child. In fact, it took CPS pressuring her a few days after the police were called and Jason was taken to the jail. It took CPS pressuring her to finally take the boys to the hospital, to the ER to be checked out, or to allow CPS to take the boys to the ER to be checked out. By then, any bruises that were on the boy's body could have faded or disappeared entirely. So there may not have been any outward physical evidence of the bruising, but it could very well have happened. Because again, there's a discrepancy that the actual incident where Jason struck the child, whether it be that he, struck him across the face or he kicked him or whatever, there is a discrepancy that many people believe that the cops were not called the day that incident actually happened. They were called a couple of days after the incident happened. And they were called by the oldest child. So
she was here and she wasn't doing well on getting the noose around Jason's neck. She was flirting with G-Man.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Oh, yeah. She said that it was basically not real. I think it was, But she did, because I cut the cord for a bit. I said, listen, I'm a raging alcoholic. I shouldn't have two young boys underneath this roof. She had a job opportunity that she could have went to. That was a good deal. And she left that job opportunity to come to me with those kids. So was it about money? Yeah, I believe it was about money now. I do believe that fully.
Ugh, that fucking cup looks so fucking disgusting.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. There's a part of me that wants to believe that there is a human being inside of her of some kind that's decent. But the more and more I start to game this, and I'm starting to listen to Betty with a clear mind, the mom, sorry. Her name's Betty, I'm sorry. The mom. I was had on a massive level, dude. The first thing my uncle said to me, he's an old school guy, he's 78 years old. He said to me, Jay, you were taken for a ride. She took you for a ride. And you really messed up a really good situation that you had. Very few people get what you had. One in multiple millions had what you had at your age. That's what I had to come home to, and that was rough. That was rough. But he's right, you know. This person came into my life, and I let it happen. I should have had the cops at the door and say, look, this woman has 2 children. I drink heavy. Do you guys think this is a good idea for her to be here? I don't think it is. That's what I should have done. I would have saved myself from all this bullshit. So, does Rev have regrets? Oh, you better flip and believe it. Yeah, I do. But I can't go back. It's not a thing. So.
Yeah, you can't go back, but you're definitely not going forward because you're still sitting on your channel dressing up in that meth head, transgender, cat girl, crack whore wannabe outfit, pretending like none of this is happening. You should be spending your time packing what little you have and getting it ready to leave. You should be getting ready to... You should already be ready to leave with what little you have. But no, you've been spending all your time pining over Ezzy, this fake person who's never gonna come for you, thinking that she's gonna swoop into your life and magically save you from everything that's gone wrong. But it's not gonna happen. And you're too stupid to realize that.
Oh.
Well, as I said at the start of this, you know, for the future, don't date somebody with kids.
I won't.
You shouldn't be around kids if you can't hold your temper and shit, you know? It's
totally...
plain and simple.
If I got on really good meds, Rep, I'd probably be okay. But the fact is, I don't
Meds or not, man, like, once you hit the kid, it's done deal. It's the proclivity to do that again is just...
Yeah. I agree with you completely.
But it's also like, you were her... she should never have brought her kids around you, period.
No, I totally agree.
And you shouldn't have been around her kids.
Right. I was a raging alcoholic, and I said that to her. I said, do you think that's smart? You should take the job opportunity you have in Wisconsin.
Well, why would you take a job opportunity when you're there to... I'm Daddy Rev. I got my $750K.
Yep. Yep. And now I fully get that is basically what it was about. So she could put her ass on a couch and do whatever the hell she wanted. Because everything was paid for. Yeah. Yeah. And I said that to her many times, and she said, no, you know that's bullshit. It was for love and Jesus Christ. And I'm like, okay. If you want to say so, Shanny, okay. That's how I got at the end, Rep. I was just like, if you say so, okay. Because the way she was treating me was not, I love you in Christ. That is not how she was treating me anymore. You know, it was just a meat sack to fucking dump her shit. That's what I became. So fine, I was done with that. I was done. This Thanksgiving...
Yeah, Jinyu, you actually bring up a good point. Jason did get appropriate medication when he was in the rehabs, when he was in rehab this last stint. In fact, he's gotten appropriate medications every time he's ever had to go to the Nut Hut, but he never stays on them. And this time, we can't even say that it's because Shanny has stolen his medications and are taking them herself, because both of these two chuckle fucks have admitted to taking each other's prescription medication, believing that just because it's prescribed means that it's not drug abuse, but it absolutely 100% is. Jason himself has said he's not going to take his medication now that he's out of the rehab. He said it himself. He's not going to take his medication. So he is now choosing to be unmedicated and to not treat the symptoms of the mental illnesses that he obviously deals with. And that makes him a fucking idiot and a goddamn piece of shit. Because if you have medication and you are getting treatment, but you choose of your own free will not to take that medication anymore and not to continue that treatment without consulting a doctor, without consulting your psychiatrist, without doing any of that shit, you just come home and decide you're not going to take your medication anymore, you're a fucking asshat and you deserve everything that happens to you.
That was it. She was so ungrateful.
Hey, Red Feather.
People gave money for our Thanksgiving.
You're not
She
my
was
mom.
ungrateful for that. And I got to the point where I literally didn't even want to sit next to her anymore. Her energy was so toxic.
Yeah, I mean, with somebody toxic enough, you both become toxic for each other, and you both are bad at that point, and you both work off each other's energy, essentially.
Exactly.
And you both do things that you shouldn't be doing. You're both
Correct.
unhealthy for each other.
Yep. It's like Becky and Amber Lynn Reed.
Is this the first official time that she's actually, like, you're away from her in the last 8 years? Like, you're separate, like you're not in the same space?
Yeah, I mean, there's been small amounts of time, and this is another one. Like, it'll be a week period. We're not around each other. A couple week period. It was this last time. But that's it. Yeah, we're together, like, all the time. We were. Yeah.
When do you think the point in your relationship with Shanny did you come to the determine that you hate her? Like, you genuinely want nothing to do with it? When was that exact moment? Was it Thanksgiving? Or a year ago, 2 years ago?
Well, yeah, the hate is a really strong word. What I would say is disgusted with.
I mean, hate and disgusted, they're not mutually, they work together.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it was Thanksgiving. Because I was really jovial about donations. Like, people were really nice. And so I was happy about it. And she was just like, I don't care. It wasn't enough for a Perkins meal after you bought the stuff, so what good is it? I don't get a turkey meal. I'm like, Jesus Christ, Shannon. Wow. That's how you feel. You have zero gratuity then. None? I literally felt like I wanted to vomit around her.
Now, I've never seen her be grateful for anything. And, like, even like in some of the streams that I watched of you were, anytime somebody would buy you, it was like a simple little drink or something, you were always like, thank you so much, blah, 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 blah. And she was like, nothing. I agree with you there.
Very cold as shit. And people tried to befriend her, and she would just ignore them or throw them out of her life because she always felt threatened by females. Always. We couldn't have for real.
I know. I was in that stream the other day.
Yeah.
When she went crazy over you talk. I think it was it Jules and that other person. I think it was.
Yeah, it's so stupid, man. But that's how she was the whole relationship. If it was, oh my God, if it was an attractive female,
yeah, because any person who's not her is better than her by default, almost practically.
Oh my God, I would agree now. Yeah.
All right, let's get back to this video.
Missy Cats, Shanny is actually associated with Goral World, although she has her own little niche community. When she was in Colorado, she actually attached to Foodie Beauty and was almost like her little attack dog big attack dog on Twitter and YouTube and stuff. She actually, one of the reasons why she became so infamous and became more well-known than she was before, when the drunken peasants found her and found out she thought the moon was a hologram, is when she decided to start calling Life of a Free Spirit the N-word. So she was doing it that early on. But she is tangentially, like, associated with Girl World. So I like to refer to her as the lowest rung of the fat YouTuber Girl World trifecta. Because Amberlynn Reed and Foodie Beauty are just barely above her. Barely. But they are above her.
All right. Are we going to cut this after Betty or Mom's done here?
Yeah, we're going to probably finish it up. We got another 10 more minutes.
Gotcha.
So.
Okay. All right, cool.
Because we're almost at 2 hours.
I remember clearly how she wanted to be with G-Man. She talked to me about it almost every night. But he was too smart for her, thank God. He even told her, you need to get out of your mama's house. Of course, she wasn't going to have that because she'd have to go get a job and she'd have to go actually, pay bills. She didn't want to pay nothing. I asked her for money to help pay. Once she gave me $140 with her first job. And that went towards the heat, the electric, and the water. So split that into 3, okay? Less than $50. Not bad, She could have been paying a lot more in a house that she lived in. When I think back in hindsight, I should have just, instead of bringing her to our house, I should have just said, Shannon, the house is yours now. Because we actually my husband and I went over there and cleaned her house out. Oh my God.
That's crazy. Parents should not be doing that to their kid.
Hey, cats.
Like, you're a grown adult. Nobody should be fucking cleaning your house except you.
I'd talk about a mess. The bedroom, up in the boys' room, you'd get halfway up the steps and you could smell the urine coming out of there. For some reason, they thought it was okay to piss on the floor.
Jesus God, what?
Okay?
What?
They thought that was okay. And this, I don't like talking like this, by the way. But I'm fed up to here with all of this stuff. And her making videos.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Cats, the name of his channel is Odd Irrelevancy. That's the name of his channel. If one of the mods wants to look it up and put it in the chat, feel free. But the name of his channel is Odd Irrelevancy. I know that Shanny has her own little niche community, but for a while she was tangentially associated with Girl World. In fact, some of the Girl World commentators have commentated on Shanny before. Not often, but yeah, I'm well aware of the fact that Shanny is not like closely associated to Girl World, but she is tangentially associated due to the fact that she was a foodie beauty simp. So.
And it hurts. It hurts really bad. It hurts to know that
I don't know what Betty's channel was called, Missy Cats. Because the only time I ever saw like her video, it wasn't on. I never saw it on her original channel. It was always on a re-upload or an archive channel. So I don't know what her original channel's name was.
my grandchildren have to live like this. It does.
Thank you, Graveyard
It
Flowers.
hurts me
Thank
real
you,
bad because I know my
Red
other two grandchildren are living a decent life. They have two parents that love them very much. And they're happy in the way a kid is supposed to be. She's in the bathroom right down the hall here, smoking on her hookah, or whatever you call it, smoking weed with her boys down the hall. And William told me one day, he said, that's got to stop. He goes, she used to do that when my dad was there, talking about you, Chris. He said, but it's got to stop. And he wanted to put a stop to it. And I think the only way he knew how to do it was to try to get out of here and make her take responsibility. He's smarter than you think.
Oh, he's a smart kid.
He might lie, but he's smart. He knew what he was doing.
Very smart kid.
He didn't want to lose her again either. I mean, the boys really do love her.
They
If she could only just see that, and be satisfied with that.
So her kids did love her, right? Like,
oh yeah, there's zero doubt.
So when her mom says like if she can only be satisfied with was she like convinced her kids hated her or didn't, or like what? Like,
no.
What is this?
This latest thing with William really bothered her though. The going silent. That's what triggered. I don't recognize her anymore. Who she is, I don't know that person. The person I spent the first 6.5 or 7 years with, that's not the same person. She had a complete mental, you call it, breakdown. And the silence of...
No, Shanny has always been like this, Jason. Shanny has always been this toxic, abusive piece of shit. You just refuse to see it. She's always been this way. The way she reacted when William stopped talking to her, that was just more extreme. But she's always been like this when she had what is known as a narcissistic meltdown. She wasn't getting what she wanted. She wanted William to come back home, move in, live with her forever, be there as her financial safety net because she could go make him get a job. She wanted William to come home, and I honestly do think she had some sort of complex for William because the way that she acted during that whole incident with William when he stopped talking to her, she acted very, very fucking similar to fucking Nal, Naked and Laughing, when Cobes broke up with her. She was acting like a fucking insane, jealous, jilted ex-girlfriend. I mean, I swear to God, anytime, even before this incident, anytime I heard her talking about William, I hear banjos. I would hear fucking banjos. There was like some borderline deliverance happening in the Northeast. Okay? She did a fucking couples binding spell on William. This bitch had a complex for her son. That was why she parentified him, why he had to essentially raise his younger brother. I believe that Shanny has said that William is her perfect man. Anytime now, do I believe that Shanny ever did anything sexual with William? No, I don't. There's no evidence of it. William hasn't said anything about it. There's zero evidence of it. But the signs that she was obsessed with him are absolutely fucking there. To a fucking creepy ass level. So, no, Shanny has always been like this. It's just that the William incident just amplified her behavior. But she has always had this behavior. You can't sit there and say that her personality switched because it really didn't. It was just amplified.
William triggered it. I'm telling you the truth. That's the truth.
Because I swear I've seen a clip of Shanny saying that she regrets having Will.
Oh, God. Ew. If she said that, ew. She don't mean that at all.
It doesn't matter if you mean it. You never say that about a child, though. That is
horrible. Is there a clip of that?
I've seen so many clips.
I'm sure.
I didn't get a whole thing of like clips just planned here because this is all unscripted. We're just going off the cuff here in the last 2 hours.
Right.
But I swear I remember her saying something about that. Again,
really...
I'm working on a Shanny for Christ's Files video. Like I have a huge documentary style video that is coming out, right?
Awesome.
And I have so much, like it's like almost 2 hours. I've had so much content. I've watched so much content of her. I've heard her say crazy things, but maybe I'm misremembering. I don't remember.
Okay, that's fair enough. But I just want to compliment you that you're a very good facilitator of an interview. You're very good at this.
Thank you, because this is my first interview I've ever done.
Is that for real? Oh my God, am I honored, dude?
Let's continue.
All right.
She's got to have that negative attention. Always just this negative attention. But anyway, when the police came over to get her out of the house, yes, it was Christmas Eve. But she was screaming and yelling and causing a lot of trouble. She took, instead of cleaning the room, she took and she shoved a good portion of it under her father's bed.
Did you want to put Mom back on, Rep? Because we're on, right?
Oh, my bad. Thank you.
No problem. Producer, a little producing.
It's the first time I've ever used Streamlabs too, so bear with me.
You're doing great, actually.
I mean, my husband works hard. We don't have the greatest house in the world. Our house is, you know, over 100 years old. But he takes a lot of pride in trying to keep things nice in it, you know? And he didn't deserve that. He didn't deserve that at all. We didn't do anything. She came to us after you left her, Chris. She came to our house, and I didn't know what to do because of the kids.
Yeah.
But if I think in hindsight, I should have made her stay there at the house that you guys were renting, because she could have gotten a job.
Oh, I won't ban you for not hitting the like button, Red Feather. However, I will say that, let's see. We have an hour and a half left of our goal. I've not received a single super chat. You guys send me 10 super chats of any amount, and you guys will get out of Rev cattail cleaning duty. And that cattail may or may not be a butt plug. So.
And she'd probably still be there, well, until she roped Jason in. He's going to find out. He will find out the hard way. But I'll tell you what, if he threatens me or my husband again, he just needs to know that the Duluth Police Department know about them.
Okay.
Both of them. We have it written down. There's a paper trail. And he better watch his step.
Okay.
I have pictures of what the room looked like. I'm not going to show them here. But I have hung on to them in case anything else, you know, happens. But now she's in Pennsylvania. She should just go on with her life. She should just go on with her life and stop making these crazy ass videos.
I agree.
And trying to get everybody all stirred up and just expanding the hatred.
I agree with that the whole time.
She's married now. She's married to this guy. She's supposed to be focusing on how much they love each other. But she won't do that. It's heartbreaking. I apologize to my followers.
$2.68. Little for the goal red hard hot beverage.
Thank you, Medieval Maggie, for the super chat. A little bit towards the goal. So now you guys have an hour and a half to get 9 super chats in. Medieval Maggie, you are now excused from Rev cattail cleaning duty, so you will not have to clean that cattail butt plug.
Are my subscribers for this video. This is something that had to be done. I'm not going to keep this video up here, and I promise you that I'm going to go back to my garden content, and I'm not going to ever make a video like this again, because other than what happened with my daughter, our lives are pretty much normal. But it had to be done because she won't listen. And I just wanted her new husband to know that he needs to stop threatening us.
Wait, you were never married to her, were you?
Not on paper, no.
Okay, not on paper.
Not on paper. In Colorado, In Colorado, they accepted common law marriages, so they recognize us as married in Colorado. That's not the case in PA.
Okay, yeah, some states acknowledge.
But I believe that even for what is referred to as a common law marriage, you still have to fill out some sort of official paperwork in order to be recognized as a married couple. You never filled that out. The only thing that you did was you wrote it down in your fucking Bible, and you had a emaciated teenager sign as a witness. So, well, yes, while Colorado does recognize common law marriage, I do believe that you still have to go and fill out some form of paperwork in order to be fully recognized as a married couple. This was how Shanny was able to get so much in fucking food stamps while they were in Colorado, is because on paper, as far as the law and the government was concerned, she was a single mother with 2 children. So that's probably why they never actually fully got married. Not to mention the fact that I am a strong believer that Shanny was fully intending for Jason to die of his wet brain. I am fully a believer of that. Because of the way that she handled it. She wouldn't even get him medical intervention when he was having seizures. So I fully believe that she fully intended on Jason dying of the wet brain, and she would just get all of his money. Because at that time when he was going through, when he was having the worst of the wet brain, she was in charge, she had access and was in charge of his finances. Which is how the financial advisor got fired and all of Jason's money got pulled out of the Apple stocks. So I fully believe. Now, is it on record? Is there any proof of it? No, there's not. But I fully believe that Shanny fully intended for Jason to die of the wet brain, or she was hoping on it, and she would get full access to his finances. She would get everything without having to worry about him. But again, these are just my speculations.
At Graveyard Flowers 476 super chatted $2. From Millie Cat, she only tends to her own tail. Rolling on the floor laughing.
Oh, thank you, Graveyard Flowers, for the super chat. So Graveyard Flowers is now exempt from Rev cattail cleaning duty. So if the rest of y'all want to avoid having to clean Jason's cattail butt plug, then you may want to start donating. So get in those super chats.
Knowledge like domestic partnerships as like people like it's weird. Yeah, you're not officially married, so I get what you're saying. All right, we got 4 more minutes of this.
I mean, threatening a 62-year-old man who had his knees replaced and has to take blood thinners, and his heart isn't doing too well either. He happens to have AFib.
Okay.
You don't want to know what I think about you right now doing that. You don't want to know.
I remember that day.
What do you remember about
it? I was on the phone with my buddy Phil, that did the radio, the radio show with me. Sorry, frog in my throat. And we were trying to talk to the father about some of the stuff that both of us heard Betty do to Shannon. One of the things was ripping the headphones off of her, but she said she dramatized it, so it sounded way worse.
Yeah, now we know the context of that in this.
Yes, exactly. So what I have to realize now is that she's very good at perception manipulation. Let's put it that way. When you're with her, she can do things to warp your mind. I'm telling you, because she did it to me for years. So this was really good to watch, because it's put a lot of things that I even lived through into better perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And it really is, the fact of the matter is that Shanny, for Christ, is abusive. She's
a master manipulator too. I mean, she's made it this
good
far.
At it. Yeah.
She's made it this far with everybody else doing things for her.
It's true. Yeah, she's really good at it. So it's a cautionary tale to anybody out there that if you want to try this one on for size, you better know what you're getting into. Okay? Be careful. That's what I tell them, Rep. You better be real careful.
All right, let's almost done here.
All right.
But I can let it go, because I can take a little bit of pleasure in the fact that you're going to find out the hard way. And I'm not going to say I told you so, but you're going to hear it in your head. But anyway, that's all I got to say. That's my side of the story.
Thanks.
Chris was a really good father. I don't believe he raped her. I don't believe it for 1 minute.
Mm-hmm.
She has lied about this stuff over and over again with other people.
I believe that now, for sure.
And I don't believe he abused her in any way.
I don't believe he did.
He's never been an abusive person as long as we've known Chris. We've known him for several years.
Right.
He's never been abusive that I know of. I mean,
yeah, he doesn't seem like that type of guy at all.
I mean, it really was when she explained that he raped her. It was so out of character that I was like,
yeah.
It's, you know, I didn't buy it, but I wanted to stay on her side because she's my daughter. She didn't go and even get a police report on it for like a month or so. She didn't even go to get STD checks until several months after that.
That's not normal.
So, I mean, who's telling the truth here?
Right.
I mean, this is miserable. I kind of wish I didn't make this video now. But it has to be said. So I hope you got the message, Jason and Shannon. Good luck to you. I hope that you get the help that you need, finally. But it won't be coming from your family anymore. We're done. We're through. Just want you to know that. I don't take pleasure in it either. I think it's horrible how things went down.
Wow.
You would feel the same way as a mother, or maybe not. You seem to put yourself before your kids all the time. Right now, Jason's only seeing the honeymoon phase.
True.
He'll see what you're really about.
Wow.
Okay, that's it. That's all I gotta say.
Wow.
How do you feel about that? No, I mean, the last part of the whole video was towards you.
Wow. That's what I would call shell-shocking.
Truth from the grave. I'm sorry to say, Betty has passed away. She's not alive, and the father isn't alive either. They're both dead. So,
Rest
I
in
mean,
peace in them, yeah.
You're in a situation now where somebody, almost 6 years ago, is talking to you, and now you're in the situation that you're in, away from it all, separate.
She told the truth, man. I feel that as best as she could tell the truth, she did that, I think. And wow, it's literal shell shock.
See you later,
I'm like,
Redfeather.
I just listened to that, and it was really aimed at me at the end. Like, you're gonna get it. You're gonna figure it.
Hashtag Betty was honest. Betty was right.
Yeah, she was. See, I would use that hashtag now. That would have been something that I would have defended her against.
If you join other streams, you should say that. You should make that a slogan. Hashtag Betty was right.
I'm going to make that definitely part of my repertoire now. Definitely. Holy crap. All right, Rep, are we going to wrap it up, or what's the deal?
Yeah, we're good. All
right.
Guys, I want to say thank you guys for watching. Sorry this was a long interview. I can tell you're a little winded.
I am.
2 hours and 11 minutes.
Wow.
But
you're
I got
great at this.
I got a lot of questions answered that I wanted to ask about you. So
cool.
It'd be very helpful. I appreciate you taking the time to come to here and talk with me for the last 2 hours. Hopefully nothing was too invasive or too personal.
No, I just hope that, like, I would love to be friends with you, and if the thing with what had happened with the boy really affects that, I'd say I'm sorry, you know, and I like you, so genuinely. So, but if we can't be friends because of that, I would get it, you know.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later. But
okay, cool.
Thank you for coming, guys. I appreciate you all, and I'll see. I got one who did that. Thank you, Poto Wage, for the $10 donation. Rep, you're really good at interviewing, and appreciate you holding Rev accountable while also.
Okay, so I did have another video that I was going to cover. I was going to do like a little break and then we're going to cover another video. However, we're 5.5 hours in and I'm approaching my limit as far as streaming goes because you can only stream so much before you get tired of it and you want to do something else. So I'm going to call it. May go over the video that I had for the second part of the stream another day. It all depends, because I am very, very unreliable when it comes to my streaming schedule. I don't have one. That's the beauty of YouTube. You hit that fucking subscribe button, you hit the fucking notification button, and the streams come to you. But if you guys would also like to go down in the description below, I do have a link to the official Shaw of Thirst Discord, which is called the Fuck Around and Find Out University. So if you'd like to join the hallowed halls of Fuck Around and Find Out University, you are more than welcome to. Yeah, we'll definitely get to it later, because like I said, it's 5.5 hours, and I'm approaching my limit for the shit. I can't do it like a 4.5 hour stream. There's no way. So yeah, my microphone's still working. So I'm gonna call it. Thank you guys for coming out. Thank you guys for my viewers. Thank you for my lurkers. Thank you for my chatters. Thank you to everybody who donated through a super chat. I fully appreciate you. Let's take a look at this poll. All right, it said, do you think that Shanny and Jason are going to get back together? Will Jason go back to Shanny? Yes at 74%, no at 24%, and poop bucket duty volunteer at 2%. So somebody wants to do the poop bucket. So you went to that university? Well, we have a Discord for it. However, we did not meet the second super chat goal. So that means that everybody except for, let me take a look. Everybody except for Medieval Maggie and Graveyard Flowers. All the rest of you, except for those two, they are excused. The rest of you will unfortunately have to go on Rev cattail cleaning duty, which may or may not include a butt plug. So congratulations, enjoy that. Thank you for watching. If you would like to, leave a thumbs up. If you didn't, downvote the shit out of it. I don't care. Leave a comment. Leave several comments. Get into protracted arguments in the comments. Talk about shit that wasn't even talked about in the stream in the comments. Let's drive up that engagement. I have been the Shaw of Thirst. You guys have been my most favoritist, most delicious, most delectable little thirst quenchers. And I will see you the next time I decide